Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は167日目です。It is day 167. We're gonna run in to 6 p.m. probably. So these 77, that sounds about right. That's all the new stuff from yesterday. So go right in. Usually we take it a little bit slower on the second day. Actually, because I need to go through some of the original encoding. Alright, hop right in. Okay. Okay.
Seizon.
Seizon. Oops.
写真
写真. Wait. No. Huh. I did have to wait. Intriguing. Oh, wait. Just kidding.
Bento.
Bento. I was thinking of something entirely. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, alright.
教科書
Kasho. That's gut feeling. Whoops. I put an S there.
全知
Zenchi. Oh man, there are gonna be a lot of 50-50s. Okay. Mm.
関する
Ansuru. I had it and I lost it. Oh. Whoops. What the? What am I typing?
幸福
Tofugu. I keep typing. There was an I in there somehow. Oh, I must have hit I. Tofugu. Okay. Okay. Oh, are you different? I don't think so, right? Or hmm. Wasn't there? Ow. Oh.
辞書
Isho. Oh. I'm like wrong character. Reading wrong character. to hurry. What am I hurrying to? Or I'm gonna move this. Perfect. Protect. In order to protect something. Protect from breast cancer?
守る
Modu. I think I might have an idea of how to improve and iterate on the mnemonics now. Yeah, I'll try to work on it. I think giving the mnemonics a direct object, and any direct object that sounds remotely close enough, either a location or an object, works a lot quicker for me than trying to guess what part of speech and like what willy-nilly thing they go about it. So I think I can turn that around for weak ones. We'll see. Uh,
笑顔、
笑顔。Dang you. Wait.
治安
Dion. There's gonna be a lot of 50-50s. Dion.
関心、
安心。
保証、
保証。That was a bit off. That was interesting. Maybe it was assurance as opposed to guarantee. Alright. Or guarantees with an S.
関係、
関係。
不幸、
Cool. Unhappiness. I like it.
箱、
箱。
危ない
Abunai. Yellow?
政
YOLO.
治
Seiji. That's another 50-50 for now. Oh man.
富士
Fuji. Oh, that didn't hold up yesterday, right? That there might be a nuance between what they choose as G and what they choose as G. It's gotta go with rote memory for the time being.
荷物
Let's
真っ黒
Makuro. 'Oops. I got distracted. I did this the first time too today. Think about a different thing.
東京弁
Tokyo Ben. Okay. Uh-oh, I lost it. It's gone.
YOLO 典的
Okay. Kotenteki. Kotenteki.
Lusu
Yusu. Okay.
冒険
Boken.
保険
Boken. Oh.
阪神
Anshi. Oh. Was it this? Oh, maybe it's
保守的
Hoshiteki is a special, so gotta remember this. Hoshiteki. Teki. 保守的。とても保守的な学校でした。保守的。私の通っていた高校はとても保守的な学校でした。Like, oh, it's different. It's conservative.
Tokku.
Tokku. Tokku. Somehow, some way. Wait.
Q.
Do you mean something different? Yes, you do. And I don't quite remember. これはいくら何でも9いない。Sun was the other one.
大阪
Osaka. Seen names too far too often. Why am I drawing a blank? I'm drawing a blank on the left. I'm gonna say
商品
okay. 商品
Kaku.
書く
入門
入門 This is different. It's special futa. Double kun.
Nifuda.
Nifuda because I screwed up. Ni is kun for some time. Oh, this is special too. Kehin. Gehin.
Gehin.
Crude.
曜日
Yobi.
Toshokan
This is technically also special, but like the location, nouns, like location, specialty nouns, like regular location, specialty nouns, things dealing with school are pretty already there before we had to learn the vocabulary. actually due to seeing it really, really often.
笑う
But how?
明治
Meiji. What's this? Oh,
冗談
Rendaku. That's what my question was. What's this? Rendaku. Okay. Jodan. Jodan. Ne? Oh. Oh no. Like blank.
企画
Kaku.
お世辞
Oseji. This was like a 75%. My gut was telling me it was a G, not a T. Oh no. Oh no. This is the one I got confused with. There's no alternative read yet. Maybe. I think it's the only one. So we're just gonna assume for now. Oseji. Like. This one's pretty different. I think we're doing more of the generation wit. Oh no, I think this one's just outright. You quit your current generation, fool yourself to others. Dealing with humbling flattery. That's a roundabout way of looking at it, but it works.
証明
Oh man. I mean, strong, bright evidence, like good evidence, maybe like how do we reinforce good evidence? Proof?
弁
Then
D10
D10. Matter rules? Thing rules. D10. Oh, this is the pivot. Or the pivot, right? What?
"新品
Ding ping. This is one of the most consistent rendakus, right? After and before into a h. I remember that. Oh, that's fine. You're different. You're definitely different. Oh. Oh, wait. I'm gonna say it has something to do with evidence. Oh. What do I have evidence for?
Akashi.
Akashi. Yeah, that's fine. What?
作品
Sakuhin. I got a little carried away there. And this one I kind of disagree with, but that's fine.
仏典
Good ten.
急に
Uni. How? In what way can I phrase this? So like, oh, right. Both. We have suddenly or immediately, whichever one. I was trying to think of an adverb. Like, how do you adverb this thing? I wonder hurriedly is kind of okay for immediately, hurriedly or hurriedly. I'm not even sure that's a English word. Hold up. Hurriedly. Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. Okay.
辞典
E10. This one is the one I'm more likely seeing. I feel like this changed up. No? Wait. No?
急行
No. Yuko. Yuko is the express.
真実
Shinjitsu. It is facts, but truth. Fine. Gomibako.
ゴミ箱
Right.
門
Oh boy.
承認
Shonin. Wait, what? How does this work? Hold. Oh.
留学
留学 huh. No. No. No? Yeah.
存じる
Donjiru. Donjiru, what? Wait. Can I get anything from here? Shinpai. 心配のことと存じます。Is this the... No, I don't think so. How do I pivot the exist? It's to know. But that's pretty sketch. Oh, because supposed. Yeah, I need to remember. Okay, so what is weak right now? Suppose and sun, right? Suppose and sun. Right. Right, the humble no. Okay.
保存
Awesome. Oh, I misspelled it. Fine. I'm like, what did I do there? No. Yameru.
やめる
I already know it. Kansai.
関西
Because I already know it. Names are... Whoops, that's Chinese. Names are fine. Are you Hin? I don't think you're Hin. So for some reason, I want to test what your Hin is. I don't think this is Hin. It's something else. Shina. Not good.
しな
I don't know what the mnemonic is that they use, but
辞典
and then the other G10, which I've seen though. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I misspelled dictionary.
証言
Again. How do you do like witness word, like an evidence word? Accuse? No. Yaku's. No, joking. Sorry. French thing. How do you... Like, if you're giving something in a court of law, right? A testimony. Hmm.
危険
And wait. I guess again, risky. Risky is good. Right, a little bit weak.
休止
Sun. Right, I gotta think of sun. I still don't remember the first thing I skipped. Not coming back to me still. Okay. We gotta be clever about this. So I had something on this yesterday. I was outside. So being happy. It's shiawase. But she always say be happy. Oh yeah. Right. Shiawase. I like this one. I like this one. Shiawase. That one I'll make an exception. I don't have to about it.
専門
Senmon. I don't think so, right? Oh yeah, it is.
幸運
I thought this was not gonna be Koun. Luck. Good luck.
食料品
Kuryohin. Wait. Eating fee product? What's an eating fee product? Or a food, a meal. Oh, the products for... Oh, this is more like ingredients. Product ingredients. So, groceries. And do I know this now? Sun? Curry? It's not Q. Not Hayaku. Or Haya, related to Haya. Isogu. Oh, because I made that comment. Isogu.
急ぐ
I think we're gonna have to change this up, right? Ease? Yeah, ease has gotta change. I'm gonna say if you're hurrying something, when you hurry, something, it's so risky, right? He's so risky. I need to complete a thought. I don't like this thing where it's not completing a thought. He's so easy to hurry sometimes, right? Not in a good or bad way, but generally in a risky way. Alright, and then we're doing the 71. I don't know where the 71 is coming from. That's a big number. Oh, this could be our previous level. Because our previous level were big chunks. They were gigantic chunks. So I think we might be okay with it. Find out. Oh no. Oh no. It's not sure. What is not sure? Gut feeling. 試合
試合
Whoops. We'll just call that a match. An event is still sufficient. 試合 Okay, I gotta make sure. Okay. Why do I think this is 試合 Why do I think the left thing is she? Okay.
帰る
I do. Okay, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. That's not it. Oh. Oh, wait.
浅い
That's right.
寺
It,
軍
in some mix in there, but mostly from previous whoops.
飯
Let's see.
春
Haru.
春休み
Yasumi.
旅行者
Yokosha.
子猫
Oneko.
水着
Mizugi.
列
Etsu.
世話
Dewa.
芸術
Geijutsu. Oh. I keep doing that. uh. Uh. It's like no. Yeah. Like to foster is now mine. Now mine. Something like that. Oh, there, Proko. Happy Father's Day. I'm not sure if that's a thing. Is it the same time? Do you have Father's Day? I'm not sure if that's an international thing or not. Pop-up Day. That's actually some people's grandfathers, now that I think about it. Yeah, it was Father's Day in the UK today as well. Yeah, happy Father's Day. Thank you, thank you. Did I do much with your dad today? No. Business as usual. He, as per usual, I have some lobster here. Lobster, broccoli. We have lobster today. like garlic, ginger garlic lobster. Very, very common as a celebratory thing. We eat something red, rich, red, healthy, that kind of thing. The lobster tends to be a symbolic thing for celebrating. We just push this for now.
昼休み
Hiruyasumi. Yeah. Chinese culture, right? Or I read a comment on some shorts, a couple shorts, that kind of really make me think about the way I talk about multiculturalism. But my parents, and us, red is still an auspicious color, and then spending something and then consuming something are inherited from Chinese values.
秋
Okay. The this is slightly like a controversial take, or it's a divisive take on how the internet basically eroded, like made everyone an ethnocentric person. But there's this comment that floats around even among the content creators that I watch when they make like comments because they're American. The content creator is American, right? Or perceived to be American. When they make jokes about something like, oh, yeah, so is there any French people in the audience, for example? I'll let you figure out the content creators, but I don't think it was taken, the comment section took something else out of context. And he wanted to have the opportunity to use the French he knows, right? But he does speak American English, right? So he made this joke like, oh, are there any French people out there? And I mean real French, like not because your parents came, like your parents are French and you are born American, that kind of thing, right? But the comment section turned it into like a toxic generalization, like generalities. So the joke, the humor that was using generalities turned into bigotry and ethnocentrism using generalities. So that's kind of your internet deal that happens all the time, where there's a joke and humor in the involved people, and then there are people who are offended or not offended because they are as ethnocentric as the country. Now, long story short, the comment spurred from the idea that, again, it's a bunch of foreigners who look at Americans and then they say, you know what? Americans are weird. They always try to claim nationalities and ethnicities as their own. Like in other countries, right? As in their country or every other country, even if it's true, other countries, so not American, non-American countries, which is every other country, do not do that. When we talk about ethnicity and nationality and origin, we claim the place where we're born. And that's kind of been a friction for some time, but I would like to, the reason why this set on me quite a lot is because when I talk about things, it's both. Are you talking about your nationality, which is where you're nationalized? Typically, where you're nationalized is where you're born. Or are you talking about your ethnicity, which is the origin of your heritage? So oftentimes when people think of it as an American pride thing, where they talk about, oh yeah, we have these people who they say they're Irish, and then you go there. I'm a real Irish person, so when I go there and I see this, and this is not a representation of other like people. We're talking about the internet culture, the ones that are the loudest. I like to believe that the vocal minority, because my interactions across my life with other foreigners is not a projection of their own ethnocentricity onto Americans. But they would say something like, well, you go there and you realize they don't even practice anything that is Irish. Right? But that there's a difference, in my opinion, and they can coexist, the difference between nationality and ethnicity. Ethnicity is an attempt to preserve one's heritage in a new nationality. So, as opposed to someone who constantly says real and fake things, which is often targeted at the American culture. Now, what if here's the cake and eat it situation. Now, if a foreigner looks at an American, right, and they make a double standard. This is a very classical double standard about a country that emphasizes the difference between nationality and ethnicity. What if the United States is different from all the other countries? What if they are in a situation in which the cultural identifiers are different? So, are you suggesting, as a foreigner who is above morals and like a pedestal of purity and understanding, and clearly are not ethnocentric and racist, right? If you're acknowledging that the United States seems to be this oddball out, and if it were true, which must substantiate their argument, or that Americans behave very peculiarly, then it is also true that you are singling out and attacking a specific nationality for their behavior and their culture, which makes you, the people who make those generalities, racist. So, or discriminatory, actually, openly discriminatory. Now, you can certainly have thoughts about distinguishing between nationalities, but it's not one or the other. When you assume one thing, and then you make a double standard, it weakens your things. So, like, for example, the very same people would mention something about how Americans can't decide who they are, but at the same time decide who they are, and therefore be a counter argument to them. Like, for example, when I say, oftentimes, my parents are Chinese, and I am nationalized American, right? But if you have to assume that because I was born in the United States, for example, somehow I do not understand or appreciate or inherit the values of my parents. So when I talk about something and someone says, like, this is where I don't believe most Chinese people do this, but the heavy minority voice, the very high minority voice on the internet, who are really well read, would say, well, your parents do that. Your parents are Chinese. You got your values from from real Chinese people. I'm like, yes, somehow my parents are now fake Chinese people, and somehow my value and understanding of that value is no longer adequate because I'm American and because I was born in a place. But ideas somehow can't transcend the place you were born. So to me, that is where the double standard comes up so rapidly in non-multicultural communities, because their content creator is not a multicultural person. They are a monocultural person who likes to participate in other cultures. And the community reflects that, because in those communities, you gather people who are monocultural, who believe they are very well educated in multiculturalism, and behave at odds with multiculturalism. When I read those comments, I see people who say they are diverse and they understand other cultures only to do the same exact thing to Americans. And that's weird. I mean, that's kind of, the whole pot calling the kettle black kind of situation. And I'm not saying Americans have like they belong together. It's ironic, but the people who say they are different from Americans, in my opinion, are ironically acting very similarly to people I'm very associated with. Only one is associated with pride and positivity, and the other is associated with negativity and bigotry. So I don't know if I had to pick, right? If you're looking at it, one is celebratory and one is discriminatory. Which one would you go with, right? Like, one focuses on putting down an entire culture, the other is about celebrating their own culture. So whenever like you have Americans celebrate their heritage and nationalities, well, the nationality stays fixated, it's American, but when they celebrate their heritage, it takes generally someone outside of the United States to make a discriminatory comment about why they don't have the right, or pretentious or disingenuous for celebrating their heritage. It's kind of paradox if you think about it. It's quite hypocritical if you're going around trying to say that real cultures and real heritages should be celebrated and be shown to other people. Why does your behavior constitute as targeting another culture? So that's actually what's been on my mind every time I do language learning protocol. I don't know if you come to that kind of thing. I mean, the British, the UK actually sits in a very similar position adjacent to the American culture. So, again, this is taking my vocal minority's opinion, where somehow multicultural countries are diluted, right? Adulterated and diluted, and they're like second fiddle. So whenever they have acts of celebration outwardly, they are targeted by discrimination, by purity. So when in essence, for myself, multiculturalism is quite principally and morally the opposite of that. They are proactively and celebratory towards the exchange of cultures, not hyper discriminatory towards the exchange of cultures. So I often wonder if there was transparency and responsibility that allows me to understand if these people are indeed monocultural, or that they, because I have no way of knowing. My inference is it would make sense. It would make logical and psychological sense that they are monocultural in mind. Otherwise, there's a heavy cognitive dissonance. When you're spouting, thinking that you understand diversity in culture, only to attack a country for its culture and think that it's not different. Yeah, you do see some people use Americans as a punching bag, so to speak, especially from a very monocultural environment, and it's often seemed to upset them, as if Americans celebrating their heritage is somewhat offending, insulting those who live in their heritage countries. Yeah. You also see that the link into the no true Scotsman fallacy as well. Yeah. So the thing that really slightly like triggers me, right? I get triggered by this because I think the upsetness, the people who are upset in their monocultural environments, it's coming from a place of outputting passion. Like they really care about their heritage. At the same time, I don't see where the loss in translation happened, where because their environment, their monocultural environment somehow exists in a different form in some other country, that it's no longer available for celebratory. Like, it's a double standard. Like, so you can't embrace another country for its myriad of identities because somehow it contains some of your own identity. And I don't think those people are particularly malicious. I'm not saying that they're going out to attack people. I know discrimination comes with a negative connotation, but they're discriminating, as in they're trying to distinguish between what is true, whatever their identity is, and what is not. So fake. So real and fake, right? What is real and what is fake. And I'm going to tell you that without a doubt, that is the story of my life. So most of the things I say, I'm very, how you say, politically correct about it. I try to stay politically correct, right? And some people say, oh, well, you don't have to be politically correct. Like my other Americans would tell me, like, well, you know your heritage, so you don't have to bend to being politically. But the idea is the whole nature of being careful and conversing and thinking about all these things is the consideration that there is cultural diversity, not the other way around, right? The hyper awareness of multicultural and cultural exchange presents a behavior like that, and it's not taxing. So I think that is where the cognitive dissonance happens quite a lot, where someone says, oh, don't you ever get exhausted for watching what you have to say, or not with practice? The idea is, if you are truly multicultural, you think about this stuff all the time. It's the norm. Like, when someone asks me, oh, don't worry about it. Like, I know what you mean when you say you're a Chinese American. And then another person will say, like, no, you're American, you're not Chinese. And it's like, oh, well, I think you're Chinese, but I'm not from China. Right? Those things happen a lot, but all of those things happen all the time. Nearly all the time when you interact with someone, when you're truly and utterly multicultural, it's a constant dialogue you have for yourself. So to me, to be celebratory about that means that it's the joy of being multicultural, not something to be like baggage. I don't think it's baggage, but it's certainly made to look like baggage from a different perspective. So when you're coming from a multicultural environment, your baggage, those people's baggage, is that they find it incredibly insulting and offensive when their baggage is blended with other people's baggage. So I can understand that. I still think it's wild that such a fun little like clip of this person. By the way, that person can speak really nice French. The only reason I know it's nice French is because those who are multicultural vouch for it. I don't know much French. I mean, except for listening to Clear Obscure recently. I did listen to some French recently. But that's fair enough. And yes, you do see the glaring double standard from the vocal minority in some of these interactions. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Sorry, how is this related to what I was sharing? It's because if I made a comment, right? If I made a comment and I was a public figure, maybe someone who has like 2 million, 3 million viewers or something like that, whatever I just said is bound to draw criticism. And it's criticism because I sound American, right? I speak American English. And I just talked about the belief system that red is an auspicious color. And my parents practice this spiritual, we're going to call it like a, I don't know what it's called. It needs a better name, but pragmatic spiritualism. It's not attached to a religion, but it's pragmatic spiritualism because it's more like the act of decorum and good thoughts that Chinese people tend to exercise, which I am American born, right? So when I talk about red, and you might be thinking, does this go deeper? It does. Anecdotally, it's going to come from different places. Like, for example, a Malaysian Chinese person would say, well, we don't eat lobsters where we're from. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you eat and how do you celebrate? Because there's also other things, like for traditionalism, like a younger kid from a different Chinese diaspora would say something like, oh, I only eat this stuff during this festival. That's kind of weird that you eat that during that festival. It's like, yeah, cultural exchange happens. It's the availability of ingredients and things, right? Lobster is very expensive, and in other countries of this heritage would eat something else. And that's kind of one of those things like, well, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, okay, I suppose. It's a shame that you decided to turn something that's celebratory into something discriminatory. That's how it happens. And so, with a grain of salt, double backing to all of this, I'm suggesting that my parents and we eat something expensive because we don't typically spend a lot of money. So when we have special occasions, we eat something auspiciously expensive, fortuitously associated. And if you're curious, Procol, lobster, New Year's. If you look up Lunar New Year's and lobster and the color red, you're probably gonna find threads and threads of people arguing like what is the proper way and what is the proper symbolism. I would even guess you're probably gonna find 3 or 4 essays on the variances of eating lobster as a symbol of health in like extended Chinese culture. So in fact, I actually think I'm pretty sure Food Theory did an episode on lobsters or like something with lobsters and holiday meals. And if it like is truly like they try to create like an objective way to evaluate, is it actually good to eat lobsters during a specific... Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the Food Theory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think I watched it. Hold up. Food Theory, lobster, New Year's? Might be New Year's? Oh, yeah, Food Theory. It's called, This Food Will Ruin Your New Year. And it has a thumbnail of a lobster, and it says, don't eat this. I probably watched it because I got clickbaited, right? But I do watch like the theory channels from time to time. But it's literally the thumbnail literally says, "Don't eat this," and it's a plate of lobsters. And I was like, I have to. And also, by the way, in that video, they do the generalization. And let's not forget, the food theorists are actually, I'm not sure if the food theorists are American. They might be Canadian, but they're North American. So, and then I'm sure if you look now, hear me out. The food theory channels community is very different. The mix is very different from this particular French persona guy theory, because he doesn't talk about these things. But food theory is about theorizing, right? Like creating critiques and whatnot. So when you read the comments, it's more like sharing. A lot of people say, "Oh, well, in our country we do this," and it's not, "Oh, look at them getting it wrong. Like they're so wrong. This is how you do it." That it's very different atmosphere. Like the community is expected to discuss and share ideas, right? So in this case, I'm almost certain if you read the comment section of this video, it's going to talk about how red is auspicious. Like they're going to talk about Asian culture, and Asian culture in its generalities, very specifically Chinese, as opposed to like Japanese and Korean and Vietnamese, Laos, Filipino, etc. But I always have to come to terms with the color red. I'm not a fan of red, but genuinely speaking, it's practically the color green for St. Patrick's Day. Like it's analogous to that in a sense. And I'm generalizing Irish culture, right? So that's with a grain of salt. But the idea, in my opinion, is celebratory. Things are celebratory as opposed to discriminatory. I think I should make that a slogan. A form of celebration is not an excuse for discrimination. Right. And in a way, that is kind of what happens to any form of American act of celebration. And then there's a startling, consistent, not all, but a consistent higher tendency to create a double standard for any other monocultural place that's doing celebrations. So when a monocultural place is celebrating something, it is almost psychologically and logically reasonable that they would have consistent clout, because if a monocultural place celebrates, then oftentimes the nuance of that monocultural place reinforces itself. So we're talking about, if you look at someone who has ideologies from more than one place, they are likely to draw criticism far more than a place that only adheres to a singular one. A great example is the Japanese culture. The Japanese culture is meant to be monocultural, and it continues to, regardless of how influential other cultures could be, like the United States, which most people that are from a monocultural society will say, well, Americans don't really affect and influence other people's culture because there's not a lot of culture there. You probably heard that before, and for being American, I can kind of see that. And do you know why I can kind of see that? Is because oftentimes the American culture or the American is trying to assimilate and integrate from a different culture. So they will represent a partialness to the culture they're interacting with. So therefore, regardless, there's an averaging effect, right? This is how Americans interact with culture. Other monocultural, they interact like this. They look at another culture from a distance with disinterest. American culture, this happens because it's focused on cultural exchange. So if, say, an American is interested in the Japanese culture, this is otaku. This is weeb. There's an active form of exchange. Oftentimes, it's seen as an exchange or an assimilation, not I'm looking, but I want to keep separate from each other. So this is discriminatory. Again, I'm trying to use the word as it is, which is to discriminate between two groups. You're discriminating between two groups. You know the distinction, you keep it distinct. And then this is, what's a negative word to balance this argument out? This is adulteration. Right? Or we can use positive words. This is uniqueness. It's about preserving uniqueness. And this, in a positive way, would be diversity. No, that can apply to both. Let's not use diversity, because you can argue that uniqueness is diversity, right? This we can say is empathy. This is probably sympathy, because it's two groups keeping each other separate. So whenever you're looking at behavioral patterns, like for me, how do you distinguish between a behavioral pattern between someone who's clearly living in a multicultural environment versus someone who's living in a monocultural environment? They would say things like us and they, and oh, my country doesn't do what your country does. Oh, I feel sorry for your country because your country behaves this way because my country does not. The inference is my country does not, right? Versus, oh, I see how you feel. Like, I have an example in my country that does the same thing. That's empathy versus sympathy. So when someone comes up, like say a Chinese person, I don't know what that means anymore nowadays, but when someone says a Chinese, I'm Chinese and we don't eat lobsters during New Year's because so and so. I'm like, okay, that's discriminatory, right? Because they're trying to differentiate between me and them. They're separating the two. So inherently, I recognize that and I say, oh, that's fair enough. Like in the United States, since I'm American, my parents have decided to adopt this practice. I'm aware that your country, or there are other iterations, and that practice I've heard in the country of Malaysia or something. And that to me is an American or a multicultural person trying to create empathy, while the monocultural person is deliberately trying to be discriminatory, as in they're trying to separate the two. So it can create friction oftentimes. So alternatively, if you know someone is trying to create distinction, then instead of pressing for it, like if I don't want to become closer to this person, if I don't want to get closer to this person, I would enhance the discriminatory behavior. So I'm going to be like, oh, okay, so I'm sorry, I misspoke. Us Americans, this is what we do. Us Americans do this. So yeah, I can see that. I suppose you're right and I'm wrong, but from my perspective, I'm right and you're wrong. Right? That's the enhancing the discriminatory behavior, and that's perfectly fine. That's what happens is you have two people who could care less about each other. You have two groups of people who could not, they do what they do, you do you, I do me, agree to disagree. And for myself, multiculturalism requires that you have to sympathize. It's not like, oh, I get to choose. Like, I get to choose to reject my parents. Well, you can in the United States, because that's a thing for a country that's almost habitually multicultural. But I choose not to reject my parents. Like, I don't spend every day in time saying, oh yeah, I'm American, so I should constantly point out that my parents are different from me. They're not. They're a part of me, and a lot of other things are a part of me. So the behavior ends up changing up very rapidly. And I often talk about this because some people, when they talk about language learning, they do that too. And it gives off an obvious flag as to what's their mindset. And then why that is important to me is because then I'll know how to behave appropriately. Like, does this person want
to be around? Is it exhausting for them to be around someone who is constantly trying to empathize versus strictly talking about what it is? Like, this is a great hot take when someone says, why do you always sound agreeable? Like, why do you keep trying to bend over backwards to reach an agreement and compromise? That sounds so disingenuous. It's like you're trying to please everyone. Like, well, no, it's not disingenuous. The most genuine thing I can do as someone who's constantly straddling different cultures at the same time is that is the default behavior. The default behavior that you have is to be discriminatory because you have rules and consistencies that makes it easier to practice that. So in Japan, for example, it's a lot easier to practice the same rules, the most consistent rules. In the United States, you have to ask, or at least for me, I have to ask, whose household am I in? What is my friend's heritage background? There are things that are weird and not weird no matter where I go. They're not just common and regular things or normal things. And then, hear me out, I don't speak for other Americans, I speak for myself, who, like, not all Americans are multicultural in the sense that they spend time doing stuff. So that is literally the reason why you can't use generalities, or it's very difficult to use generalities, because when someone says you're American, it's kind of hard to even know what that means anymore. Like, hey, oh, in an American household, people, I don't know what people do. Like, see, that I can't even answer that question very well. Like, someone says, oh yeah, you guys have, I don't know, what do foreigners say about Americans? Hold up. Like, you have, you eat a lot of sugar or something. Or I don't. Oh, like, you're American, so you must eat like scrambled eggs and bacon and cereal for breakfast. I don't even eat breakfast. And then you're gonna ask, well, maybe you're just a minority. Like, well, possibly. I can imagine that a good majority of Americans eat cereal, probably. I suppose. But who are we talking about now? Are you trying to talk to me, or are you trying to average me out, right? And you might be thinking, well, this happens for every other country. It's like, well, yes, it does. But one is an insult and the other one isn't. That's one of the biggest differences. It is acceptable when other countries have deviations. That's known as uniqueness within a monocultural society. And then Americans is viewed as what is that word? Like delinquency or a deviation or derivation. Like, one is derivative behavior. So, and what makes this not the same is that statistically, you are likely to more find derivative behavior in the United States, like by a wide margin, compared to the country that whoever I'm speaking to who isn't American right now. So the odds are you will likely participate in a behavior that is discriminatory towards an American for being derivative than another country who has derivatives also. So I'm not even suggesting that monocultural countries do not have derivative behavior. Those people tend to be a lot less apparent because they do not have representation, nor do they have any form of explicit celebratory behavior. They tend to be very reserved. And then in the United States, there are more celebratory behavior for derivative behavior because it's the social norm. It's far more the social norm. Weird. Yeah, that's very upsetting that celebration can bring about the opposite emotional reaction from what a celebration should make people feel. Yeah, it happens largely. Like, I'm bringing it back to the beginning. Happy Father's Day, right? And I would ask you, for example, do you celebrate Happy Father's Day, right? Do you celebrate Father's Day? And that could be seen from someone who's monocultural, which also includes other Americans. So I've been insulted before and discriminated against by other Americans who says that when I ask someone, do they celebrate and observe things? It's like using up extra effort to be politically agreeable. I'm like, no, I'm genuinely curious if the other person celebrates Father's Day or not. And then there is a reason to be saying American Thanksgiving versus Canadian Thanksgiving. And then asking if someone from another country, oh, do you celebrate Thanksgiving? Like, is there a day of which around the year you celebrate in a manner that is similar? We're trying to reach a point of empathy, not some detached, sympathetic, but potentially sympathetic connection. I think, in my opinion, it's not good or bad. It can create a lot of conflicts of interest, but multicultural people, there's an essence of speech and behavior when someone is multicultural. They aim to constantly look for a point of empathy. They rarely have a high tendency of trying to discriminate between the two. So like, oh, that's what you do. I tend to do this instead. It's like, oh, you learn that way. I learned this way because this way is much faster. And it bleeds into pretty much most things. Like, it gives away your behavior. And that's good for me. That's useful for me. This is behavioral patterns for me to leverage, right? I can either play along, as in play along in the sense of I can be agreeable, or I can be disagreeable while trying to create empathy. And that's one of the biggest things about communication. I think I have a feeling most people will say, well, that's not important. You can just always be yourself and be true to yourself. And well, that is one way to look at it. That is certainly a monocultural way to look at it. It's like, if you know you're right, then you're always right. Like, okay, right. So I will play to that. I will use that as an appropriate way. Like, okay, I agree with you, or I disagree with you, but I know what your point of view is. That's the best you can do in those situations. It's like a switch clicks when you talk to someone and they're trying, maybe even unnecessarily, to someone who doesn't want to sympathize or empathize with everything that when they talk to another person. It might sound like the other person's working too hard. Like, why are you trying so hard to get all up in my grill and trying to be empathetic with me? And then it's like, it almost seems like you're faking it. Is that real or not? Now, yes, some people could most definitely use it as a tool of manipulation. But generally speaking, if I had to take a chance, right? The multiculturalism is in the minority because multiculturalism creates lack of clarity. And in the internet world, you want clarity. So bipolar, zeros and ones, they and us. It's very great. But when you bump into someone who is genuinely trying to haze up the distinction, right? Adulterate the distinction, it creates a lot of mess. It lacks focus. And it can be exhausting to someone who doesn't do it every day. I do it every day. Every single day when I'm in the evening, when I watch a clip, I'm like, I wonder what people think about this clip. I read through the clips, get like 3 or 4 impressions, and I move on with my day, knowing that there are a lot of mixed feelings, right? But it's not choosing. It's different from choosing and only remembering the things I agree with and the things I disagree with. My whole conversation here is because I want to give the benefit of the doubt to individuals who spend most of their life in a monocultural environment. That's the idea. It's not exhausting. It's interesting. And one day, if I have to be really crude about this, there are elements of me that are faker than genuine, and you'd be surprised. The reason why I'm saying faker and genuine, I think how people perceive being genuine and fake is how much, the percentage of how much you are in a conversation. So someone is fake if they're not bringing their entire self to the table, right? That is often construed as fake, as in, I only know half of you. I only know half of you, the half that you want me to see because it creates agreeability. That's fake. When you want when people view, a monocultural person would view that to be genuine, you must lay it all on the line. As in, if I disagree with you, if I think something is stupid, I tell you it's stupid. Right? That's the mark of genuineness. Like, oh, I'm glad you're so straightforward, instead of beating around the bush and being politically polite and whatnot. In a multicultural environment, I would disagree. I would say that I would likely say you may find the minority, these are minority people, when you talk to them, their default behavior is to consistently talk about how they can behave appropriately despite not sharing all of their values, their conflicting values, because those conflicting values coexist and you choose when to use them. So like, if I know that someone is American, or like American but they're like very discriminatory, for example, towards a very specific group, and not in a malicious way, they just don't jive. Like, for example, what's a cultural thing that we talked about before, Procol, is duty, the act of duty, in public spaces. I apologize, period. If something happens that is disagreeable to me and other people around, but it's in public, I apologize. We tried to control the public situation, but it depends on who I'm interacting with and what country am I in, or the dynamics of the microcosm that's in that situation in a country that permits that. So when you say something like, no, you always do this, it's always this, because 99% of the time it's probably appropriate, because you live in a country that is consistent enough to make it appropriate. Now, I could go to Japan and be like, I just want to tip you. It's how my country share gratitude. Like, I know this is in conflict with, no, you do both. You first be agreeable and see if there is an opportunity to enter a form of culture exchange. So in fact, when a stranger, in my opinion, if you I'm going to try to put my shoes I'm going to try to walk in the shoes of a monocultural person. Since I only think of a specific way that this can go down, I would do it. And then this person is like, oh, okay, this person behaves exactly what I expect. Everything goes well, right? And then afterwards, this person, wait, but what are they doing now? Like, oh, so they really thought this. They really thought they wanted to do this, but they just did the first thing so that I don't get upset. So they basically was being disingenuous to me before telling me what they really want. That is the perspective that I hear, that I see from the other side most of the time. where someone says, oh, you're only saying this because you know that I'm from Japan, for example, a weeb. You cursorily understand what my culture is about and you behave according to that in order to then open up to how little you know and then how more you want to know, right? So it comes off as disingenuous to a person who has predefined notions of the other person, right? And for myself, that is pretty much the first step. It's often the first step. Like, someone who's interested in cultural exchange starts by participating in the culture that they want to exchange cultures with. And the exchange comes after the fact. So what happens then? You get to learn the multicultural person's all of the things that they have at a later stage, as opposed to upfront. So you could go to Japan and completely act like Japanese, right? That is one of the necessary steps that Americans are taught to believe, in my opinion. So they act that way. Funny, isn't it? What's a great way to tie this back to the language learning experience? In the language learning experience, because they don't specifically live in the culture that they're trying to assimilate or integrate, they selectively, or individuals selectively, take on the most prominent characteristics of their target language's culture. And sure enough, it certainly reflects that way when it comes to Japanese. So, the only coincidence that I can use in this example is that my parents happen to be of a non-Western culture variety. And I can earnestly tell you, if you want to get something done, you take it wholeheartedly seriously. And one of the very outputs of passion when it comes to Eastern cultures, right, generalities, Eastern culture, is that passion for rigor, endurance, and discipline that comes out in when you're interacting with someone who is trying to assimilate that or integrate that into their value system. It's shocking. Hear me out. It's even more telling when, if you get a chance to interact with these people who learn this stuff long enough, and then you talk to them about anything, you talk to them that triggers other cultural associations, their mannerism changes. Pretty shocking, or pretty shocking to someone who's not anticipating it. It's not surprising to me. Like, for example, right now, if you were to meet me in real life, like in IRL, I'd be a very different person. Because the environment has changed. We're no longer on a stream basis. There's no public things. And also, the meeting place is different. The internet has a different culture than meeting IRL. Like, if you visit me in the United States, I have very different mannerisms and public behavior because the United States, where I live, is not representative of the internet culture's representation of the American culture. It's incredibly diverse, for lack of a better word. So the things I do are not reflective of what I do online, and that could come off as disingenuous, and I totally understand that. And the strength of one's solidarity in their identity when it comes to monoculturalism is they always behave the same consistently, regardless of the environment. And what I mean by that is the cultural environment. So online, when someone says, oh, don't all internet people do this, and it becomes a projection of their own monocultural values, that is a heavy indicator that that person prefers to see the world from their one culture. And that's perfectly fine. And then the internet is a consequence of all these interacting together. So it's not surprising that you have pockets of microcosm everywhere on the internet, because it's trying to mirror the combination of multiculturalism and monoculturalism. So here's a little hot take. Understanding these flags for the strength of monoculturalism and multiculturalism can make one very agreeable, and agreeable in a way that doesn't make you angry. Like, this doesn't necessarily make me angry. I think I may have angered, or potentially in the future may anger other people, because their identities are attached to these categorizations, right? And I wouldn't say that other multicultural people wouldn't be offended either. They probably, quite a lot of them, be offended, right? That's kind of the nature of the beast. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Most of my examples of what I'm talking about now is in the state of celebration. So whenever someone comes by and someone's like, yes, I finally learned 1,000 kanji, and then someone comes in, it's like, I learned 4,000 and it took me the same amount of time. Get on my level. Monocultural. Super monocultural. If you can make a distinction within a group, like if you can make a distinction, a discriminatory distinction within the same discipline, like within a metric, then the odds of that person having ethnocentric ideas is far even more likely. We're not even talking about nuances. 1,000 just happens to be different from 4,000. And that's the environment. Now, I know this sounds like profiling. It's part of profiling, and it's part of understanding behavioral patterns. It increases your success of trying to start off in an appropriate way, at least in my opinion. So it may also have an ability to mislead. The idea is you're stacking the game, stacking the factors in your favor. So if you had to approach someone who said that, would you double down on making the distinction? Or would you play ball and try to equivocate? A person who is ethnocentric would try to equivocate. An example would be, oh, I see. You learned 4,000 kanji. I learned 1,000 kanji. But how do you know that my skills with the 1,000 kanji is not more solidified than your 4,000 kanji that's spread over the same time? That's equivocation. That is attempting to defend your own pride and your own identity against the other person. So you're equivocating the two. You're trying to elevate your value for both, despite the cognitive dissonance to know that 1,000 is like less than 4,000, right? Alternatively, you could choose to double down on discriminatory or the distinction. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I'm just going a bit slower, right? It's going to take me 1,000, but I'll eventually get to 4,000. And then maybe you can tell me about what it's like to spend even more time learning in 8,000. That is being agreeable, but not violating this person's distinctions. This person wants to be distinct from you. So whenever someone comes into like my house, right, and they behave a certain way, I would try to accommodate until I know I don't have to accommodate, or I may be able to share some stuff. So usually the default is to be agreeable first, and then allow the exchange of ideas through rapport. Again, both things exist. Like, you can say, oh, this is my house, so when you're in my house, you're under my rules. That's an alternative too. And generally speaking, when I enter someone's house, it's their rules. That's the default. Unless otherwise specified, it is their rules. So when you're coming into my house, like, the internet, like say coming into my channel, it's actually your rules, because I want to be a host before being a dictator, right? I know that word is a little strong, but being a host more than projecting. It's not as interesting to project something that I know. It's interesting to see what this person's value system is before I offer a projection of my own value system. So that, in my opinion, is a distinction, ironically, or I don't know, that's a distinction that I feel is incredibly magical. When you talk to someone else, and for me, I have a selective bias. I am selectively biased towards people who prefer to spend 5 hours making compromises and integrations and sympathy, or reach for sympathy and empathy, as opposed to someone who leaves it straight, like someone who's always around people who leaves it straight, like it's constantly the straight and narrow. Like, I do have friends like that. The consequences, we don't converse about these things as much. Whether that leads to a more meaningful friendship or not, I think the value system is different. So it's so dramatically different that it's difficult to compare them, right? Compare them. So someone that leaves it straight is like, man, you just talk a lot. It's like, okay, I'll talk less around you. Right? That's embracing distinction. Like, I literally have friends who's like, oh, please don't psychoanalyze me. I don't like being psychoanalyzed. I won't. That's it. And then, if they understand the consequences, I like to believe they understand the consequences. So when they ask for something as a 0 and 1, then they understand that I don't, that part of me will be something you're not used to. It will be a part of me you will not know. You will not get to know it unless you suggest otherwise, right? That's 0 and 1s. So whenever someone comes in and say, oh, this person looks Asian, but they speak English, and I continue to speak English, and they assume everything about me is American, then they won't ever get to know whether I'm not American, like strictly speaking. Like, they will never know my nationality. Like, for example, when someone asks me, oh, where are you from? I would typically say American on the internet. I'm from the United States, because, in my opinion, statistically, the only other type of people that would follow up a question from that are other Americans or other countries that are in a less targeted position than Americans. They would say, oh, I mean, what ethnicity are you? What's your heritage? And that is one of the earliest and quickest icebreaker to determine what type of cultural background they're from. Because most of the time on the internet, especially in language learning, when someone says, where are you from? If I say I'm from the United States, it ends there. Because the way they have to think about the United States is that it is of one culture and it is of one heritage. Americans are Americans, right? It's interesting that foreigners can see what causes the conflict in the United States, but also ignores that source of conflict in order to discriminate. So the one that I typically use is, it's crazy. It's interesting. It's cognitive dissonance. It's interesting that a foreigner can look at the United States, see that they disagree all the time, debate and yell at each other and infight, and do not make the connection that it's because of the diverse nature of opinions and whatnot that creates that conflict, but then ignores that diversity conflict and say that all you Americans are the same. It's so weird. I think I don't know how I can negotiate that even despite being trying to walk a mile in another person's shoes outside the United States. I think, in my opinion, it's purely illogical. When you think that you can make a justification that Americans are constantly fighting, but at the same time not constantly fighting about idealisms or ideologies. It's the same. It can be in the comments. When you see a comment string, right? An original poster, then a bunch of people add a couple of comments. That original poster will attempt to defend themselves using the cyclic logic. The American culture is incredibly diverse, so people can't agree on things, or they aren't diverse and therefore they're all the same. But it's constant bickering oftentimes, and I almost even want to say you can distinguish between an American making a comment in a comment string versus a foreigner, because a foreigner would try to generalize Americans, and the Americans would simply state what they do as an alternative, as in, oh, well, there are some that do this, I'm one of them. And then the foreigner would say, nah, they're all about the same, they do this, right? So there's a clear distinction between where the sources are coming from. Now, is this bad or good? I don't know, but it is certainly your typical comment string online. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked, but you see all these things, and it's funny because YouTube now can distinguish. YouTube's getting a little scary, a little bit. So a lot of the content creators that I watch and talk about, right, like, or watch before prior to language learning, YouTube feeds me the occasional video in which they talk about language. So, like, I have 10 or so content creators that I watch, and just so happens on the algorithm, I'm not sure if this is automated or intended, but because of my history, my recent history, search history about language learning, they're rarer videos, the rarer moments that these content creators are talking about language and culture comes up now. So then I get to see how their community reacts to, I don't know, the division or the point of interest, and they often talk about, and it gives me an idea of how their community reacts to cultures, like a cultural talk. And some of them are most of them are more us, we versus them when it comes to if the content creator is American or perceived to be American. Just even Canadian also counts too, like, unfortunately or fortunately. And then when they're foreigners, it's like celebratory. It's constantly celebratory. It's so fascinating. It's incredible. It's almost as though it is a great way to confirm, but not prove, that echo chambers are far stronger in celebratory nature than diversity. Diverse microcosms are often filled with it often fills with celebratory, but the negativity source is coming from a foreigner. In echo chamber, there just aren't foreigners. And what I mean by echo chamber and foreigner is in outgroup. So, for example, if you go to an echo chamber of Souls games being the best games of all time, all the time, then when you're an outgroup and you come in, largely the celebratory nature and the passion, right, in a good way, the passion about Souls games would either push the person out or they would be indoctrinated in. So it creates a very strong celebratory nature. And when things are raised as negative, they are still celebratory. So for example, a Souls game, oh man, Souls games are so hard, but that's good. Celebratory, right? And then when you go to a diverse situation where it's casual, you know, really inflated, you get normalization, you get mediocrity, you get average, you get 7 out of 10s, because there are going to be people who dislike it and people who like it, right? That's the more common occurrence, and that's not a double standard. It's, well, it may seem like a double standard at first, but those two are different environments, right? In this case, the idea that there's more averaging effects and conflicts in a diverse situation versus lack of conflict in a like a homogeneous situation, that is intrinsic to those environments. So naturally, if you spend more time in a particular environment than another, one becomes progressively more agreeable and less exhausted with having to be agreeable than one that doesn't have to practice agreeability, because most people agree on the same thing. So the question is, if you want to learn a bit of conflict resolution, like for example, if you want to publicly speak and be a leader of a diverse group, you might not be appropriate for it if you're coming from a background in which homogeneity is a classic example. However, you can be a fantastic leader in a homogeneic group, because oftentimes most of your values represent that. So that's kind of the difference between having a leader of a diverse country versus a leader of a monocultural monocultural country. They are evaluated very dramatically different. It's kind of like, oh, this guy, they keep going back and forth, but they change their minds very often. It's like, yeah, that's normal. That's normalized behavior for a diversity. And then you know, someone from a monocultural society would say like, why don't they just do the right thing? I'm like, what do you mean do the right thing? Who are you talking about? Like, you know, do the right thing. We know what the right thing is. And then like Procol, what you said, who's we? Like, it would be nice if that was the case. Like, who's we? Oh, the entire country. Oh, I see. That would make sense, that the leader is able to do the right thing all the time if we is everyone. Or we is like 90% of everyone. That reminds you of a common reply. So some comments online that says we, and then the reply is who's we. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, it's interesting. And I do that every once in a while. When someone is very strongly defined, I want to ask them, who are they defining? I think, but not in that way. I wouldn't immediately counteract by saying something very dramatic. I would probably ask them, may I ask, who do you identify with? Like, when someone says, oh, this is all the language learners, like for example, related back to this, all the language learners use this way to become fluent in Japanese. May I ask you, can you, since you're very strong about this, can you identify what you mean by all the language learners? Because clearly it excludes me, so I'm clearly not part of this all the language learners. I'm not going to push back and say I'm also a language learner, right? Because who's we can often imply, well, I'm part of a different group and I exist, but what are you talking about? Instead, I would typically ask, may I ask, how do you identify what a language learner is? Because I want to know if I even fit your definition of a language learner. Because for me, I also need to figure out, do I even fit the definition of that person's definition of a Chinese person? Do I even fit the definition of that person as an American? In fact, it helps a lot when I am able to demonstrate that I don't even fit most people's definition of an American. Outside of speaking American English, I rarely fit the definition of American to the people that I talk to quite a lot. And that might create a point of interest, right? So, interesting. That doesn't stop them from starting to think I'm American in the definition of their American. Like, what is an American? Only speak one language. Which, I'm gonna be real with you, more than 40% of the American population now speaks more than one language. And you might be thinking, oh, but other countries have higher. But do you know how many different groups are in the United States? Like, I get that your secondary language or your obligatory simultaneous language is English, but we're talking about more than 40% of the American population voluntarily chooses to learn another language. That voluntarily choosing to maintain another language is very different from being obligated to learn another language, which happens to default to English. So this comparison is no longer valid, or it can be very illogically valid. Obligation and voluntary are, I would like to say, very agreeable that they are different, right? So for me, I tend to focus on that quite a lot. Are you learning Japanese because you feel like you need to, or you want to? If you need to, move to Japan. Because that need is not its dissonance. There isn't a need until there's an actual need, in my opinion, to be really, really direct to someone. If you believe you need to learn Japanese, make it a need. Coordinate with yourself to obligate that thing. Want is a very different situation, right? And I think the percentage is going up largely because of quote unquote heritage. Multiple languages. What is a common stat that people use all the time? They correlate with the idea that Americans do not teach a secondary language, right, in formal education. So therefore, they would likely have a lower exposure to multiple languages in an environment, right? That's a leap of logic. The country that is typically going to encounter strife, differing opinions, are those who are more likely to be engaged in a multicultural environment than those who aren't. If you start with two languages as the basis of your foundation, then you are less likely to be involved in cultural diversification. You are assimilated. You have successfully assimilated something as a social norm. So that same two languages, when you start in another country, is not equivalent to a country that has to voluntarily maintain their heritage or not consistently. So those are two very dramatically almost non-negotiable differences. So for myself, I voluntarily retain the language that I inherited from my parents. However, there's also the task of actively rejecting that environment. Then you start thinking in other countries in a very strong echo chamber. Do they also find it taxing to understand that rejecting something is also a problem? So you can choose to reject things like, oh, my country works really, really hard. I choose not to work really, really hard. That's a problem. If most people work really hard in your country, then you know what you're rejecting. In a country about people who some work really hard, some don't, some might do other things and whatnot, it's kind of difficult to know what constitutes as working really hard, right? So you're actively, constantly looking for validation while at the same time choosing what to reject. It's a confusing time. It's very stressful. At some point, for those who are successful, they become skilled at it. So when someone talks, right? When like someone who comes from a different country, maybe like Japan, and they ask, yeah, like how do you guys stay so laid back while also being working a lot but being underpaid, and then how you like subpar food while also loving good food but not having access to healthcare, while also having access to super great healthcare that's beyond our range. Diversity. That's very reductive, but the idea is it's messy. It's very messy. So I know Procol, you and I mentioned universal healthcare. It's like, yeah, I would love to have both. I if there's any interesting thing about the American lifestyle is that I'm greedy. I want to have both. Like, can I have universal healthcare with also the access to the most highest cutting edge things that can only be made possible by siphoning the wealth from a particular group and then concentrating it into the wealthy people in order to engineer these things? I kind of want both. Is it possible? Not particularly. They're at odds with each other, right? Like, for example, if you average out all the industry standards, right, would there be spaceships? Like some people could say, oh well, when it comes to that, once humanity is challenged, or maybe we don't even, once humanity like evens out and distribute, then we wouldn't need spaceships. It's like, I know. Would there be spaceships? It's like, well, maybe the planet will go bad and we would contribute the funds to spaceships. Like, what if it's too late then? Like, here's another one. When you think of universal anything, when you think of universal something, that also means everyone agrees to go with it, right? Go with that system regardless of a difference. So it would require that the entire population also agrees to that system. It's kind of humorous because when we put it into that frame of mind, that illustrates the behavioral differences between being in a country filled with multiple opinions and then being in a country usually in agreement. So yeah, it would be awesome that everyone's on the same page and also not on the same page at the same time. I think there are things that limits the boundaries of human exploration because individualism is mitigated by universal agreement. So for example, if we were to embrace universal adherence, Galileo wouldn't have been able to be in part actually, even then during the years of Galileo, you know what happened. At least I think those people who are internet experts, they probably at least know the tale of Galileo, or any person who grew up in a period of universal agreements on things, especially the thing that they're working on. So dogma has its place, universal agreement has its place, and it presents a very different perspective when you spend a lot of time trying to find agreement and compromise versus always being in agreement. and compromise. But I do like to have both. If I was a greedy, like for me, like living at least in a two culture system, sort of back and forth, my humanity side's like, I want the good from column A and I also want the good from column B. But it's very hard to not see column A with all of its baggage and column B with all of its baggage. And then if so happens, because I know column A's pros and cons and column B's pros and cons, there's obviously going to be a C, D infinite. Meanwhile, someone who only lives in column A may still accept that there is only a column A, because there's no exposure to another point of view. There's just column A. And that's not going to change. That's not a double standard. That's a human condition. A human condition is when you only experience a single thing without exposure to another thing. It does not create friction. So no problem solving needed, no critical thinking needed. And then when challenged with it, another part of human condition is you can reject it. Rejecting it means you don't have to expend any effort, understanding, problem solving, or critical thinking. Right? So therefore you wouldn't spend an hour and a half talking about this off of Happy Father's Day. Sorry, Pro. But I hope actually, did you do anything with your father, Procol, if you're still here? Like typically we eat. My father, here's a funny thing. My father actually go the extra yard to celebrate the day. It's I thought it's kind of humorous, but the only anecdotes I have about Mother's Day and Father's Day is that the person that is celebrating is actually doing the extra work. So, color me a little stereotypical here, but oftentimes when people think of Father's Day and Mother's Day, right? Here's something that kind of goes against the stereotype of American imagery. You often think of Mother's Day and then you think of the family doing a lot of special things for the mother. But oftentimes in my family, in my household, it's actually quite the opposite. Like for example, if it's my birthday, I would have friends around me who would like try to do things for me. But then what happens is I ended up, so if that happens, I want to do things for I want to end up being the person who do more for everyone else during my birthday. So for example, if someone insists to celebrate my birthday, I want to know in advance, because so then I can do something special for them. Because if it's my birthday, the thing I want to have for my birthday is to know that the people around me are happier because I exist, not because I exist for them. It sounds a little selfish, and I think it's because of the weird combination of cultures, but I am more likely to make my birthday special for other people, not myself. Because if I make things special for other people during my birthday, it gives me validation. It's very comforting to know that I am special to the people around me. So it's kind of weird in this way. So I am more likely to give gifts to other people on my birthday than the other way around. I mean, they still do, for sure, and I really appreciate it. But generally speaking, there's a reason why my parents and I, my family and I, we don't really do very much for our special days or like holidays and whatnot. Because the best gift we can have for celebrating is to not be a burden to other people. And then you're gonna argue, Western culture. It's like, but they want to do that. That's how they show love, right? That's how they show care. And like, yes, I accept that too. So yes, I do still get gifts and knickknacks every while. At the same time, over time, they also realize happy birthday is sufficient. And knowing that we exist with each other in mind is sufficient. It's a weird middle ground. And it's one of those things that do happen during celebration. And when we talk about celebration. All right. I'm done. All right, back to this. Okay. Also, happy Father's Day to anyone else who observes Father's Day. My Father's Day is a little different. I wonder what everyone else's Father's Day is like. That's why we share, that's why at least I try to encourage other people to share and express what they do. It's time for celebrating your experiences. Oh, and not in the way of getting spammed by Twitch bot. Looks like someone else sold their account. Nice. Thank you, spammer. Our daily spam for the day.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
上司
上司。Was this Prime Minister or is no. This is I guess we can use like leader, head. Wait. Yoshi. No? I director, what does that mean? これは私の上司。That's fine. They're all very, very similar, but okay. Oh no. Are you Dendaku or are you not? Dang you! I took a... Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. That's,
Kei-san.
Kei-san. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Sakkon.
Sakkon.
Gohan.
Gohan. Yep. That's that.
Tanni.
Tanni. I know you, but wait, what? Oh, they went with wealth. That's right. Wish and hope. Come on. Bunkasai.
文化祭。
Bunkasai. Yes.
期限後
Gengo. That one I might forget in like a month or two. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to remember that. Oh, no. No.
良好
Yoko.
4匹
Yonhi.
起こす
Kosu.
計画
Keikaku.
猫
Uh, 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 wait. Okay.
昨年
Second. No. What? What? No, no, no.
世紀
Keiki. Never mind. I was thinking of something else. Ooh, okay.
英国
Eikoku. I totally typed the wrong thing. Wait.
泣く
Naku. What? Oh,
軍人
Gunjin. I totally misspelled soldiers. Not proud of it. Oh. What? Oh.
引き
Ye-
美術
Bijutsu. Wait. That fine? No. Oh.
海軍
I good. What? Oh,
晴れ
got it.
本館
Hoang.
実感
Ikan. Oh, there, Casper. Hello. What's on your mind, Casper? Jikan. Your true feelings.
英会話
英会話
毎晩
毎晩
有読
有読
俺ら
俺ら
払う
払う
食中毒
食中毒 Thank you for introducing you to WaniKani. I did? Did I really do that? That's cool. How are you enjoying WaniKani? I don't remember, I'm sorry. I don't usually openly might be passive. I don't openly try to do so unless we had like a long conversation or something that I may have forgotten. How's it going? What am I looking at? Alright, we're gonna push this to the end. Oh. Huh. Yellow? Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, you don't write very often? Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, how are you enjoying it? Where are you in WaniKani? May I ask? Give me an anecdote. Maybe something that you really enjoy or thought was pretty cool that you haven't done before with WaniKani, and then like something that you feel very at home or comfortable. If you like to be really brave about it, throw in a little bit of like what are there things that you overcome with WaniKani? I have a few near rhymes, like as a share of an anecdote. Some of the down points that I'm like wrapping my head around is near rhymes. Their mnemonics use near rhymes, and I am not the greatest with near rhymes.
英文
Okay, that's fine. Whoops.
単語
Tango. Oh, that was a that was not a great gut feeling. Oh wait. Oh.
合計
Goke. Ne? Goke de san o goke.
岩
Iwa. Contact sentence for the win.
英語
Ego.
6月
Okugasu.
晩
Also, no pressure, by the way. Since you say you don't write very often, no pressure. No pressure. If anything, it would be interesting if you were able to write or express answers to the questions that I asked. Largely because I like when people also reflect upon their experiences. So maybe like 6 months or a year down the line, you will be able to share your experiences with WaniKani with other people around you, you know, your friends and family and whatnot. And maybe they will also become interested in learning Japanese. I have a goober, a younger friend of mine, who have also shared some experiences. And now they're kind of trying to actively learn Japanese while still doing their thing. So that's kind of neat. You haven't come very far yet. You think level 2? You find the mnemonics pretty useful as you're not good at making them up yourself. That's fantastic. Yeah, I do hear that quite a bit for the early adopting WaniKani. And I honestly think if I had to take a guess in the future, you know, like when you get down the line and you start getting used to it, I would love to encourage you to also show yourself that you actually can be very good at making up things in the future. I think doing these type of things where you see like, oh, so that's the story that they're doing, and I hope in the future you're like, nah, I got this. Now I can make up my own mnemonics, and that's kind of a neat thing. It's definitely something that I do when teaching a lot. Or I don't do teaching anymore, but back in my day when I was a boomer, or not really boomer, but a youngin as well, I often use analogies, metaphors, and similes to constantly make it relevant to the person. So it's not only that you can make, in the future, you might be able to make mnemonics for yourself. You can be like these guys who make mnemonics for other people as well, which that is, in my opinion, an incredible superpower for memory. So yeah, I think I would love to hear some of your mnemonics in the future. You know, way down the line. It's like, nah, now I'm good at making mnemonics. I believe. Where there's inspiration, there's potential. Evening. I was not great at making up things. When I was 13, or like between 13 and 18 years old, if someone asked me, hey, why don't you just use your imagination? I would say, what imagination? Right? And it goes along with when someone asks, oh, why did you just draw something? I can't imagine anything to draw. Like, I'm not creative enough to drawing. But that is in the past. And I think when you are inspired to learn something, and that the learning process causes you to be more creative, or gets you in touch with other people who are creative, I think, not to make any guarantees, but I think the future you are gonna look back and say, well, I'm way more creative now than I was before. And that is great to have experiences. And learning another language, a self-plug, learning another language presents a lot of opportunities. Like now, engaging in WaniKani would be a part of the journey that will lead you to be far more creative. I think you're gonna have some smashing and brilliant mnemonics in the future of your own. It comes with a double edge. Like, I went into WaniKani needing to understand, like, I'm trying very hard to try to understand what their mnemonics mean, because that's also very interesting to me, how they go about their mnemonics.
昨日
Opposite is still true.
英和
If you find yourself on the opposite side in the future, where like, oh, but I can just make this stuff up. Why do I want to buy a video game if I can make my own video game? Because other people's ideas are pretty cool too. Ewa. Eki.
駅員
Do you engage in any other type of Japanese thing? May I ask have I already asked this? Like what brings you to your interest with Japanese? What are you currently watching if you watch anime, for example, or something like that? I know a goober yesterday went out with friends to watch the Dandadan movie special, and he has informed me that the Dandadan movie special was really the 3 episodes of the new season of Dandadan that's coming out soon, the season 2. And I believe they enjoyed it, and the animation is still consistent, which is fantastic. Fantastic to oh, this is the first one that I skipped. Foster. I feel like it's something like Shia. I keep typing the same thing. She is now, like she now mine or something. That's the near rhyme. I gotta change up the. You do Duolingo also? You don't engage a whole lot in Japanese as you are also mainly learning Russian. Oh, multilingual already. May I ask, is it because when you're mainly learning Russian, the Russian is something that is closer to your use case, like for your lifestyle choice or not? Like, are you around people who speak Russian, or is that also a curiosity? Language laddering is it's quite actually interesting. I wonder how that works between Russian and Japanese. I'm not suggesting that you're deliberately doing that yet, but I often think of, if I'm learning 2 things at once, I like to somehow weave them together. And that's kind of what I'm doing with the current 3. How do I do this? It's Foster, and it's like she is mine. She now is mine. You know? No, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like yeah, no. Oh. Chiare now? No. Huh. Foster. Oh, I think I'm missing something. It's like yeah, she now. Yeah, she know.
養う
Does she know? You just enjoy language learning? You don't really know anyone Japanese or Russian? Oh, kudos. Alrighty then. Are you doing that as opposed is there any plans on the use case for Japanese or Russian? If is language learning something you're pursuing as well as like some sort of career? What is this? So this is end. No, next. No, end. Or is it husband? Oh.
Otto.
Otto. I'm like, husband. Yes. Oh, wait, is it past 8 o'clock? Okay, I guess we're doing 50 more. It's fine. Not Jew. Stop. Not Jew. What is that?
具合
具合母の具合があまり良くないんです。 You don't think career, more of a hobby? Fair enough, fair enough. You have any what do you plan on doing as a career? Or has that come across your mind at all? Ooh, I want to say like case or like situation or maybe like condition. Okay, that's fine. Case condition. Fine. Yi. Oh, are you Yi? No, no, no. Chinese. Whoops. Okay.
奥
Oak. Oak. 100 million. What? Oh,
駅
typo.
長
Ekicho. You have no idea? Still in school? Okay, okay. You like school at all? Is there anything particular about school that interests you? Or, of course, you can feel free to share about your gripes with school. I'm kind of curious. Shoku. Shokugi. No, that's not right. Wait. It is key. Wait, hold up. Nah. Shoki.
食器
Shoki. Shoki. What? Utensil. Xing. What is Xing? YOLO? Oh, YOLO didn't work. Oh no. Nope. We'll just scoot this on to the end for now.
用紙
Yoshi. Wait. Oh no.
宿題
Shukudai.
«新宿
Oh no, that's not it. Oh no. It's gone. Not Xiao. What is 消化？消化是 I want to say it's like no. 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 You think there are too many subjects in school? In Sweden, you think there are 17? The time could probably be spent on the more important subjects. What do you find are the more important subjects? Casper. I'm gonna gut feeling.
消化する
Oh, it is shokasuru. That's actually a little bit surprising. How did the show thing work? Just to digest. Wait, how did the show thing work? Yeah, it's to extinguish, but oh, yikes! Gut feeling paid out. That was a genuine surprise. That gut feeling was sufficient. Nope, that didn't help. Wait. Uh,
流れる
nagareru. Or it's something different. It's like, oh no. I think this is just flow. Actually, now that I think about it. I'm overthinking it. Konnichiwa, Timmy. Hello there, Timmy. How are you? What's on your mind lately?
1億
Ichioku.
「自動
Oh. You don't know what the subjects are called in English, but the one that teaches about how society works could use some more time? Oh, interesting. Teaches how society works. Yeah, that can describe a lot of things. I can definitely understand what it would be called in English. There could be sociology, anthropology, a part of society is economics. There's lots of political sciences as well. Interesting. Yankee. Ah. So. You finally entered section 2 of the Duolingo Chinese course? Oh. Oh, section 2 of the Duolingo Chinese course. Huh. 你可以听到中文吗？ It's politics and economics mainly. Ah, okay, politics and economics. Fair enough. Oh, so you have an interest in how society works. Intriguing. That actually blends quite well with your interest in language learning. Checks out. I got some stock phrases, Timmy. So don't expect me to continue. 我说的中文不太好。我需要学习中文。很多的。I need to study more. You recently added Korean. You found Hangul very intuitive. I see. Wow, that's a lot of juggling. So you're juggling. You're juggling. Interesting. Yeah, Hangul and Kanji and Hanzi are most definitely interesting ways to create associations between them. Oops, I literally typed Ganqing there. What is this? It's gone. It's gone. Alright, we're just gonna move this for now. One useful ability is to able to break things up. Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine.
合図
How is it? What? Suitable to diagram? Oh. Oh. Watashi ga aizu wo shitara, shitara, okiku. Jumpをしてください. You're able to jump. Suitable map. A sign? Of course. Harion is... You were able to very quickly realize it is split up like Ariran. Okay, this same skill is useful when reading kanji. Okay, that's interesting. For kanji? Huh. Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of for kanji? Like if you know it's said but only some characters is what you see. Like if you know it's said but only some characters. Yeah. That's how letters work, yeah. How that symbolism stuff works. Yeah. How it's said. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me an example of kanji. I'm not entirely sure. You're in section 2 of Duolingo Chinese. I would have been more likely to think that helps with Hanzi, but kanji might be a mixed bag. Unless you're talking about like the context of a sentence, then that's fair. Although that really makes me piques my interest about Korean. From that example. Are they using miss or thought? Oh, they're using thought. Wait, didn't I push you to the end? Oh no, this is it.
感想
Console. Maybe like yearn. Feelings to think. Yeah, an example. You gave me an example in Korean, so I would love to hear an analogy. It's not as straightforward in kanji. That's kind of my point that I'm making. I think it's actually it's the for kanji, it's the exception, not the rule. The example that you described, I'm having a hard time seeing it. So I wanted to ask you, because if you're taking that to light, you have like a 33% chance of getting it right most of the time. Nihon is Nihon. We know the second is Hon. It's not always Hon. You have a 33% chance of getting it right. And the ni is not always ni either. You also have a 33% chance of getting it right. Will you need katakana for WaniKani because you only know hiragana? For WaniKani, there are some katakana phrases in there. Casper. They do include katakana phrases. And reading the context sentences can be a little bit tricky without katakana. If you're into reading sentences for the vocabulary words, they will the group relies on katakana to replace words. Of course, it varies based on words. In this case, it doesn't vary on words. So like for example, when you're talking about arirang, if you know it's a, di, and yang, in Japanese, it's 80 to 90% of the case. If you know the character has more than one read. In Chinese, 80% of the time they only have one read. So I was interested in how you jumped to kanji instead of hanzi. Hanzi is quite closer to your example for Korean. Actually, the second character can be pon too. Yeah, I said 33% chance. Yeah. Ripongi, there's more. Yeah. But almost all your characters, if you're treating it like, for me, the reason why I have I'm having a problem imagining an example is any character that you're reading, as you realize it's split up, you're probably going to have less than a 50% success ratio. Like the last thing is not gi. You would read it as ki. And then you know that ki, because it's pon, it probably got rendakud. So it becomes gi. And then ro is not always do as well. But since but together it's ripongi, but ripongi, rongi. And also Nihon can be read as Nippon. Both Nihon and Nippon. They're both reads of the character. If Korean though, if you're telling me Korean is like Hanzi, I don't know. I might pick up Korean. Korean seems like fun. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wasn't intending to go down this road. I understand, but like I just thought it was interesting that, like, for example, the example that you gave me is not an example for arirang. You know Nihon because you probably already know Nihon. You know, like when you're learning, right, for this, the first couple reads you're gonna get is not ni. Ni is the less common one, actually. Jitsu. jitsu, nichi, and he are like these things are more common for this than nihon is actually fairly special. But hon, you did state the more common one, hon, for this character, which checks out. But the example that you gave, this one, it would be very difficult. Unless you've already seen Nihon, which is Japanese, Japan. I was just noting how your mind, mental shortcuts, methods, intuition are transferable. That's true. Yeah, they are. They're shortcuts, right? They're shortcuts, right? So I'm gonna be interested in how you go about as your Japanese studies pick up, because the shortcuts are also shortcuts in the way that they must also be contrast, right? You may also need to find the contrast as opposed to continuously looking for these similarities between them. That's kind of my area that I like to think about with other people who are laddering languages. Like how do you go about managing the differences and the similarities? One of the biggest differences is you need 3 shortcut methods. Like for me here, for the shortcut method, there's another filter, right? So you have the read, but before the read, you have a filter for on and kun. So then the read can be parsed in that way. You know Nihon because Nihon is a specific read type. A combination of on and kun. Does Korean only have one? Chinese, the common characters have multiple reads, or quote unquote common, more common characters, but most of them have single reads. So you can definitely break them up like this. Ganxiang. This is ganxiang. Ganxiang. It's generally going to be ganxiang. So this one is almost 90% of the time xiang, and this is almost 90% of the time gang. In Japanese, there are, I think, 3 and 3. Korean's main issue is vocabulary, perhaps? I can see that. I have heard that before. I wouldn't know at the moment, but I can definitely... That is something I was given the impression that one of the issues were like vocabulary usage. Yeah, and in Chinese, one of the quote issues is everything like xiang. When you hear xiang in your ears alone, like if someone said, "What does xiang mean?" I'm like, you mean, what does it mean of the 16 characters that sound like xiang? And then of the 16 characters, they're associated with another character. So they could have 64 meanings. So that's the downside of this. In Japanese, having onyomi and kunyomi is kind of neat because in that way, their combinations are even less likely to overlap with sounds, which is kind of funny. Even though like you can say, well, they only have limited number of sounds because tonality creates more sounds. Like kind of, but the way the kanji works alleviates the reading of what sound it's going to make. So that's something that... Yeah, and then Chinese do this thing where when you have one xiang, right? When you have one xiang, it means something else if it's here. Like if you switch the positions, it also means something different. And then every pair has a common pair. So it's one of those like, hey, what's that word with xiang in it? And I'm like, you're gonna have to do better than that. I'm sorry. I have no idea. But you can cheat and say, you're probably thinking of like xiang as in like to think. That's probably what you're thinking of, because think what xiang, like, or like, I would like or think about something. Well, so 我想你读我想你读很多中文 you know 我喜欢 yeah, that's not enough. Mother? Hmm. Can this mean something else? Let me actually, I could practice my Chinese to see if this can be anything else. If I see these four, can I interpret this as anything else? What happened if I put wool? No, that would make it nonsensical. I like Chinese because one great thing about Chinese is you set a sentence, so the sentence is locked in. This is a phrase that is hard to differentiate for me now. So for example, what's missing from this? 我想喜欢猫 could be the only thing that one of the few things that this can be. So 我喜欢 oh well actually 我喜欢 no 我喜欢 yeah 我喜欢猫 right? So it can only be I like cats. I like cats is, or I like cat. No, because the other ones don't make any sense. So Mao, you could say Mao. Mao makes sense. Mao, so fur. And then Mao, this is Mao. So they're not the same. So they're not the same characters. So Mao, the first one is Mao, and then the second one is Mao, and then the third one is Mao. The fourth one, yeah, it's the fourth one. What I'm talking about is these two. The fourth and second. The third and fourth one are identical. They're Mao. No. Well, okay. So you're focusing on a like a different aspect, or for me, what from my point. So I understand your point that you're if someone wrote this, all of them would be the same, right? Because they don't include the tone. However, I'm talking about this case where they are actually the same. They are actually the same. So xiang, there are multiple xiangs here. So you would need to know those characters, right? You would need to know those characters. Context would matter though. Context always matters. So that's like saying you need to speak or read for language. Context always matters. It doesn't in this case when you're using a sentence, or like the you already provided context. This is the context. So when you're saying assumption, you're using context. So yes, context matters. But context always matters. Oh, what I mean is where someone told me it. Yeah, it always matters. It's still context. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know how you added more to this discussion. I'm not sure if you understand my point right now. This, without context, is the whole point of my conversation here. When you say when you say di nang, right? Isn't cow? No, it's not. It's not Mao. It's oops. Wait. I don't actually know what a cow is. Maybe it is. I don't think it is. It's Nyo. Are you talking about Nyo? Like Nyo? Unless hear me out. I don't actually know if Mao can be used for cow. I actually don't know enough Chinese. Ma? Well, that's not cow either. Yeah, I know I sort of know you're thinking about Ma because you said mother as well. You said mother, but Mao is cat and Ma is mother. However, usually Ma has like a second thing. A second thing attached to it. But yeah. Interesting. We'll revisit this. Kimmy, we'll revisit this in the future. So you guess if someone said 我喜欢 Ma on Mother's Day, it would be different if they said that at an animal shelter? No, it wouldn't. You would need more context. You could still love your mother if you could still be at animal shelter during Mother's Day and still say I love mom. In what would be assumed? I would assume both. Not enough context. So I agree with you, context matter. It's still context would matter. But you're making the presumptions, so that's fine. Like that's what language is about. You make presumptions. But I'm telling you that you don't hear 我喜欢 ma. You don't hear 我喜欢 ma. You hear 我喜欢 ma or ma. Like what I mean is you don't need context as much as you think. Because if someone said that, they either say mother or horse. Because ma and ma are two different things. So you might not need context in that situation. You would need context when they are the same. I agree with you. You would definitely need context when they're exactly the same. But if you don't know them, yeah, you can use the context. You can spin the wheel, right? Spin the wheel. If they're at an animal shelter, they're probably talking about a horse. And then you would associate the tone with the horse. Oh wait, I'm just kidding. Ma is the same. I take it back. Ma is the same. Never mind. Ma alone is the same. Yeah, I give it to you. It's a good example. Yeah, they are the same. I'm thinking of something else. So I would also assume the same thing, or I would presume the same thing, but then I would ask. Right? I would ask. What I don't know. What does a horse call his mother? I don't know. Did you ever ask a horse? Oh, you're making a pun? Okay. I mean, that's kind of funny. It doesn't grammar though. Horse? What does a horse call his mother? Horse? Okay. I mean, I don't want to be a contrarian, but no, like no, I don't think you get my point, but to me, the joke in Chinese would be like this. The horse would call their mother Mama. Because you already told me that characters, right? These are two different characters. This would be the mother. At least I think. In traditional, because you use traditional there. I was thinking in simplified. Simplified looks a little different. Yeah, simplified looks... this character is simplified to... Yeah. And then you have... Just replace this for that here. But I get the point. I understand. I'm not entirely sure if that is a word. Let's see. Let's find out if that is a word. Curious. I don't know enough Chinese to know if that's a word or not. No, it's not. So you're good. Simplified is kind of weird. It seems mama, as in mother, is the word for horse repeated. Simplified is kind of weird. It seems mama, as in mother, is the word for horse repeated. One more time. Hold up. Simplified is kind of weird. It seems it's used for the sound. It's strictly a juxtaposition. So wherever you see this character is wherever you see this character. So it's true for both traditional and simplified. Are you comparing traditional and simplified? Wherever this is wherever this is. So, may I ask what you mean by it's weird? Like, this is still ma, and this is still ma too. Are you comparing it somewhere else? Like, yeah, and then the other, and mother is a replacement of female. Yeah. Yeah, so if you, this would be mother, and this would be mother. Yeah, so they just replaced this part. Personally, I kind of like the way this looks. I mean, I'm okay with this. It took me a while to like write this, but I think that I like the way horse looks. Oh, and mama is not a word, so that's good. It actually works for the. It works for the. I guess it works for the pun or the joke. How did horse end up in the Hanzi in the first place? What do you mean? How did the horse end up in the Hanzi in the first place? I have no idea. Actually, that's a good. That's a great. Do you want to make? Do you want to go deeper? Yeah. Do you want to go deeper in jokes? I have no idea, by the way. I don't know. But do you want to go even deeper in jokes? This can get meta. I already thought about this joke, but you know, you made the joke about mama, right? Being the horse's mother. It's like horse mother, right? But hear me out. Now, you might be thinking, so how does this relate to the horse? Like, how does horse and mother get related? Husbandry. Waka waka waka. Wait, now is husband. Wait. Man? Now what does the father have to do with horses? What's going on here? I have no idea actually. I don't even know why husbandry is horse keeping. I have no idea. Is there like something about horses that deal with like mothers and fathers? I have no idea. But I always thought husbandry is pretty funny too. There's the husband in husbandry. Maybe you know something about this. I'm not great with English. Etymology is not something that I tackle. I think etymology is one of those things where someone would tell me it and I might remember it, but most of the time I don't. My wife is an expert in animal husbandry. It's interesting. Oh, and thanks for reminding me, because I didn't know that horse was also ma. So that's two ma's. That means... Oh. So here's the thing, though. Okay. Here's the thing. I don't think I've ever referred to my mother with a single. Right? So, hear me out. The whole horse thing is funny. I think the whole horse thing is kind of funny because oftentimes people I have to imagine myself saying ma or mother, but for me, I rarely hear mother. Oops, I totally skipped some. You hear mama. Oops. Oh wait. You hear oh no, never mind. I lied. I totally lied. I take back everything, Timmy. This is... Oh man, this is really embarrassing. I had to write this out to recognize it. It's not the same, Timmy. I take it back. It's not the same. I take back my take back of my take back because I'm a goober. Because ma is not ma. Ma is always ma. And then it's often said as mama, not ma or mama. And then if you make this joke, right? If you make this joke, it's probably going to be mama and not mama. So it's going to end up being mama as opposed to mama. There's no like oftentimes when you have a third, if you have a 3, going into a neutral is kind of like what's a good one? Art no, new art. No, see it's probably going to be 3-3. But by the way, this is 1. So ma, I thought that sounded weird. 我喜欢妈妈. So it's often going to be 我喜欢妈妈, not 我喜欢妈. But you could do 妈在哪里, I guess. Yes, you could substitute with the ma. But ma and ma are 2 different things. So I think that's usually the joke. The joke is that these sound close because there's no tonality. There's no tonality in writing this. So ma, 我的妈妈是人的，马是的动物 ，right？ 是的动物的。So a horse, 马 is an animal, 动物 and 我的妈是人的 which is a person. So ma and ma. And then we had the mao and mao, the fur and the cat. Are you a cat mother? Mao the mama ma. That's saying cat's mother question mark. You're saying cat's mother? Are you a cat mother would be 你是 are you a cat mother? 你是一个你是一个猫的 mother, 猫的妈妈猫的妈妈妈 I guess it would be this if you're ultra simplifying speech. No. It would just say cat mothers. Or, yeah, the cat's mother. Yeah, cat's mother. Like what I mean is, you're like by context, you'll be referring to whatever is around cat's mother. You don't know if it's you, them, they, it, whatever is around. 你是猫的妈 Yeah. Well, you're asking, you need a counter a lot of times. You could simplify it and drop the counter. The counter is there because you might need to refer to someone. Because you wrote, are you a cat mother? You didn't say, are you cat mother? Or are you the cat mother or a cat mother? Like in English, because you're thinking, oh, yeah, I assume this would be you're talking to a single person. Well, you can't assume. Okay. I get what you're saying. But you wrote, "Are you a cat mother?" Your intent is to write, "Are you a cat mother?" So 你是一个猫的妈妈吗? Now, if you are saying you cat mother, or you're saying in context you point to a person, like you cat mother, then yes, I agree with you. 猫的妈妈吗? 猫的妈妈吗? The cat's mother, right? And then for a single person, it's hard to know if you wrote 你是猫的妈妈吗 to know if you're talking about a single person. You would have to specify, again, with context. You have to specify. Unless you're talking about two people standing in a room and there's only one other person. Then, yeah, the context provides that you're talking to a single person. Like you said, context matters. So, nonverbal cues and visual cues will help you. In the case of 你是猫的妈妈吗? You can't know if it's a single person. You could be talking to like an animal. You could be referring to an animal or something. Like I don't know. You could be talking to a cat right now. And not another person. Kind of like your horse and animal shelter, situation, right? If you're in animal shelter, I like to think you're talking about a horse, but if your mother just happens to be standing next to you, I have no idea. It's out of my hands now. I don't know if you're talking about your mother or your horse. I totally understand that though. Like, that is a really funny comical situation. I'm not sure if I've ever gotten the opportunity to do that intentionally, where like someone's mother is standing right next to a horse and they just happen to be in a shelter during Mother's Day. I'm like, 你喜欢妈妈? 你喜欢 but hear me out. The thing is, that falls apart because ma and ma are two different things. So you can't make that. The joke about the Chinese example of ma and ma is because no tonality difference. It's not because, at least in my opinion, it's not because the words are the same. Ma and ma are two different things, no matter what you do. It's only funny, or it's meant to be funny because you might not be able to hear the tonality difference at first. The specifying how many people and stuff, yeah, that's totally a thing. Yeah, I totally agree with you on the specifying people thing. Like 一个 tends to be 三个, like counters are used to specify the number of things, and if all else fails, you tend to put in a counter. So if I had to say something about the counter thing, at least from, this is not because I know Chinese really well, it's because of Fujianese, but when you're specific, it means it's important. When you're not specific, you don't focus on it. So for example, if you said 你是猫的妈妈吗? It doesn't matter if it's a lot or a few. It's not important. You're gonna go and focus on a cat mother somewhere. However, most of the time when I need to like specify something, you would use a counter, which is I'm not sure how Japanese go about it. How often Japanese goes about it. Oh, and here's another thing. Time, location, and counters are common. And they are often used, in my opinion, this is my opinion personally, they are often used before the quote-unquote major point of a sentence or of a statement. So oftentimes you like kind of already negotiate these things. So context. This is to offset the context dependency of Chinese. So you often specify the location already. So when someone like even if say horse and mother is the same word, right? Let's assume they are the same word. Someone would have to say like if it's very common when you're describing something, you're going to mention a time, location, and a counter, and that counter tells you if it's an animal or a person. Oftentimes the location will tell you animal shelter or home, for example, and the time would give you like the other variances, the variances in which you would find when you find something. So oftentimes all three of these will tell you what's happening in the rest of the sentence. So yeah, linguistic redundancies. Or this is not redundant for Chinese. It is redundant from an English perspective, or like possibly a other perspective. This is necessary. This is necessary to answer the rest of the questions or to contextualize it. No. I'm not saying, well, it doesn't matter if redundancy is bad or good. This is necessary. It is a pattern that is the element of Chinese. I don't know how it feels in Japanese yet because I haven't interacted with Japanese people that much. My inclination is it's different, so I'm trying to still capture that. Spanish is not that. I can at least tell you Spanish is not what I described. In Chinese, it's not redundancy, but it's sufficiency. It's required for sufficiency. Because there's no conjugation or anything like that. So in Japanese, you don't need to specify the time if you can conjugate your verb to say what time it happened. Like, for example, you can say it happened in the past versus the future. In Chinese, you can't, unless you specify the time. With a few exceptions, but generally speaking, it's nice to add a time in order to conjugate. It goes the same with Chinese has hin conjugation in the context of the sentence. Yes, in the context of the sentence, they have hin conjugation, or their conjugation is the context of the sentence. Like le is not a conjugation; it's another character. If you're talking about like, oh, like 我到了, as in, oh, that would be the past tense. It won't be a past tense without the context of the rest of the sentence. It can be something else. It can be read as something else. It just happens to be in a place where it looks like it's an ending to something. But le can be part of a lot of things, not just the past tense. I think that's probably the example you're possibly referring to. Like, 我吃了, as in I ate. So if you say 我吃了, it's got to be in the past tense. Like kind of, yes, kind of. It would be more like yesterday I ate, or I already ate. Well, you know, like you would need an already. We already ate. More commonly. It's interesting though. Like in English, ate is ate, eat is eat. So eat is present, ate is past. 吃 吃了 are not the same relationship as eat or ate, but it's very useful to use it that way in order to be convenient, right? It can be convenient to draw those parallelisms. And then when le doesn't function as a past tense, then you could remember that it doesn't always function as past tense. That would be a great example. Like you can use that as a way to learn the exceptions, and then you can forever remember it that way. Honestly, you can remember it that way. But yeah, it's very neat how, in my opinion, how the language basics of a person can translate or transfer to the language basics of another, which is what you have been doing, which I love to hear about more when you continue to learn Hangul, Hanzi, Kanji. I would love to hear more like relation stuff. Like for a moment there, I even forgot that ma and ma are two different things. So that's great. Honestly, I feel like kind of a pep. It's kind of very embarrassing that I thought ma was mother for a moment there. For myself, obviously, for myself. Until I wrote it out and talked about it. You've considered making the jump for a while from to Korean? Or the jump to doing all three at the same time? Like what type of jump are we talking about? Onto including it. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah. I'm keeping to Spanish, of course. Spanish is a great complement to English, and then the Spanish is a bridge between Japanese and English, interestingly enough. But yeah, I look forward to hearing your like cross examination if you're gonna learn this way, right? I think you're probably the closest person that is possibly openly, maybe like hyper focusing a little bit on the cross talk between languages as opposed to deliberately separating them. I've met someone 2 days ago who have learned Spanish, and they're having an interest in Chinese, but they are compartmentalizing. So they have English, Spanish is in maintenance, and then now they're learning Chinese. So it will be interesting to contrast between someone. I don't know if I'll ever talk to that person again, but maybe in the future. They said no promises, so maybe like 6 months down the line. Spanish helped with your French understanding. That's understandable. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. So you're leaning heavy on crosstalk, and I really enjoy crosstalk. I will end up being a contrarian to crosstalk as well. Like I like to consider that you can do both. You can focus on similarities for cross-talking, and then also contrasting or leveraging, like exceptions, like leveraging exceptions. So the Chinese ones, I've already made a note of at least the first HSK 1 through 4, the stuff that are great for cross-talking, and then viewing it as an exception to the rule versus thinking of it as the rule, the other being the rule, and then the exception is actually le. So like le as a past tense in Chinese can be viewed as either the rule or the exception, which is really, really funny in my opinion when talking to another person. Like for example, kanji having the rule is that kanji can be read off by components as opposed to being read dependent on its context, like its context of its associated characters. So you for me, it's the exception. Kanji is the exception that your read can be independent. It is usually based on the context. So like the context as in the other character. Chinese is not. Yeah, Chinese is not. You know, what about those two? Yeah, ta. Yep. They're both ta. Yeah, one's she and one's he. Mm-hmm. Are you... I'm gonna try to guess. It sounds interesting how they sound the same. They are the same. Yeah, they are the same. Also, don't forget ta. Don't forget the last ta. The it. It is also the same. Yeah, all three of them are the same. Although they don't look the same. Or like ta doesn't look the same. Yeah, this is ta. Does that cause any confusion? No, because it doesn't matter. It's context. It uses the same thing that you like. I think Chinese resonates with you a lot more, Timmy, because it's dependent on the context. So if you hear someone say ta shi wo ma, right? Ta shi wo ma, you're looking for a her, probably, right? Ta shi wo mama, or then you say like ta shi wo de, maybe 孩子. Now you're looking for children, but you don't know if it's a her or she, or like she or he is my child, right? But you're gonna look for it. You're gonna look for characteristics, but it doesn't matter. It's something. Something is your child, and until it's made clear, you don't worry about it. So you need enough context. So in my opinion, in Chinese, you're more likely, you know, the redundancy that you were talking about, that other person is more likely to describe the child before they before it's all said and done. It's kind of a requirement. So it's like a behavioral thing, right? It's kind of like English in a sense, if you think about it. English requires descriptors, right? Like when you said, what is it? Yeah, I assume that would be if you're talking to a single person, and then it's only assumed when you explicitly say it. So like whenever I'm asking you a question, oh, so what do you mean by jumping? Like what kind of jump are you talking about? That's how Chinese would go about it. Yeah. Maybe they would say, yeah, 儿子 and 孩子. Yes, exactly. Or not 孩子, 儿子 and 女儿. So that would say 她是我的女儿 and 她是我的儿子. That's what they would probably say, as opposed to that that would be my child alone. But it could be super lazy. I mean, yeah, there are people who can be super lazy, but 孩子 and 儿子 and 女儿, they're two syllables. So what I mean is, in the long run, if you say 她是我的女儿, it's not much faster than say 她是我的孩子. But you could say 她是我的孩子. Oh, 你孩子是谁? Right? 你孩子是谁? Like your child is what? Who is your child? And then they would clarify. Like the person who heard it would ask, oh, who is your child? And then they would say, oh, 我的女儿是她. Like my daughter is her, or something like that. And so you just swap around pronouns and then you replace them. At least that's how I would how I would say normally happens, as opposed to in English it would be something like, oh, he is a child. Now you don't have to go and clarify. Like someone would say, oh, is your child male? You know what I mean? Like no, but I just said he is a child. So of course he's male. I said he. So it's one of those things like I don't think it's a redundancy. It's more of a compliment. Like it's sufficiency. So where there's details lack, context fills in. And I totally agree with you. I think the most important thing about it is what type of context or what is the mindset of the context that you want. Since Japanese don't often use pronouns, they when you talk about things, you refer to the object or you refer to the thing more often indirectly to determine what the object is. So they provide the context. It's often commonly used to provide the context of the things that are not being provided. Yeah, like a lot of assumptions basically. And I love that different languages have different preferences. Japanese might be even more context dependent. Japanese is not, largely because they conjugate and they have particles. But when they speak, actually, I take it back. Japanese, since I don't know, I don't speak to Japanese people very often, and I only watch like dialogues. So scripted dialogue is very different from natural conversationalism. So I don't know if it's more context dependent when they speak. They are Japanese, in my opinion, is not more context dependent in writing because their writing is wonderful. So writing provides habitual, necessary context. English also does that. In Chinese, no, like just that there isn't that. When you look at like, you know, when you look at run, you know, there's ran, and this is, and this is not even. It's 跑步. Like I could use 跑步, right? 跑步. Ran is 跑步. but hear me out. That's not even good because if you're talking about a run, that's 跑步. That's fine. But if you're going to do to run, it might not be 跑步. It could be like a different 跑, like a jog. But you could use 跑步 to like diminish this, but you could use a different second syllable or like a second thing paired up. So to run, a run, some run requires some things. But all these words are different. So that's where Chinese get the different words. You add more things to it. You have to add more detail to it. But in English and Japanese, the word itself gets converted, right? That's kind of where the conjugation comes in. The word itself gets conjugated. So you can reuse some stuff. 跑步 stays 跑步. Just 跑步. But you can reuse. That's why I like Japanese. Japanese is a lot of fun because you get you tack on conjugations, endings, right? So you keep the stem, which in this case is hashiru. So hashi, right? Hashi, and then you tack on the ending. And in Chinese, it's the same, no matter what. It's still 跑步. It stays 跑步. You don't add anything. 好了, he runs according to your keyboard translator? Yeah, he runs. Yep. And then when you add 昨天, if you add 昨天, so if you type in your keyboard 昨天. Oh, whoops, wrong. If you type in 昨天, and then type 他跑了, it would say yesterday he ran. Yeah, 昨天, yeah, that. So if you add this to what you said, 他跑了, it would say he ran. Probably. Yesterday he ran. But it didn't change the 3 characters might not have changed at all. Like, you don't have to change this. This ends up changing that. But these are different words. There's no conjugation. So that's kind of a great illustration of Chinese is context dependent in written. I have the most experience in written conversation or like written stuff. I don't know enough in Japanese to say if they do the same in conversation or not. But this, you add a time to the beginning and then the rest of the sentence change with it. Yeah, so he runs turned into yesterday he ran, and it would say the same other than adding the thing in the front. Weird, but fun at the same time. Very fun. And then, you know, hashiru would just be, you conjugate hashiru. So hashiru would be this, right? Oh, actually. Sorry, I wasn't sure. No, it's baked in. It's baked in. Hashi. Yeah, hashi. So hashiru, in order to go from past to present, you know, you change this. You just change this part. We could do like hashirimashita, right? Or and then other things too, where like this is the difference between the formal and plain form, and then you conjugate further either these. Ashida? Ne? I clearly am not that great. Sanpo in Japanese is walk. Yeah, sanpo in Japanese is walk. And then in Chinese is a stroll, which is interesting. And then, you know, when you're saying like the characters, if you break up the characters based on their meaning, that's when things kind of hit the fan, because this is walk in Japanese. Oh no, sorry. Yes. This is walk in Japanese, but this is associated with run in Chinese. With the exception of sanpo, which is sanbu. I don't know why that's the case, but anyways, I figured you probably encountered these on your own. May I ask what languages I know? I'm working on, so I speak English as a common language, Casper. I speak English as a common language. I speak Hujiwa. Ngoài papa gọi mommy, papa gọi mommy nhờ thiên du. It's a dialect of Mandarin. And then my parents, like my family friends, and basically my extended family and my family friends, they also speak Mandarin. They are far more, and I imagine most of my extended family are literate in Mandarin. I'm not literate in Mandarin. So most of the time when I'm talking to Timmy over on Twitch here, when I'm saying what it feels like in Mandarin is because oftentimes I am that guy. I'm a heritage speaker where my extended family would talk around me, they would talk at me, and then I would reply in my common language, which is English most of the time. And then Fujonese is something that's inherited in the sense of it's not taught or written, and that's my main form of communication with my parents. And because Fujonese is not being taught, it's hard to know if I would call it my mother tongue. My mother tongue is Fujonese, but it's usually combined with English. So we do hybrid language, and that's why I learn things hybridly, in my opinion. I don't recommend this to most people. If I have to take a gamble, because it's kind of exhausting. It's very exhausting to have to think of two different things consistently, unless you really want to. I think, in my opinion, it is manageable to constantly read like sampo, and I think sanbu, or yeah, sanbu. I don't think it's very comfortable for a lot of people, and that's just the same goes with English. I use most of these things in tandem, so that means I am a bit slower at first, and then I would say I'm fast enough. That's probably it. So we have Fujonese is my mother tongue, English is my common language. I'm a heritage listener, so I don't speak, but I do listen really well in Mandarin and in Cantonese. And Spanish is my exposure language. So Spanish is when I go out in the United States. Like oftentimes whenever I visit a city, there'll be Spanish speakers around, and I've listened to a lot of Spanish over my life due to exposure. And then Japanese is my hobby language. Japanese is most definitely my hobby language. It's not something that is required in any like obligatory manner. There's no source of Japanese outside of my voluntary lifestyle. But Japanese is my most common secondary language to listen to in my life. I quite literally hear more Japanese than I hear Fujonese with my parents. So I actually speak and listen to less Fujonese than Japanese. And in English, it's still the dominant because I stream in English. But if I didn't stream in English, Japanese would be the most common language that I listen to. Like I don't type very often and write. Most of the time I'm consuming Japanese content. So those are the languages, and they'll remain the same languages. All the other languages is probably because of video games. Like maybe some insight into German, French, Italian. That's just by coincidence. But most of those are just foreigner stuff, hobby situation. Sometimes you're evenly divided enough, some things get read in your mind in a way that that's very varied depending on your mind. Yeah, that's re as an example. Yeah, re or atsu. Yeah, they're both. That's whatever comes first. So the reason why I try to say it's not for everyone is because I don't know what other people's hot takes are on how memory or how your mind works, but I often say this with a bit of grain of salt. There isn't quite true multitasking. There's only fast task switching. So when I say I'm looking at this and I'm reading two different things, I'm not saying they're happening simultaneously. I'm saying one happens first and the other happens second, but the order in which they do is varied. However, they happen fast enough that by the time I go to speak, I would have considered both of them at the same time. So that's kind of like the whole idea when people say, oh, some people are just born with the ability to multitask. Not really. They are born with being sufficiently practiced enough or sufficiently quick enough to do a task in which it exceeds the output requirement. So for example, there isn't someone who can play video games and drive a car at the same time. There is people who are good at knowing how much time is divided between looking at a television screen and looking at the road. Now, if you take that same person and you give them another task, their attention will be divided regardless. They don't happen simultaneously. So much like language, things happen simultaneously. Things might seem like I'm suggesting they happen simultaneously, but they don't. They happen quickly. They happen quick enough that by the time I open my mouth to output something, or the keyboard, like when I'm typing the answer, I would have considered multiple things before typing them. So the quicker it becomes, the less likely someone will notice that you're thinking about something else. So during these streams, like these language streams, I'm saying it out loud. I'm trying to, at least. Oftentimes I try to verbalize like, oh, what came first? Because I don't want to give the people the impression that this is some sort of secret sauce or something like that. It's not. Yeah, I spend more time thinking. I would say if I compared myself to someone like my clone, if I cloned myself and told myself only think in Japanese, the only thinking in Japanese person is gonna be faster at thinking in Japanese. I choose not to, because I believe that my satisfaction comes from doing all of the above. And it's going to be slow progress. It will slow your progress, in my opinion. But the progress is slow because the people are only focusing on one language development. I'm focusing on integrating all the languages together. So whenever I'm talking to like Timmy about 昨天, I can confirm either if they write like sample in that in context, like since there's not enough context, I would read it as Chinese and Japanese at the same time. I wouldn't assume, because I would ask, oh, are you referring to Japanese or in Chinese? Because sanbu is also a valid read for sampo at the same time. So it's one of those things. Do you want that? Is it useful? Some people don't care. They only care about a language. Like they only care about Japanese. So yeah, there's not, you wouldn't get value or anything about a language you don't care about. So, and then re, right? Re and atsu. But re, and that's netsu, Timmy. So in if you're using re, the reason why I contrast between kanji and Hanzi, I don't know Hangul, but in Hanzi, re is that character that you wrote. But in kanji, it's netsu. It's netsu. And not atsui. Atsui is only atsui when there's an e. So it's not atsu, it's netsu when it's standing alone. So that's one of those things, like kanji is a little whack. not whack in a bad way. It's just what you wrote was netsu, not, and then you have to use the same character again, which I don't like writing this character, but it's okay. Mouse, hold up, mouse power, right? Yeah, and I'm kind of curious what the hanja reading is. Maybe it's related, but yeah, this is atsui, and alone is netsu, and that's kind of where a lot of people who learn Japanese over time, like you learn to love it. At least in my opinion, I learned to love this stuff. I'm not sure if it's for everyone, but I like, in my opinion, it's cool that Japanese is like this and Chinese is like this, because it's different. And then I like to think that Korean probably has some sort of like variant of it, and they complement each other in terms of possible knowledge, right? Are you a re kind of person? And I don't think there's a second read for re. Oh, it's eo. Oh, I see. Interesting. Then you add that, you know? You checked? Yeah, see, then you add that. And it's part of all of this. This character, like, isn't that... I don't know if you like this or not, but this character has become multiplicatively more complicated. Right? So you could choose to uncomplicate it by assuming your environment, or you can be like me, who's a goober, who sits here and constantly every day look at this in 4 different ways. Is that interesting to you? Does it make you more interested in language learning? Do you feel like you're learning more for your time? You got to answer that question. For me, it's why I love learning Japanese and Chinese at the same time. Like, whenever I'm thinking about Japanese, I can use Chinese, which is fun because then I'm not, quote unquote, using my time for a thing that isn't coinciding with my... And then whenever I'm using English, I'm explaining things. I haven't ever practiced explaining language through metaphor, similes, and analogies, right? On how to relate the languages together and to English. That is something I've never done in my life, not even Spanish. I didn't like go to school and teach people or explain to people analogies and clever ways to imagine kanji hanzi in English. So I spend most of my time working on that. So whenever English comes out of my mouth, I'm talking about something at a level that represents my English understanding. And that's what I'm working on now. I'm working on English explanations to the connection between Japanese and Chinese. And I'm using Japanese to connect with Chinese and Chinese connecting with Japanese. And then Spanish is making me reflect on English. So that's extra value, I suppose. Extra value. It does also mean that any one language is slower if you're not focusing on it. So that is how I associate with the progress, right? When someone says, "Oh, how's your progress in any one language?" I can probably tell you that it's a lot slower than what a person who's only focused on that one language is going to think, because I'm not focused on only one language. And that is a very important thing to keep in mind. I do not disagree. Like, I agree with all the criticisms, like of slowing down and being efficient. They're true. All of the stuff is usually true. Even the people who are arguing 2 different methods, I find that both of them are semblance of truths. Like, there is a way to explain with enough nuance why all these coexisting, seemingly contrary aspects are held true by a significant body of people. And I think that requires that you do something that involves both of them simultaneously happening at the same time. And that's kind of my take on language learning right now. Vietnamese be like, "Hello there, Slam Store." I don't think I will cross that bridge to Vietnamese. I have met a Vietnamese person though, who was hanging out to listen to my English at the same time as they are interested in Japanese. So that's interesting. Anyways. Yeah, Jimmy. You have revealed, you have triggered a lot of my weaknesses. Like, I have to double check a lot of things in isolation because I'm like very dependent on context in a lot of situations now, which makes for a challenging teaching experience, like a explainer experience. Like when you're trying to explain something in English, you're trying to break things down, but after a while, when you're relying on shortcuts and intuitions, like for example, you've like graduated, like the complexity graduates, it's difficult once again, or it requires maintenance to be able to break things down again. So when I'm reading some of your like ways to break things down, it reminds me of things that I might have forgotten or things that I have not maintained. And I'm clearly not maintaining certain things. Like words that I hear a lot of I'm making that false assumption now, or that false presumption that, oh, I know it. There's no way I can get it wrong. And I got mama incorrectly. So it's a very humbling experience. And that's kind of why I like interacting with people who are at different stages of, or like different periods in their learning abilities. You know that idiom about teaching is a great reward, but it can be transformative if it's an exchange of experiences. The teacher can learn from who they're teaching, and the person that's being taught can also teach things to each other. So humbling yourself to someone with a different perspective is incredibly sobering and can reveal your own complacencies over time, and then vice versa. So it's been a really wonderful discussion, and I hope that this is a great way to make it so it can be more commonly accepted that this is what people do intellectually. I like to think personally that this is the usual environment that intellectuals still continue to do. Like, for example, when you go into graduate school, there's a point in time where the exchange of information is what it's supposed to be like, not the someone has answers and someone don't. Like a subordinate and a superior, right? Oftentimes intellectual environments constantly remind all the people interacting that there is a potential for idea exchange. So to me, this is the default. For me, I ask questions. I am not beyond questions. When someone says, "Oh, may I ask you a question?" I know it's a stupid question. It probably isn't a stupid question. Because if I haven't answered that question, then I'd be ignorant too. So someone could ask me a simple question, and my first thought is, oh, you know what? I don't remember anymore. Let's go double check together, right? Let's work together. So exchange of ideas, right? Idea exchange is powerful. Yes, indeed. It is far more equivocating. Now, I'm only saying this in the environment of like live streams and, social media. I'm not saying this in the form of you paid someone to do a service for you. That is very different. Professionalism can deal with one-way exchanges. I'm talking about intellectual environments. So when you and your coworker treat each other like colleagues versus I'm your boss, right? Then you're no longer necessarily coworkers. It's the interaction between a boss and a coworker, right? Coworkers share intellectual exchanges. They are treated. So for me, regardless of your age, like I don't know people's age, right? So when someone comes up, it's like, oh, I'm still in school. It's like, well, that I don't know what it's like to be in school anymore. So you have intellectual proprietary knowledge and experience that I do not have. What's weird nowadays, in my opinion, one last little rhetoric. What is weird nowadays is that the internet makes it feel that everyone's the same. If you know what I mean. Like, the internet tries very, very hard because of the algorithm and how targeting works to normalize everyone. And I think that creates a symptom, maybe a trade-off. We'll call it a trade-off. While everyone's on the same page, which is what I was ranting about earlier today, about monocultural contrast with multicultural things, the internet tries to homogenize. And that makes for very efficient information transfer. Confirmation is really great. Converging evidence is rampant. But the idea is that also means there's no other form of exchange. So what happens then is it makes presumptions easier things are faster if you assume, and then intellectual exchange is buried. There are mitigated. If everyone is on the same page and they tend to feel the same way, and through all the pre-selection, like, why did you pick Twitch? There's probably at least 15 different selection factors by the time you got to me as a person on a live stream. So all those selection factors are so powerful nowadays. They're so concordant with each other that the likelihood of exchanging deeper intellectual contents, like delving into deeper conversation, is minimized. It's not incentivized to do so because you're likely gonna be on the same page. So like, what does a language learning Twitch stream look like? You don't know that yet because it's not pre-selected for very heavily on Twitch. You do know what to expect despite it being a language learning stream. Like, what I mean is, it does not stop someone from asking me, why am I not playing a video game? Right? Because the pre-selection is so strong, even the categories are strengthened by the predisposed behavior that's being selected. So what I mean is, when you're thinking about people who are studying, it's studying game-related stuff. So when you're doing studying and co-working in the section, you probably have more computer software engineers and game designers and whatnot than a language learning person, right? So even then, the conversations that I typically have about language learning is gamification. Yeah, silos. Yeah, pertinent concern, silos. So I accept that. And hear me out. It sounds more like an arrogant, righteous indignation stance, but I sure as heck don't expect to be successful. I like to buck at this trend. So instead, I go for the shock factor, I suppose, or the random factor, where when someone comes in to say hello, I'm going to ask you a question. and you're going to say, oh, you're doing all right? I'm like, all right, huh? Can you tell me a detail about your day so far? Right? So we're going to challenge that. Because in my opinion, I think it's cool that there are people who meet each other online, have this weird openness, but at the same time, this closed offness in live streams. Like, it's certainly not scalable, but for my purposes, yeah, you gotta start talking. It might be weird at first, but we'll take it slowly, take it slowly. Eventually we'll have inside jokes. Eventually we'll kind of know each other's idiosyncrasies, and then we leave each other. Like, I rarely ever give incentives for other people to be dependent on me for social interactions. I want to give someone, personally, like, not for anything. I want to give someone a social reaction or social interaction, and they can take that experience and build on it. Oftentimes, if you're wondering why you're having problems, or maybe you feel like there's a boundary to expression and talking to other people about your, I don't know, your quirks or whatnot, one of the very reductive ways someone would respond to how do you improve articulation, how do you look at the camera, get used to using public speaking, exchange less filler words, do a little pausing, some hand action, wiggle around a little, right? To me, you have to start doing it. And it's one of those things that are multifaceted. And if you don't like being analytical, oftentimes the remedy is to do. If you truly feel that intuitive nature of learning through experience, right? Because you're not here drawing circles and windows and boxes to analyze things, doing And one of the things when it comes to communication, especially creating like a network and stuff, or learning another language, like the downstream milestones of language learning, is you can prepare and practice those skills prior to continuing to study your target language. I genuinely do believe you have much utility for your native language while you're learning a target language. Not because humans suddenly changed, not because there's some hack involved. I think there are societal changes in this day and age that makes it so that what I'm saying here is useful. It wasn't always the case. And it might have been very subtle back in the day where someone would say, oh yeah, to learn a target language, you start talking to people in that target language. You start talking to people with that target language, right, in mind. Yes, that is provided that you already have all the communicative skills that are involved when you are using your native language in the first place. So how does this come about and related to something that Timmy and I were discussing? The nature and understanding of what it's like to speak Chinese, and the nature and understanding of what it likes to speak in Japanese, the whole context, flow, and mindset comes with the ability to see and understand that and draw parallelisms and contrasts. But if you're already disinterested in your native language, the hope for most maybe instructors and whatnot is that you get an interest on that the second time around. But if you're asking yourself, can I explain in English how English speakers prioritize specific things when they're speaking and explaining to other people or interacting with other people? Can you explain those things? Because in my opinion, if you're unable to explain these things, one would hope that when you force yourself to speak a target language with other people, you are older, more experienced, and you make those connections the second time around, or the third time around, or slightly the second time around, then the third time. Becoming articulate is goes far beyond the competency of one target language. Like, if, for example, you're sitting here and you're watching someone else speak in public and you realize, I can't sound like that. So what are the chances you're going to sound like that in your target language? Right? And if you're wondering, oh man, I always would love to be able to explain things in Japanese. Can you explain things in English? Because those aren't related to the target language. It's a skill that relates using language though. Being able to explain and think in a manner that represents the language. So it's so difficult to quantify how much of an impact this will make in the learning process. But for me, 我说的中文很 like 不错，是吗？However, I can at least understand what I need to get in the beginning. Like, you know, 我正在学习中文 right? I'm studying, or actually is 日话 right? 日话 but you get to the point where you're starting to think, what information I need, what type of words should I prioritize? Like, oh, okay, you can start maybe even intuiting, okay, well, at least I can start with 今天。今天我 我跟 Timmy 说话 right 我跟 Timmy 说话说的很多不是我会可以说的很多的中文但是 Timmy 跟我一起两个人也学习中文 right something like that. I was trying to say something like, despite me not speaking too much Chinese, at least me and Timmy are talking together as we study Chinese together, right? While we're studying Chinese together. It seems sloppy. I did say pause and whatnot, but I can do it. That is not how I think most people can do. Even in the beginning, even with a teacher or something like that. I'm doing it by talking to the camera, right? I only have myself to rely on. However, you can have friends, families. How do you get other people interested in a language without literally telling them to get interested in a language? You use it. You find creative ways to demonstrate your passion for language learning. And one day, it fills itself out. And I think that is a very useful skill when it comes to vibing. I don't know what, I don't have a better word for this, but the idea is you kind of get into the groove, and that's one of the things that people would associate, in my opinion, with fluency. They're like, oh, but okay, I can't articulate it right now, but I know what I'm looking for. Yes. When am I doing this? Okay. And then where am I doing this? Okay. All right. And I need a counter because this is a person. And then you just chuck it all in. And after a while, you kind of just start with it, right? Right? Like 明年我做的same 我做的 same 东西 right? Because I couldn't think of same, but I know that I need a same. Like tomorrow, yeah, it becomes second nature at some point, which is great. So like I couldn't find the word for same. Eating? No. Something like that. I'm looking for the word same. I said tomorrow I'll be doing the same thing, right? That's literally what I said, but I forgot the word same. But you're still doing it. You're reproducing the mindset. Like, at least in my opinion, you're reproducing the mindset. So not that I'm proposing or insisting that you must constantly use your native language. When you are using your native language, it doesn't have to be counterproductive, is what a lot of people think, in my opinion. When someone says, oh, like, I'm still translating a lot, you can make it productive when you're translating. Make it more productive, or try to find creative ways to make it more productive. There are other skills that may be complementary or supplementary to your target language that you can use with your native language that are potentially underdeveloped. And again, I don't think this was true like 10 years ago. I think it's kind of true now. I think one of the things that keep someone from becoming satisfied with their language learning and consistently providing and motivated to do language learning is something that I feel that 40 or 50-year-old that created wonderful theories of language learning, I don't think they experience this type of renaissance up front, where you find it like it's a social barrier to even talk to other people using your native language. So I think that's kind of a new obstacle. It's a new age, quote unquote, obstacle to things. So talk about language. Use whatever thing you can. Know that you will make errors. You know, that cliche now, it's like, don't be afraid of errors. That's a way to compensate. in saying that you might not you might not be used to doing that yet. So you encourage someone to swing for the fences and know that the person you're talking to will also swing for the fences. I made a critical error, today. I still feel a little embarrassed for getting mama correctly, but Timmy, I owe Timmy an unintentional award for demonstrating how I lost something so common. Or like saying Haizi twice, even though I meant Nuar and Harzi, right? Anyways, I just wanted to make it so that it's like a happy moment, right? Happy moment. Okay. I've been staring at this for a while and I still don't know what I'm looking at, so I'm gonna just shift this to the end. All right, let's continue. Oh, which by the way, this is the same in Chinese, Timmy. Mao Pi. Oh, and no, it's not the same. I mean, like, it's not pronounced the same in Japanese, but it's the same two characters. Air kare. Kare is this. Yes, it has one extra radical. Oh no. Old. Oh no. Oh. YOLO? No. It's skin. It's fur and skin. Fur and skin. Wool. Or no, it's just fur. But oh no, I can't get Maopi out of my head. Let's see. I think it's probably Ke and. Thought it might have been he, but I need the Kun maybe. All right, I'm gonna push this to the end. It'll come to me later. All right. I hope it comes to me later. Let's see. Stubborn. Okay. Undokai.
運動会
Undokai. Ne? Undokai. Ah! Oh. It's Utsu. Oh no. It's like I almost have it. I'll come back to it. It's fine. Oh wait.
流行語
Ryukogo is what? Ryukogo. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, this is like a brawl or something. The moving language? Yeah, the moving language. Catchy phrase. Catchphrase. Or trendy phrases. What? This is like a ballroom brawl, or like... First I thought it was drunkard, but... Oh, it's a bar. Of course. Of course, it's not that obvious. YOLO? No, of course not. Kyle. Gonna push that for now. Oh.
時計
Okay. Oh, there's your character.
熱
Netsu.
回転する
回転する Wait. Whoa. Well, whatever it is, I just had to, for whatever reason, YOLO. No, okay. I thought I could use my gut feeling. Alright, we're moving. Okay. Oops.
下着
Shinagi, shidagi. Shidagi, what? Right. Whoa. Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
知り合い
Shiriai. Shiriai. Like a meetup? Oh no, acquaintance. Acquaintance words.
缶ビール
Unbeaten. Oh, there's so many like thoughts and feelings. Oh no. Excuse me. Oh.
関心
Unseen. Admiration? Yes.
旅行する
Yokosuru.
は
What? What? Atatamaru.
温まる
Atatamaru.
山登り
Yamanobori. Alright, we're getting back into the groove of things. This is art or comedy? Art.
消化不良
Joka Furio. Indigestion. Benkyou suru.
勉強する
Benkyou suru. Oh, it's not going down. It actually stays up. Oh no.
感じる
Anjiru.
「気持ち悪い
Imochi warui. Bad feeling. 料理. Ryori is weird. I think Ryori is one of the weirdest ones. Like, what do you do? Academic, logic, cooking. Wait.
1億円
1億円. Oh,
流行歌
流行歌. No. 言葉. 言葉付き.
言葉付き
言葉付き. 言葉付き. Literally? Wait, 言葉付き. Not tone. Articulate diction. Oh, okay. We skipped 7. So now this is all the ones that I skipped. Okay. So for whatever reason, YOLO. No, okay. No YOLO. Let's not YOLO this. Okay. So nature, gender. What does that have to do with the spirit and life? Like say? Don't ask. Okay, so now we know kanse. No, just kidding. Oh no. This is the hold up. Ganting. This is feelings, but ganting. Ganting. Chinese do be overpowering sometimes, though. I think most of it deals with feelings. Feelings is getting out of control. There's too much feelings going on in this one. Fun. Spirit. Brain. Moon. Oh, jo. Kanjo.
感情
Oh, and then the meaning of this. When you feel to think. Expression. A bit off. Oh, impressions. Oh, yeah, yes. The impressions. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, no. I feel like it's a ke moment. So like kebi, but I don't think so. That didn't work, did it? Yeah. So the other one would be mo. I think this is different. This has to be different. I don't know all the reads of the right one. So he is I want to say it's kun. Onyomi. What is the onyomi for that? And ke is kun. I could line up the kun with that if I knew, but it's not off the top of my head. I do not remember. Mo and ke. That's it. So then we need to look at wa. It's he and wa, I think. So wa. Ewa? Ewa, kewa. Kewa sounds okay. No. It's probably mo. Wa? What? What? The context sentence is gonna help. Because I already know what. Oh, no, wait, it's not. Wait, it is. No, wait, it's not. This is special. And it's happened a couple times already. It's definitely ke. And something changed. About... It's kawa. It's kawa. For kawa. That's the standalone, right? Kawa for leather or skin. Oh, it's kagawa.
毛皮
Oh, kegawa was kegawa. And this is for this box thing. The box thing is like you also carry. I almost had it and I lost it. It's like utsu. Oh, no, wait. Okay? No. No, Yado is lounge. Yado. It's like you two, you also. I'm missing something. It's like utsu. I'm missing a third thing. Utsuka? Utsuka? Utsuka. No? What? Utsuke? It's gotta be utsu. Oh, Utsuka? What? What? Wait, hold up, what? I swear I'm close. I swear. What else could it be? Like, it's like you two. I changed the mnemonic on this. What other? Ka, ga, ha, utsuwa? Utsuwa sounds fine, right? Utsuwa is pretty good. That can work too.
器
Utsuwa. I don't know what this is. Oh. You two walk. It's not carry. I thought it was utsuka. Utsuwa. I don't like this one. This one sucks. You know what this reminds me of? Arakaji. For sure. Arakaji is definitely one of them. Oh, what was the other one? Atake? Utsuwa. Box. Oh, and a container. Which is a box. But they want container. Okay. So, like construction. What am I trying to think about in this one? It's not she. Itai something. Kotomo? Kodomo, no, is that Kodomo? Kodomo wa... doko nanda? Nanda? That's definitely style. Or something like that. Or type. Oh, the toughest things are the ones that stay the same. Oh, wait. No, not that. Ritual? Ceremony. Ceremony. Oh, stay shiki.
式
And it's a ceremony. I thought this was hadaki, but it's not. Right? Atadaki? Ain't no way. Atadaki. Wait. Oh, no. I'm thinking of something else. Wait. I'm just kidding. I don't... Okay, kun What is move for kun? We can go from move to kun, right? A kun move is that's onyomi. Oh, ugoki. Ugoki.
動き
Ugoki and activity? Alright, cool. WaniKani will be in next up. Yeah, that's understandable. Oh no! Have I spent 1030? Oh my goodness. I've yapped too far. Too far yap. There's so many exercises. Okay, it's fine.
落ち着く
Ochitsuku.
Kimono
Oh no. Self-explanatory.
つける
Schedule. Oops. Okay. What? Ijisuru? Oh no, wait. What? Okay, get my head out of the. I think something's wrong with the center one, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's key. And we're skipping. Okay.
同感
Dolkan. Shared. Trust. Mutual feelings. Mutual trust. What? Empathy? Okay, I mean they all still are the same to me. They're a way to describe empathy. Kaiten. I know they're not the same thing.
回転寿司
Kaiten. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, wait. No, that's not it.
Machiai
Machiai. What is wait? Oh, wrong read. Tai, Machiai. Yeah, that's right. The R again.
熱心
熱心 熱い
熱い
お願い Oh, oh. お疲れ、お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。
お疲れ様。Wait. Hold. Wait. Wait. What? Oh.
深さ
Gasa. Yep. What? Why do I want to think it's
Akiraka
Akiraka? I don't know. My fingers just went to Akiraka. Oh, it's rare? What are we doing? Clear? Okay, fine. Fair enough. I know you and I don't remember you anymore. Okay. I just went with my gut feeling. That doesn't work. Okay. It's to arrange. It's to arrange. Arrange.
整理する
Erisu. What? What am I apologizing for? Oh. Yama. Ayama.
謝る。
Ayamaru.
楽器。
Gaki. Hmm.
人情。
Ninjo. What is that? Human feelings? Ninjo. Oh. Oh. Is she? Is she going?
消しゴム。
No. No. No, it's not that either. No, wait. No. 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 Ugh. Oh, what is to disappear? Pushing this thing.
皆様、
皆様。
合わせる、
合わせる。
あさって、
さ、What? Oh, right.
悪口、
悪口。What? Oh, that's a
待
typo.
ちぼうけ、
待ちぼうけ。Hmm. No. I don't know what that is yet.
動かす、
Ungogasu. Ooh, ungogasu is something else. Wait. No, you can move something. That's fine.
費用、
Io. Capacity of use. Maybe like application. Like skillful. Have use is skillful too. Okay. That's not a ladle, that's a bowl.
"間に合う、
間に合う。はい。Like to meet in like meet at a time. I don't know. Okay, that's fine. To be in time for, yeah, to make it on time, yeah, to meet on time. to be on time for. Okay, that's fine.
漢字
Anji.
感謝
Ansha. They. Okay. This is Yado.
宿
All right, now we're back to the 3 that we skipped. Oh, I think
期待する
Kaisuru. um What am I making disappear? How do I disappear some? We have Shoal. Right. We have Shoal. Ki. Oh, is that Kieru? Oh, that is Kieru, isn't it? Shoal, Ki, and Ke. Yeah, that's Kieru.
消える
And what is this? So we have Joel. Joel. Oh, goal for the other one. Joel goal didn't. Joel goal sounds awful. Hmm. Do oh bye
場合
bye 私の場合はこれで what the bye suitable situation. Okay, that was way too much today. We've delayed our thing. I don't think I'm gonna do my Japanese Duolingo Japanese sessions. No, we're gonna wrap it up with our HanziHero thing. It's fine. 大丈夫です. Está bien. Está bien. Do I feel uncomfortable with like there was no way I was gonna get any of those? No, not really. I think they were fine. What was the most no way Jose ones? Shiki is pretty bad. Shiki is probably on the chopping block. Oh, there's also Ayamaru is fine. What was the other one? Ugoki was fine when I went through the reads. There was definitely another one. Took a while. Attach, valley, face. Drum zombie. Okay. 2-hour reads. I think we're pretty good with these. These are fine. I think. Right. And yeah. And your show and mon ke in su chu o q chin ako ni men en pu ji chi yoku wara and ji an and se do show and he son zon sen ho jo yeah. He un. Okay, today was a little bit dicey, but you kind of get back into the groove, right? I think I'll probably still no Japanese. They're relatively short. All right, folks, that's wrap for WaniKani. I hope something was interesting in there, right? We took a little bit of a celebration, go down a bit of goobering. Yes, I do agree that wires get crossed, but I kind of embrace it. We kind of get the wires crossed thing. It's great. Celebrate language learning. The thing that I talked about most of the time today was about multiculturalism and monoculturalism, right? I think in a way, this might, it's a personal bias. I think of cultural exchange very much like idea exchange, right? All of this has a semblance of celebratory nature being dwarfed by a difference in opinion can come off as very antagonistic. Maybe unintentionally. Perhaps like the objective nature or the attempt for objective nature on the internet has normalized the idea that being a contrarian is helping. However, there is often a somewhat lacking in emotional intelligence when on the execution, right? One thing I forgot to highlight is matching energy and emotions in the sense of matching the cadence of someone, right? Or a lot of times I think the act of establishing rapport is lost quite often. And wait, 11 o'clock? Oh, dang it. I have 2 more reviews. So we'll do the 2 reviews. But it's such a multifaceted complexity and richness in interacting with other people in a way that you're aiming to exchange ideas as opposed to projecting what it is that you want to inform the other person without ever being interested in the other person. I think there is this expedited urge or need to be explicitly quick about things, but that explicit nature comes with a lot of implicit assumptions, and that leads into that permeates all the topics that were mentioned today, in my opinion. The idea that the intent is very clear, at least to maybe most of the time for myself and maybe others who focuses on trying to empathize. It is very oftentimes people make it incredibly clear without saying it explicitly that they are not interested in exchanging ideas, and that's perfectly fine. I will, respect your boundaries. Know that I also do not reciprocate in openness to taking advice or sharing experiences in return. So in my opinion, that is one of the root things about emotional intelligence. If you are unaware and you feel like there's no such thing as emotional intelligence or the emotional experience, I guess we can use that instead, the word experience. As in, we're not talking about emotional intelligence in the sense that someone is born naturally emotionally intelligent. We're talking about being intelligent about emotional communication, right? Communication involves two people. So oftentimes the success rate elevates quite dramatically. You can gamble if you want. Treat everyone the same way. Fair enough. I admire that, actually. Genuinely go at it full send every single time. I admire that. That's fine. What I wanted to illustrate with like my conversation with Procall specifically is that the mindset going in paves the result and the emotional feeling you'll have when you come out. If you think for whatever reason cognitively you think that if you full send, as long as you're always being genuine, right? Quote unquote genuine. I've already talked about the perspective of being genuine. If your genuine is to swing for the fences as hard as possible every single time, even when you're learning a target language, you're like, oh, okay, I spent 5 years working on this Japanese. I can finally talk to someone. And then it just comes out in full storm, right? You just go up to someone, it's like, oh, I can speak Japanese. Like, do you want to, if emotionally you're thinking in the back of your head, like, 9 out of 10 times people are not going to want to interact with me of how intense I am about their language, then emotional stability is achieved. However, I often feel that when someone comes at me and they're talking, my response and my reaction, and then how I spectate other people do this, it's not concordant with each other. Like, for example, someone would say, oh, I have advice for you. But what it really says is, I know better than you. That's the impression I get. So I tend to try to test it. Like, oh, hi, like, may I ask what motivated you to offer me advice today? Like, what do you know about me that makes it so that your advice is appropriate for me? What do you know about me? And then may I ask something about you? Can I get to know you, within the next 3 or 4 minutes? If there, in my opinion, a non-compromise between reciprocation of information, then trust is not built, right? And that is emotional intelligence to me. So when you're communicating, I make the attempt to match the person's whatever cadence or passion or mode of thinking. And then I slowly or maybe smoothly transition to bring them onto my level, or I completely embrace their level. The idea is you're going together, right? You're matching energy levels and you're communicating with a shared intent. And personally, that's what exchanging ideas is. But there's no like hierarchy in it. But nowadays, I earnestly think 70 to 80% of the time, there is an immediate level of hierarchy or distinction. And that leads back to the whole monocultural and multicultural thing. Are you telling me things in order to make yourself different from me? Because if you are, then we don't have a lot to discuss other than the facts that we are different. So in the future, when you often say, oh, I talk to a lot of people, but there's no connection between us. Yeah, because you spend most of the time saying you're different, right? That there's no double standard here. This is a fundamentals of logic, and like it if you don't like the subjectivity side of things, it's fundamentally logically flawed to think that you become closer to someone by spending most of your time distinguishing yourself from someone deliberately. That's kind of indirectly pushing people away or making it resistant to finding a common ground. That is what I'm referring to as emotional intelligence. The ability to know that there are differences, but be able to reach a commonality in order to develop deeper relationships or trust, both professionally and personally. The last couple of weeks have been that topic, or like nonstop. Nonstop was the topic. The overarching thing is talking about emotional intelligence and communication, right? I earnestly thought, or I might even hot take this, that exercising emotional intelligence leads indirectly or unintentionally or maybe intuitively coincides with the development of many forms of skills that are involved in communication that leads to consistent success and emotional stability and consistent success. And that involves around emotional intelligence, as in collecting intelligence, like practicing the ability to put more notches in your belt, like be exposed to more permutations over time in interacting with different people. If you are monoculturally inclined, accept the consequences, right? Accept that you are more consistent, not because you interact with more people. You are more consistent because you interact with less different types of people. So when I ask myself, what are my limitations? I am limited in interacting with people who are inexperienced in the educational system, for example. So I have to understand that I cannot talk like that. I cannot assume that people understand the intellectual environment that I'm used to. I have to explain that intellectual environment. So I spent a little time trying to illustrate it with analogies. Like, what is it like when you step into graduate school? I can't automatically assume that that is something like, oh, hey, you got to understand me. We're being intellectuals here. It's like, what is that supposed to mean? Right? That creates alienation. And if you don't spend time explaining things, especially things you take for granted, like things that are considered normalcy, I think that to me is what feeds into emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence, whether it's useful for another person or if you're losing your identity in the process and whatnot, the one thing that I feel like it really pays back in dividends is the person themselves, because you're no longer shocked, or you find stability in adapting to different situations. And that presents a lot of catharsis. It protects yourself. Like, oh, okay, I've been in this situation before. Let's start here. Like, oh, this guy's so overzealous, but I remember interacting with someone with such high energy. Let's match that energy. And then, bring them down to yours or meet halfway, that kind of thing. And I do not, and that to me is why communication is a great example of a skill that requires a blending of output and input, right? It cannot substitute for experience. It's kind of like one of the ingrained parts of kanji is, if you don't know the kanji, you have to invest time in seeing the kanji itself, the hanzi itself, right? And that exposure, like immersion and whatnot, in communication form is how many situations can you get yourself into while being able to continuously produce consistent results in communication, right? My goal is I only meet like one person every 3 days, okay? And that one person, I double down. I want to see how long I can talk to that person for like 2 hours and like when was the last time? This is going to be a weird flex, but when was the last time when you had someone come to you and they said hi and they were only going to stay for 10 minutes and it turned out to be 5 hours? Now, obviously, this is making sure that the other person has the allotted amount of time. And I often reinforce this topic or this suggestion all the time. You're not obligated to stay. Like I tell my friends all the time. My friends sound the same. They're like, yeah, if you want to come, that's fine. Like I wanted to invite you, but no obligations. And that's my reflex. That's my compensation for. So if you want to talk, we can talk. Like we can not only just talk. I'm gonna try my best to get you to say something about yourself, say something about something I said, and then learn something that we both didn't already know together. Then it is our experience, not person A's experience, not my experience, our experience, our collective knowledge. I think in the long run, getting to that point is a skill that is under practice online. Even in live sessions. Like, heck, even in podcasts. I feel like podcasts, you can, in my opinion, you can tell the difference between a podcast that is a conversation between intellectually open-minded, equivalent colleagues versus a podcast that's hosted by someone who knows a lot of things and then a person who doesn't know a lot of things and it's led by one person, or the person invited knows all the things and the host is disinterested, right? That's a one-way exchange. And personally, I do watch them occasionally. I have a few examples in the top of my head. I'm not going to name them, obviously. You can probably imagine what they might be. Someone flexing their influence in order to grill someone who's not ready for it, or then someone who knows a lot, but the host is unprepared to meet the curiosity. They don't genuinely, it's more like a obligation, an occupational obligation, and it varies in between. And we can't obviously judge the person by one-offs, but across the length of their career. So for me, go out there, talk. Honestly, yes, native speakers are awesome, but they are also ideals. They are ideal situations. And for me, you can start anywhere. You can start with your friend who didn't want to be interested, and now they are. I think that's going to happen for those who continue to exercise emotional intelligence and be able to express and interact with other people. It happens on its own. Okay. There are individuals who are quite adept because their experiences involve interacting with a lot of type of people. So over time, it might seem like it's an intuition. Like that person's like, oh, everyone seems to talk to you all the time. Like, or you seem to make friends very easily, etc. But that's also their background. Their background ends up being exploratory in nature, in their experience, in the form of communication. And I don't think this is like reserved for like it's some untapped talent that they're born with. I think inherently humans who are born rational, just without any possible mental dispositions, it's really unfortunate when there are mental dispositions involved. But in most cases, humans have the capacity to do so. Now, in the day and age that we live in, that has become a secondary skill. So I would like to think that being aware of the trade-offs is a great way to protect oneself from their insecurities. And then if you're learning a language, one has to become aware that the utilization of technology is circumventing the thing that you might be interested in. Not everyone wants to speak to other people. Not everyone wants to use language to communicate or share emotional intelligence and experiences with other people. I get that. So if you're one of them, that doesn't apply to you. That's fair enough. However, you also understand that you also do not develop those skills at all as well. If you choose not to communicate with other people, then I would say it would be cognitively logical that you assume that you have compromised low success rates of talking with other people. So when the day comes that you maybe somehow had a change of heart and you wanted to interact with other people, there might be growing pains. But honestly, I think the internet has made it such a wonderful place where you can still find that type of thing when you look for it. And I want to be at least doing that for one person each day. Maybe one person each month. That's pretty nice, right? The idea is that shared experience, it's a point in time between me and the other person, but it doesn't obligate ourselves to each other. It's an example of an interaction. So if I can offer as much of an eclectic interaction with another person, I imagine that in the future, they will continue to find that it's the first step. Like, oh, I've talked to this person for 3 hours. Why not? Let's try the next person. This time, let's get a little faster and do 30 minutes and then 30 minutes here and 30 minutes there. I think it goes a long way for... I don't really believe in future-proofing in many different things, but I think an investment in communication is most definitely one of those future-proof skill sets. And you don't have to become a specialist in communication to do so. It's part of a consequence of expecting that you're going to interact with other human beings in the future, regardless of what your skill is, right? If you want to run, you're going to run in a competition with other runners. At some point in your professional career, your professional credibility is based on the outcome of other people's depiction and or understanding of you, right? And communication is all the above. We're not even talking about and I'm not playing favorites like speaking, writing, nonverbal, situational cues. Those are all forms of communication. Placing yourself in a specific environment in order to welcome someone else in an environment, that's part of communication. You're communicating through your context. So, yes, communication might be a little biased towards speech, especially here, because speech, in my opinion, is far more underdeveloped than circumstance. Circumstance is like you're playing the same video games. That's communication. That's nonverbal, indirect communication. That's the internet is producing for you. Now the question is, how do you get a person to play a video game that you want to play? That is when you remove the internet, and now you have to convince someone to go with you on a vacation. That is creating a situational communication, circumstance that you're going to have to approach in the future. Like, hey, let's move in together. That is creating a literal, location situation. Like, so what is another form of communication in that situation? What does your house look like? How tidy is your house? Do you want your house to be tidier or less tidier to give them to communicate an impression on it? What about your clothing? Like, I understand some people are like, oh, but it's not always all about the outside. I understand that. It's all of the above. Back in the day, people used to fight over what form of expression is predominant. Is it the clothing you wear, the way you look, the way you dress up, how you take care of yourself? All of it, right? And the internet is kind of removing the need for a lot of it. Circumstances is a great one that's automated online. You don't have to explain why you're on Twitch. You don't have to explain why you're here listening to some random middle-aged, soon-to-be middle-aged man talk about emotional intelligence, the internet has explained all that to me. Despite knowing all these things, I still ask. Because knowing and automation can remove the awareness of if you want this to be the thing. I, on the other hand, know full well that whatever I'm saying here on Twitch is not friendly for people who self-select themselves in Twitch. They're not here to listen to like a 3-hour digression about emotional intelligence and communication while learning a language. They're here to watch someone, I don't know, learn a language as fast as possible or something, like gamify the language learning, make it a race or something that is in line with their presumptions. That's fair. Personally, the future of the internet would, in my opinion, be very, very much more auspicious and brighter when people are racing for emotional intelligence. How about racing for how many people you would interact with beyond a superficial way? How many people can you say, how many people in one day can you ask and remember a single detail about them that isn't just hello and their username? Right? When you say hello to someone, ask them what's on their mind. I do that. I try to do that every day, provided because I want the human interaction. Right? I feel that that's what live streaming is supposed to be about. Others may differ. There are individuals who make it clear that they're not there to interact with anyone. They're there to show how good they are in a video game. That is their prerogative. But I also see a person who isn't very, in my opinion, who would be under practice in interacting with people over time. That's a trade-off. It's a compromise that you make. For me, yes, my Japanese studies and Chinese studies and Spanish studies will be slower, but I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade human interaction for anything. And that's the priority that I'm focusing on. I'm beating it over a dead horse because I don't think I've made that amply clear. And it's very tough to make it amply clear when the substantial amount of people would not even see that part because it involves interacting with other human beings, right? So just because, for example, if you see a person, you never saw that person interact with another person, is there any way you can ascertain how good they are in communicating with another person? You can't, because there's no witness. You haven't witnessed it, right? And on the internet, that's even more obfuscated until they actually are found in the environment of speaking to someone. It's even more interesting, in my opinion, when you find them out of their element and seeing what they do outside of their element. In my opinion, I have to give a big disclaimer. I am often out of my element in terms of knowledge. You could call it a crutch, but I genuinely do not err on the side of overselling my knowledge. I do, however, say that over 60% of the time I'm in my element when it comes to being outside my knowledge. I'm far more complicated. I am far more competent at admitting and being able to demonstrate that I know something, but not everything, than trying to demonstrate to someone that I'm the best at something. The nice thing about this, by coincidence, is I'm not reliant on having to convince people I'm the best at anything, right? The internet does require you to do that, though. If you want to be a content creator, if you want to be a YouTube, like a content creator on YouTube and whatnot, one of the major skills that most people practice and have a lot of skills practicing doing is probably demonstrating that they are very, very good at something. I know that because of my nature and my personality, that I'm not good at that. I am not good at convincing someone that I'm sure I can make you successful. No way. If there's someone out there taking my words out of context, like, oh, this guy thinks he knows everything, or oh, this guy thinks that he's like the next coming of language learning, I hope no one's doing that, because the last thing that I am pretty bad at is making people feel like the future is certain. Like, for example, oh, do A, B, and C, and then you'll succeed. Do this and that and this, and you'll never fail. Or here's a way to instantly improve your articulation and communication in 3 easy steps. That's not me. And I know that. And because I know that, I'm not pressured, right? I don't pressure myself. Cue the person who, I don't know, got on Twitch, became an affiliate in a month, and then now they're like locked into looking at their analytics for the rest of their lives because it is a source of insecurity, because they've become dependent on their increasing use of demand while not being able to develop skills due to a lack of awareness and emotional intelligence. Like, the steps that are required to gain and garner those things require skills that I feel a large majority of people do not practice anymore. Like, how do you become popular? That is an interesting question in itself. And nowadays, to demonstrate the paradigm change between being likable and working on charisma and communication skills as a prerequisite for how to monetize and expand your charisma to reach more people, the precursor gets leaped over. So instead, what a lot of times is you think of the mechanical aspects. So how to get more viewers, how to get more numbers go up. And then once that gets to that point, then it stagnates, because then you have to go back and develop the people skills, the skills required to scout for people, for management, scout for collaborations, scout for consumer trust, business trust, credibility. It's retroactively inclined. So for every one brilliant, well-adjusted, charismatic person, there are like hundreds of thousands of people who skip over the steps that I prefer to stay in, as opposed to like going to the next step and saying, okay, how do I expand? How do I scout people? Right? I know who I'm scouting for. I know what type of people I want to hire, but I'm not in it for the business. Meanwhile, you have individuals who reach unlikely success, even the lucky ones, and then suddenly they retroactively try to expand their like entrepreneurship, right? The ones that you mostly hear about is it stagnates, they go in the red for hiring other staff leads to internal conflicts and conflicts of interest, and it also leads to scandals, right? And that, in my opinion, is why I do earnestly feel like learning another language is kind of a side, indirect way to encourage people, once again, to engage in communication. Because you're either gonna talk to other people about learning a language in your native language, or you're gonna have to end up, at least in my opinion, for the most people, talk to another person in a language you don't understand yet, but you're gonna explore that all over again, right? How do you get native, right? You expose yourself to a lot of native content, or at least that's what's on paper. So then you're actively observing what many different people are doing in a language you don't understand until you understand it. That's kind of like learning your first language. But hear me out. Sometimes, for a lot of us, whoever us is, the world, humans, when they grow up, and you're still learning a language, emotional intelligence might not be the most approachable skill while you're growing up with lots of problems or lots of issues, right? So it's very understandable that falls by the wayside. And when the internet came along, it's even more convenient to push off those skills. It's far easier to let a computer, let automation handle and juggle those skills until you need them, right? Until you need to develop them. The question is, at what year, how old will you be when you start developing those skills? Is it because you picked up another language? Personally, it's been fantastic that whatever I'm saying here, it's correlational. This is correlational experience right now. People who do learn another language tend to be at least vocal a little bit more than individuals who aren't. And I know this because some of my close friends, they are even less vocal than the strangers I meet who are learning two languages at a time. So there is something to it. But that is them obligating themselves. When you're a kid, sometimes when the obligation is pushed on you, you might just abandon it, right? Because obligation sucks. So if you have to make friends, yes, the success probably goes up, but you will also push back on it. In this case, though, much later, if you choose to pick up a language, it has a air of self-responsibility. And better yet, go and express it. Go and record it. Go and share it with someone. That creates even more obligations, in my opinion. If you think you can handle the stress, the pressure you place on yourself, try and slowly assume the assimilation of assume the responsibility of connecting with another person. Not when you're not ready though. This is different from, oh, I want to jumpstart my communication skills, so I'm going to put myself out there in front of 100,000 of people and try to juggle all of them at the same time. That sounds like an internet crash course on communication. And that sounds like a internet crash course on learning Japanese and becoming fluent in 1 year. That's not, of course, again, I concede, I'm not a person that's going to tell you it's going to happen very quickly. It deals with spending day in and day out working on your ideas, and then that ideas become part of you. It's second nature. I can continue to speak on this topic at this very moment for the next, as long as my voice holds up. But I want to illustrate that this did not happen overnight. Being able to talk in specific cadences and talking to yourself or to anyone who's interested in the future at this very moment requires a lot of practice. And that practice is focusing on creating the maximum amount of input. So while I place myself in a situation in which I practice quite substantially, people who interact with me, I'm placed myself in a prime position where I am getting inputs by interacting with different people in a limited sphere, right? I still have to keep in mind that I am aware if I'm interacting with someone from YouTube or if I'm interacting with someone from Twitch, there is only so much range that they will offer because the internet has pre-selected a lot of these situations. When am I gonna bump into someone who's only interested in science all of a sudden? It's not. So I become very well practiced in talking to specific people, and I still have to compensate. I have to go and participate, observe in different types of communities, which I brought up a couple times already. I talked about monocultural communities in looking at comment sections of different types of communities, different types of content creators, in order to keep myself grounded in the way people communicate. Otherwise, yes, you can feel insecure because eventually you'll feel like everything else outside your bubble will be a communication barrier, right? The next time you go and apply for a job and it's your first job, regardless of how knowledgeable you are, you're going to feel nervous. Anxiety, insecurities deal with a lot of things, maybe inherent, but experience can really help not only the pragmatic standpoint, objectively increase your success in how well you adapt, but at the same time it creates emotional stability for you to tackle largely anything that deals with another human being. Like, you can talk to someone knowing that there's a reasonable chance that you'll come to an agreement. Whether it's agree to disagree, it feels less emotionally ambivalent when you have some way to tackle it. And I think language learning is a really big one, especially when someone keeps saying, are you using your Japanese yet? Are you using your Chinese yet? Are you using your Spanish yet? If you're asking someone and you're doubting that they're not using it every single day, and then you only selectively think that using your target language only comes in a very specific form, in my opinion, it would be interesting to exchange ideas to see how lenient or how creative the other person is in understanding that using a target language comes in many, many forms. Just acknowledging them but not being aware of how they can be applied is the difference between wisdom and knowledge. Wisdom comes with that, right? Using the knowledge and applying the knowledge benefits wisdom. All right. Anyways, I've belabored the point a little bit. All right, that's it for WaniKani. As always, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to stop on by, ask a few questions, maybe talk a little bit. I love to ask anyone's more questions, get you to explain things to me. I think that's fantastic. To me, it's an investment in whoever I talk to. If I can get someone to laugh, share something, we exchange an idea, that's an imprint. I think that's the really wonderful nature of cultural exchange. And cultural exchange is one of the top, in my opinion, one of the top goals when it comes to learning a language. Getting the feel, right? Empathizing, belonging to something greater than what you already have. I wouldn't play video games, watch movies, create art, write papers, and share knowledge if I didn't want to interact with other human beings. AI is not a substitute for that. Sorry, that was a little bit of a hot take, but I've been keeping my eyes on how much AI has substituted some human interactions, right, and automation. So more than welcome, come on by, pick up WaniKani for yourself, share in the goobering, and I will share a lot of my goobers, I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. So to those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan, mata ne. See you next time. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第160天 is day 160. Business as usual. I think I'm giving myself a little too much leeway. I imagine Masters is coming up soon. I'm guessing it's supposed to be black, right? The color is supposed to be black. So I think they might have to change the color for the dark mode, because you can't see the indicator. But we're gonna start, it's probably next month, because we start a week later, where we're gonna be turning over some words. I'm probably gonna do the same thing as I refine it in WaniKani side of things. When things get burned, we're gonna go through a review process to throw things back into the mix. So that's how I'm compensating for how lenient I have been on figuring out things. All right, let's get into it.
登录
登录，登 how do we define 登 mount record to log in. To log in is to enter your credentials so you can mount onto the website by adding a record in the website database that you are logged in. That's a bit of a stretch. That's okay though. 登录 is a newly acquired vocabulary word that is very useful in everyday use, so I feel like my parents actually say this in Fujianese, and I often thought they meant download, like they're trying to say download in English, but it comes up 登录 or something close, but I don't think so. I think it means to log in. So they also say another word that I haven't found a cognate for yet, and it's a shenmong or something, which is like to go online, but like something makes me feel like I'm gonna like enter the internet or something, and it's not was it上网? It's not 上网. At least I don't think. Maybe it is supposed to be 上网. Don't know yet. I should ask them. I should really ask them if Shungong or Shimong is supposed to be 上网. Okay, 登录 宁怡成功您成功登录哦您成功登录 successful 成功 okay. Sorry, my voice is kind of harsh right now.
登录
Oh, to log in.
效益
效益 benefits mingle or effect. Oh, it's not mingle. Mingle is just 交 that's fine. 效益 what was it? Effective benefits are the effects of doing something that benefits beneficial. Well. 社会效益，社会效益，
社会效益，
效益，追逐，
追逐 ，chase。Pursue, or chase, whichever one you want. 他一直在追逐成功。Always, right? 一直。
追逐，法律，
法律 law method law okay law sure oh don't take method huh 法律法律面前法律面前人人平等平等
法律面前人人平等，
平等before no 面前 is before what does 平等 mean maybe just everyone interesting oh maybe equal oh yeah that's equal yes level etc equal I see 人人平等 okay
法律，售价，
售价 selling price okay 这件衣服的售价是200元200元
这件衣服的售价是200元。
200元 whoops that's 33 200元 okay right
售价，
all right this time
登录，
登录
法律，
法律
效益，
效益 oops
追逐，
追逐send help I lost it who's going to the bathroom what I don't remember who it is. Hold up. I need someone to. Thanks. I genuinely have forgotten who works at the... Oh. No, just kidding. Who is it? Oh, it's not the pawn shop. It's the heckin' bakery. Oh, that is a problem. But he was covered in flour, though. He was covered in flour.
售价
It's the problem. What was Chi for? Tiptoes? Tiptoe business? Tiptoe professional? An enterprise is a big project that includes people from many different professions. It is so big and important that everyone stands on their tiptoes because they are so tense about their big plans. What was the Japanese one? Plans? I feel like we can pivot to plans. So planned business is an enterprise. But then we have to change the mnemonic for T. Why you call them as who? It's like, what question is it? Isn't it? Why you call them as who? It's like, what question? Oh, that. Who is referring to the initial. So who is the initial? So this is bad because there's no final. There's no final here. So since there's no final, it's the house. So where would be the question here as well. So in order to get the initial, so for example, like Xiang. This is who. This is where. And then this is position. So when I was saying, when I was talking to myself, it's like, oh, who was in the pawn shop? I'm asking myself, what was the initial? So in this case, the who was Shrek, which I thought at first, but I got the where incorrectly. I thought it was at the pawn shop, which is on, but this is the bakery. So I got the wrong question, like wrong location. That's how it's for the mnemonic system that they have. 这个企业在国 Hills and 国内上有名。No 国际 Oh, do I have G? Jimmy Neutron in the house. We have Hills. Oh, and incense. Oh, we did have 国际。
这个企业在国际上有名。
上有名。国际 international. Oops. What?
企业
Do they have business? Oh, they do.
律师
律师 lawyer. That's fine. Law teacher is a lawyer. 律师 律师是法律的框架 specialize okay or 专家 oh no it's not John yeah I got the wrong person 专家
律师逐步
that's not how you spell lawyer 逐步pursue footsteps step by step okay all right how to pursue someone one footstep at a time progressively 逐步实现我们的目标 our goal
逐步实现我们的目标。
逐步实现逐步实现我们的目标。我们的中文水平在逐步提高。OK
逐步利益
For you, every artificial thing as words and places is usually with questions what? I'm sorry for missing. Just try to understand how logic works there. For you, every artificial thing as words and places are usually with questions what? Okay, I'm not entirely sure what I was saying that was not artificial. I would agree. But I don't know if you knew I was referring to a who as in are you saying an artificial thing is also you say what for like ideas? Are ideas what? Like if you think of your mother in your head, that's a what? Or is it a who? Like who are you thinking about? Are you saying what are you thinking about? Is that what you mean? So for you, when you're thinking of your mother, you're thinking about a what? What are you thinking about? Instead of who are you thinking about? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure about the logic that works there. I'm not sure who there is. But generally speaking, if you're thinking about a person, it's still a who. Is why I was saying who. I was thinking about a person. But the person can be an idea. So maybe in your language or your culture, an idea is always a what? Profit benefits. Okay. 追求个人利益。追求 demand and pursue. And then individual interest. Pursue, yeah, personal interest. No. Okay. Yeah, main character, individual.
利益登山
登山 mountain climbing, that makes sense. Mounting the top of a mountain. 我们明天要去登山。Oops.
登山，企业，
毕业。
律师，
律师。
利益，
利益。
逐步，
徒步。
登山，
登山。
登机，
登机。Mount a plane or mount a machine? Okay, that's fine. To board a plane, yeah, okay. 我 attach words. 我 hate 登机。Okay. 讨厌。讨厌。讨厌。登机。
登机，长江，
长江。Oh, there's 长江。Yeah, it's the most long river in all of China. 长江。长江是中国最长的河流。河流。不，河流 not 流。河流。Yeah, for river. 河流。That makes sense.
长江是中国最长的河流。
河流。
长江，细化，
细化。The plan. Okay. I think we're gonna go add plan to this. Because it kind of works for enterprise. Okay. To plan something for a business requires standing on your plans, right? To look far into the future and use that knowledge to divide out the various things you need to do. Or planned. It still works with plan. 他在计划部门工作。Oh, department. Or yeah.
他在企划部门工作。
企划部门。
细化，隔，
隔。To separate. 隔。Huh. A kettle. Oh no. Alright. Oh, I can kind of see it though. This component depicts a kettle for boiling water or other liquids. The top is the handle that goes over the mouth of the kettle. The bottom represents the bottom of the kettle that even has a logo on it. Oh, I was thinking the kettle is this thing. And then fire. That's what I thought. And then this is like the device. And the kettle is on top of a platform. Okay. The whole thing is a kettle. Okay, got you. Fair enough. Does this character stand alone? It does not. Hiccups is pretty close. So is this, actually. Oh, all these are pretty close. Oh, except for the last one.
格
Good. Kettle and hills. The other G is pretty weak. Gandalf is inside the electricity plant, trying to reach his kettle so he can make his afternoon tea. That checks out. Unfortunately, he is separated from the kettle by a huge roll of hills that cuts through the middle of the electricity plant, separating the place into two parts. Gandalf starts throwing magic spells at the separating hills to try to make a hole through the other side. Or just trying to reach his kettle. Over the hills and... wait, was it? Over the mountain and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Or something like that. Alright. A guru. Guru every other day. Oh, that's kind of cute. Girly. Leave. To separate, leave. Isolate. Good B. No reference for B or barrier. Huh. Oh.
格
Okay.
格 登机 长江
Yep.
细化
Alright. Yeah, ideas is referred what? If I think about mom idea, it's also for me as artificial. Okay. Really blows up your mind because thinking about person with question who is like about destination or as a status of person, I just remind all of your experience for whole life to answer this question. Oh, okay. That's I see what you mean. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm not sure if Japanese has the same idea. I want to say there might be something about Japanese that Japanese does, at least from my limited understanding, there is a separation between the idea of something having specific words attached to it and both figuratively, right? Figurative and literal words attached to them. I'm not sure about Chinese. 你喜欢你知道你正在想谁想的谁There might be something about Chinese. Yeah, in English, I don't know. Actually, I really haven't ever asked any other people. I think who No, it's yeah, it's fairly common to ask like, who are you thinking about? Or what are you thinking about? Like a lot of times when someone is like in love or they're say, oh, my friend would like to come. Oh, who do you have in mind? Right? Who do you have in mind? As in that person is not literally there, but whatever they're thinking, whoever they're thinking. Or like, oh, who are you thinking about inviting? Right? Like what are you considering in inviting someone? So I think in English is fine, but I'm not sure about Japanese and Chinese. Oh, Ding wait, hold on. Ding na ni shun ding dong get. Oh no, it's just, yeah, for Chinese you can, at least I express some form of Chinese that involve, oh, like who are you thinking about inviting? So you're artificially thinking about the person you're inviting, as opposed to them literally being there or having literally done something. Yeah. That brings up a great question about Japanese though. Because I don't think I've used a phrase where you're thinking about someone. About Spanish. Creo que ¿quién? Ooh. That's an interesting thought. I don't know enough about the other languages. So, interesting. Flash. What the flash? Okay. Jiang. Shrek is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Flash. What does that... I don't know what... I've never seen you before. Where he comes... Okay. Okay. Shrek is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he comes across an old pair of saloon doors next to some old boxes, vintage pawn shop. He opens it up and there's a bright flash of green light. Green. I see what you did there, Shrek. A person appears where the flash was. Before Shrek can do anything, there's another flash and the person disappears once. Dodging. Flashing. Like if question who to ownership of something in your language, it's like artificial things with question what. Okay. So like if question who to ownership of something language, it's like artificial. Okay. Like if ask this with question who, it would be like something on very official level. Like if you don't know who this thing, usually we use what it's like more peaceful word. Interesting. I think I understand what you're trying to say. So my suspicions are that who is very personal and what is far more neutral. So if you're thinking about people, they are incredibly personal. So you tend to, like, when you're suggesting something to be like very neutral, you would simply use what a lot more than who. Yeah. Who is very, personal and official, yeah. To English, I don't think, at least where my English is, it would require more. It would require more the aspect of the idea. So, if "who" is very personal and official, you could think of it this way. An idea that someone has is also incredibly personal and official. So it can accommodate who or what, or any of the things. Where, who, what, all of them. When someone is thinking about something, it can be any of them. Because the person's individual thoughts can be interpreted in any way, like they prefer. So it could be a cultural thing. I'm not entirely sure. However, if I had to like try to think of how to make it make sense or like reliable to connect, is that one person's idea is very incredibly important, and usually it takes on any of it. Like there's no distinction, in my opinion, because the imagination of one person's idea is the most powerful thing. If I had to try to weigh the importance of who, so you can say who, what, where, when, any of them with someone's thoughts. At least yeah, from where I am, from like where I'm from, I guess, most of the people's thoughts could be anything. It's interesting to avoid something. So, a thought is not artificial, it's the whole being, to me. I'm not sure if other people feel that way. But the people you think of is you. They're not artificial. They're the essence of you. But I think the word artificial, maybe you're talking about literal, as in they're either actually there or not there. And I can kind of understand that. Sort of. Unless you're distinguishing between an imaginary character and the idea of an or the image of someone versus the literal image of someone. That's interesting. For me, the person you remember is just as important as the literal person that exists, because it's part of you. So it's your official impression of that person. They are, how do you say this? The idea of a person, the memory of a person is not to be lesser than the person literally themselves, because they are an extension of that person. So like for myself, it's interesting, it's actually poetic to know that people live on in other people's memories, that kind of thing. Yeah, you think it's a cultural thing, and I remind that who is about made by the person. What use only as a tool or method to make or did make or would make something. Let's see. I see. You remind that who is also about made by person. What use only as tools or methods. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. So one could say an idea is made by a person, but you can also say a person is a tool that made the idea, which is interesting too. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't thought of it that way. Huh. So I'm being kind of a troll now, but wait. Who made who, or who made what. I should ask some of my friends. I should poll people. Who made who, or who made what? If it's based on the person making something, then either or is acceptable. If a person can only be responsible for making other things, then they can only be who made what. And who made who cannot be accepted because a person does not make another person. But now we start talking about giving birth. Or having children. So, who made a what? Who made who is like make a born. Yeah, exactly. So giving birth. So who made a who is fine if you're talking about a literal baby. Right? A literal baby. But now we start talking about video games. So when you're making a video game, who made who, you can make a character. So, although it's supposed to be who made whom in English, but it's still attached to who. But who made whom, right? But you can make a character, which a character is not a what in English, or at least from my cultural thing. You don't make a character is not a what, but a who. But you can use either, really. Because if someone asks you, oh, who made the character? What is it? Right? Like you could ask, what is it? What is it? And someone can reply, a character. A character, but they wouldn't. But they would also. You could say a baby. What is it? A baby. And then when I think about who is it, you could still say a character. And a baby, that's funny. Sorry, I'm having a little too much fun with this. I'll ask around. That's a great question. In your language, both versions also, yeah, who and what. But who was only about if it's like living person. Yeah, and a character doesn't have to be a living person though. And a baby doesn't have to be a living baby. Like when I was referring to them, when I said a character, I guess in your language, you have to assume something about this in order to say it's living or not. So it needs either more context, or in English, since there's no context, it's ambiguous. There's no default. So this can be a living or a non-living character because the language is ambiguous. It needs more context to know if it's a living or a non-living character. Maybe in your language, when you say who is the character, maybe that is telling you it's a living character, so you don't have to say living anymore. In English, you'll still have to, in my opinion, specify if it's living or non-living character. Is it a made-up character, or is it a real person? So, despite saying who or what, like if you say what is the character and who is the character, you still can't, in my opinion, in English, you still can't tell if it's living or non-living. It's ambiguous. So you can do either or. I think Japanese has something like this, where, like for example, a very early example of Japanese is aru. Aru and iru. Where this is ascribed to animate objects. Oh, no, the other way around, sorry. Mouse. This is living most of the time. Living, with a few exceptions. It's actually the exception. The thing that's a bit tricky is the thing we're talking about, ideas. But a lot of times, though. Oh, whoops. I wrote backwards. Sorry. This is non-living. Or non-moving. Non-moving. And then living. Or moving. So there are these distinctions in Japanese. I'm not sure about English. Yeah, I'm not sure about English. Interesting. Chinese? I want to say maybe Chinese have something. 他是谁？你想他是谁？ No, maybe not. Maybe not. Again, think of examples where it's not quite like, who do you think she is? Or who do you think he is? Yeah, 他是谁? Or 你想他是谁? I'm not sure if that's a natural sentence though. So don't quote me on that. That might just be me using English to say something in Chinese. You don't use articles to detect this. We use questions. What to detect? Does it alive or not? So if it like a live person who responds needs to correct this sentence and it's a lie. This part is going to be a little bit tough to explain, but those aren't articles. Like the examples that I gave are not articles. They're words. So they're exactly the same as saying if it's alive or not. There's no articles involved. Those are sentences. Those are words. Like the same thing that you're saying about who and what. These are separate words. They're not articles. Unless you're referring to something else. Because they're inherent words that are telling people what is alive and what is not. In English, I think it's ambiguous. It stays ambiguous. So you use either until someone says it and there's no correction involved. You either assume something and then later someone fills it in. Like, it's not an error to say, what is it? And it turns out to be a person. Or who is it? And it turns out to be an object. It's after the fact. So there's no like error in it. You don't error in it. In Japanese, it is an error. When you say something like neko, I'll write in Romaji instead. So neko, I don't know. Neko wa, oops. Right, neko wa iru. Neko wa aru. This would be incorrect because this is a cat. A cat is animate. So they must use iru. Because this is living. This thing is living. You can't, or this thing is moving. It's capable of motion. And this word is not. Both of these words mean, the meaning itself is same to an English person. We have in words for like this, like the and a, and we just use words like alive, I think. Yeah, these aren't articles. These are not articles. It's not the or a. None of these are examples of articles. So I don't know where the article thing comes in. The articles don't do anything either for this. In Japanese and Chinese, there aren't articles, and in Japanese there aren't articles either. Like, these languages do not have articles. In English, there are articles, but they don't tell you they're alive or not. Yeah. Like, these are not articles of Japanese. These are also not articles of Chinese. They are deliberately made to tell you if something is alive or not, or if it's moving or not. In English, they would mean the same thing until you describe if it's alive or not. But I get that your language does not have articles. Japanese and Chinese do not have articles either. Yeah, there are no articles. The sentence that I made did not have any articles in it. So they might kind of have similar things. In English, though, articles don't tell you if something is alive or not. So they don't function that way. Like, the basement doesn't tell you anything about if the basement is alive or not. Like, the Shrek or a Shrek is not alive. Can't tell. Like a cat, for example, a cat. This doesn't tell you anything about alive, but the cat can be alive or not alive. There's no word that's telling you if it's alive or not. There's like nothing in it. So you could say, what is it? A cat. Who is it? A cat. Or the cat. Whichever. It doesn't really matter. Some cat. One cat. We don't know if the cat's alive or not alive. Or in English, not alive or whatnot. So I get that, I think. Shrek is in the bathroom. Shrek is in the bathroom pawn shop. Okay. Flash, it disappears. It flash green? Could be a Shrek thing. Maybe like a flash of a fairly godmother or something. Oh no, then it might overlap with... It might overlap with Timmy Turner. Maybe just a fairy flash. I don't know how I can make this Shrek. Yeah, it's the same, but you can't ask about cat as what in your language until it's cause, tool, or dead. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I understand that. Well, you can't ask what you don't know. So here's the thing. You're asking a question, right? Are you asking before? Or are you asking after? Because if you're asking after, English does the same thing. If you're asking before, how do you ask? Do you always default to what because it's neutral? Or do you ask who? Because the difference here is I was asking without knowing. You're suggesting that you're asking after knowing. It's like, that's fine. In English, it's the same. Like, it's similar. If you know they're talking about a real life person, they're gonna use who. If they're talking about a dead tool cuz after, then yes, they're going to use what. The thing you were making a comment about is before you know. So how do you ask something before you know? Like, for example, are you assuming that it could be a cat? If someone thinks it's a person the person is thinking, they're going to ask who it is. If they think it's something else that isn't a person, or it could be anything, they would say what. So two things are happening here. Before or after. Because if you say you can't ask something, then you'll never know. So you must have done something before in order to know after. So I think that's still normal. That's different from what I was doing earlier when you were talking about before. You can't ask about a cat as dead thing, but for me, it's like alive by default. Okay. Until I know that it is dead, then I can ask what as a body or as a soul or character as something alive in memory. Yeah. Then that is something that's different from English because you don't know. But English speakers assume, just like Japanese people assume, and Chinese assume. I don't, so it's probably gonna be weird in that way. But also things that are figurative are not the same as things that are alive or not alive. And in Japanese they differentiate. In Japanese there are special exceptions about ideas. The difference of ideas. But yes, that makes sense. Cats are always alive. So then you can never ask. It's kind of weird, but then you would never ask about. That's kind of weird. So that means you ask who. Who is it? If you're thinking of a cat. So let's say you think it's a cat. So you say who is it? Because by default, you're assuming it's alive. And then I would say, oh, I was thinking about a cat. So then what do? Do you correct this afterwards in your language or something? Because a cat, an idea has a soul. That's a cultural thing. An idea has a soul. A character has a soul. Yeah, or think this way, it's correct. Yeah, oh, think this way is correct. But you didn't think it was correct. You thought it was a cat. But I was thinking about a cat. The cat is not alive. Like, I was thinking of an imaginary cat. So do you just keep moving on? It's like, or do you go back and say, oh, what is it again? You can't anticipate this. I don't know how that works in your language. If you're always assuming that the cat is alive, then I guess it doesn't matter afterwards if it's alive or not. If you find out later that the cat isn't alive. Right? That's interesting. Like, I don't... Maybe if you're talking to someone who is from your country, like for example, you and the other person assumes the same thing. The same thing. Then it's never a problem. Right? Because that other person will also assume that cats are always alive by default. So they would never say something that would make you think that a cat is something that isn't alive. That's kind of interesting. So for example, I got a good example. So say I'm drawing a cat. So say I'm drawing a cat. And you ask me, what is it? Because you think that I'm drawing something. Right? I'm drawing something, so it's not real. So you're gonna ask, what is it? Basically, I'm gonna say, I'm drawing something, and you're gonna say, what is it? Because it's not real. Right? And then I'll tell you, oh, it's my cat, Milo, which is over there, who is a real cat. But the thing I'm drawing is not real. What or who, if you could see that it could be alive? Okay, then it's this is the same, in my opinion. So if you think it could be alive, then what and who is the ambiguity that I'm talking about. In English is ambiguous. So you use either or until you know, instead of assuming default, I suppose. I think in Japanese you have to assume some stuff. Like for example, yeah, a great example is the example I use. Cats, they're alive. They move. So even if you disagree, like a cat drawing doesn't move. A drawing of a cat does not move. But if you're gonna describe that there's a cat, like for example, there's a cat in the drawing, then you're assuming it moves. So you would say, at least I think, I actually didn't ask a Japanese person. Would they say a cat, is there a cat suggesting it's living? Or is it a cat suggesting it's not? When you're talking about a cat in a drawing. However, there is a rule in Japanese that you're assuming things about living things. Like a bus is not alive, for example, but it can move. So when the bus moves, you use the moving word. When the bus is not moving, you use the not moving word. So I'm kind of curious what happens when you're thinking about something that is alive, but it's alive in a form that is not alive. And that's where the whole English thing is interesting. because the ideas that someone have. Yep, if you give and description as living being, it becomes alive. Oh, okay. Yeah. So similar. So in English, because I do not have enough information, or I didn't give enough information, I used who and what ambiguously. Yeah. And then until you know if I'm referring to who or what, then you'll know if it's living or not. I don't think it's dramatically different. The thing that it is different is when you're saying you default to a cat being alive. That's something I don't typically do in my daily life. I don't assume those things in the language. So that's kind of interesting. Beck is in the basement of the... We're fine. Oh, flash, electricity, lightning. 响电. Interesting. 响电, sparkling. 响亮. Liang, light. Twinkling. We have a 说. 闪烁. Twinkling.
Shan.
I got a really funny question. When you call someone, if by default say the cat is what it's like, I don't know. What is the cat status, or I don't care about it? Oh, okay. When you call someone, do you say, who did you call? Or what did you call? So English defaults to when there's enough context. What did you call? It almost 90, I would say over 90% of the time, the question is who did you call? Not what did you call. So in English, it still does the same thing. Only not every situation will have a one-to-one thing. But this has so many. This is so constrained that there's no ambiguity anymore. Even when you don't have enough context. Like, context provides most of the things, so English does have that. The idea is that maybe English is a little bit more ambiguous, but this stuff exists too, where it's always who did you call, not what did you call, because it's always assumed it's a living person at the other end, which is not true. Which is not true, because then you ask who answered. Who answered? But it could be an answering machine. I'm not using AI, but you can use AI if you want. But an answering machine, that's something that existed like 30 years ago. I'm using something that answered, that is like more than 30 years ago. So answer machine. So an answering machine is still who. So who answered? The answering machine. Like, you still answer the question who answered by saying the answer machine answered. But the machine is not living, it's non-living. The person that made the message is living, or could be living, or was living. Because it could be someone that passed away. Like someone that died of old age or something. And the answer machine is still someone who answers the phone. Which is funny. Sorry, you're making me think about really funny situations. Yeah, I don't think I've ever in my life said, "What did you call?" and then what answered. But who did you call and who answered? If you call, it's always who. What it means, why do you call, or calling to a place or corporation. Why did you call is asking the person, asking the caller, not the called. So if you're asking who is called, like the person at the other end of the phone. But if you say, why did you call, you're talking to the caller themselves. So the direct object is different. So you're asking the person making the call, why did they call? But when you're asking who did you call, you're asking about the thing that the person is calling. The person that the person is calling, not towards the... So like the person who's on the phone, you're asking about this person when you say why. And then when you're saying who, you're talking about the person at the other end of the phone. Which, funny enough, Japanese, in Japanese, they assume, a good example is Japanese, they assume the speaker, from the speaker's point of view. Because in your language, who and why could be the one word. Oh, okay. I see. That's interesting. I feel like then that example is a what. I feel like if you're talking about what and why, who and why, what and who is pretty good. And then what and why are also lumped this way. But this is referring to the other thing. This is referring to the speaker. Or the action person, the person doing the action, a lot of times. Or other word. Okay, I see. That's interesting. In my opinion, though, you can use English the way you use your language. I think that's why English is interesting. I don't know about Russian. Or, is that Russian? I don't remember. You're Russian, right? Is that what I remember correctly? So in English, you use it the way you use it, in my opinion. So when you say who, and you always say who, like for whatever reason, that works in English. So that's kind of the nice thing. I'm not sure if Russian finds that acceptable. In Japanese, it's not acceptable. It's weird. It might even be insulting. So the example that I used in Japanese is not allowed. You have to know what to do, right? I'm not sure about English. I don't know about English. So oftentimes whenever someone says, oh, you say it this way, I'm like, oh, well, I say it both ways. It depends on who I'm talking to. So if you said, who is that cat? I wouldn't have a problem accepting that. Like whose cat does that belong to? Or what does that cat belong to? Like, yeah, that's fine. I'll probably answer you either way. I don't find it too, although one is a little weird. Like who does that cat belong to? So this is assuming someone alive owns the cat, or the cat belongs to someone alive. And then you see what I was doing. I was saying someone or something because I don't know. I don't know who or what does that cat belong to. And if you said, what does that cat belong to? A school? The cat belongs to the school, right? And the school is not a living thing. So that's kind of where I start thinking like, you can probably do everything. It's fine. English is weird. Everyone has an opinion, and I appreciate your opinion. I think this discussion was a lot of fun. Thank you for sharing, by the way. Thank you for sharing. That's kind of neat. It's neat to hear that Russian also has some distinctions. I think Japanese is the only one that I have a distinction right now. I'm not sure about Chinese. Does Russian have gender? Again, does Russian have gender? Like, cat is masculine no matter what. In your language is not acceptable. It's used not correct ending of words, verbs, and pronouns. Yeah. Well, yeah, I can understand that. But I'm not sure if that's the same. That can be a little bit different. But does Russian have gender? Yeah, you have gender for every word as French does. And Spanish. Right. And Spanish. Or in other languages with gender. Oh yeah, that's right. You're the one that keeps referring to French as the prototypic Romance language, right? Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, in English, I don't think it's the same. Like, yeah, it's not acceptable. I mean, that's good. I mean, that's fine. So Russians have a very finite conception. I don't know if my comment about English is the same as whether it's acceptable or not. Like, in a correct thing. It's not correct. It's preference. English has correct and wrong things to use, but there's also preferences. But the most fun fact that in French, where gender is different from Russian, yeah, I can imagine Spanish is the same thing too. So you can make the same relationship. Which does make it confusing, huh? Actually, I'm not sure if French and Spanish agree. Do French, Spanish be on? Okay, they don't. So that's kind of funny too. But there are some similar. Oh no, it's 95% of the time. So largely, they agree 95% of the time. How often do Russian and French agree on gender? Is there like a percentage? Oh, that's kind of comical. I wonder. Is it never? When you say different, that doesn't tell me frequency. See, I really dislike AI because they're saying yes or no. I'm not looking for a yes or no. I'm looking for a percentage. And there's no statistical... Yeah, there's no readily statistical thing to tell me what the overlap is. But Spanish and French has overlap. Apparently most of the time. That's kind of convenient, actually.
身
Okay. Wheel. Jack is in front of the infirmary, holding a wheel in his hands. Alright. He has fallen in love with a nurse who works there. Okay, that's very much on brand. And wants to express his love with this wheel. He gets down on his knees and waits for the nurse to exit from the work. That kind of sounds like Shrek. I think this is pretty good. That sounds dorky enough to be Shrek. Express. Please express. 申请will express. What else is 请 written as? Invite. Oh, right. Invite. Right. Express invite to okay. 申报. For statistics from your experience, like French and Russian has 70% difference by gender. So it's always a Russian roulette to know what is the meaning of something without context. That's fair. How much does the gender impact your context? Since I typically using Chinese most of the time, right? Like Chinese and Japanese most of the time when I'm learning right now. Regardless, it requires context. So like, despite not having gender for like Spanish, for example, I wouldn't assume anything without context. So a lot of times the gender thing becomes like not as important as the context of the sentence. So what happens a lot of times is I forget the gender in Spanish a lot because it's not as informative. So I still, my jury is out on that because when listening it's helpful to know what the gender is when listening, but when reading I'm not sure at the moment. I tend to gloss over it. I don't know about Russian writing because like maybe there's something really distinct for listening. Gender is important because you have verbs, construction, words based on gender. Oh, that is different. Ah, I got you. That makes a big difference. That is something that is absent in all 4 languages that I'm currently using. That's a really important. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. Oh, wait. Yeah, for the verb thing. Oh. May I ask why you do that? So what is the function of, like, does it, like, making your word construction based on the gender, what does that do in Russian? Like, for you, like, functionally, how does that, what does it help you with? Like, does it help you with this verb is always sounds like this because with is certain objects or certain things so that maybe it produces associations or something like that? Because I don't actually know. At least I don't think, yeah, I don't have any language. You have this, which have seen nothing equal in other languages. I mean, that's fine. But whether it's equal or not, that is doing the opposite for me right now. I'm asking what the function is, not if it's unique. If you're saying it's unique, then it's doing the opposite. I'm trying to understand. But if you're saying if nothing is equal to it, then basically you're just telling me that I should give up trying to understand, or you can't explain it to me. So I can accept that if you want. Like, if that's your intent, then I will just leave it at that, because there's nothing else I want to say about it. If there's no equal in other languages, then we just don't talk about it anymore. It's not in it. I can't possibly understand it. Much like the other things that I would be able to talk about in other languages that may not exist in your language. For example, in Chinese, there's no conjugation. So when you say verbs construct based on gender, you don't do any of that. In fact, pronouns are not necessarily distinguished by their sound, but they're distinguished by their characters. But I can still explain it. I could still try to explain it. Like, is there a use for it? Why use something that has nothing equal in other languages? It's the form that gives you information. Okay. In Russian, cases show the syntactic role of nouns, pronouns, object. This sounds like something from syntactic role of nouns, pronouns, adjectives, and numerals in a sentence. And also express their relationship with other words. That didn't tell me anything. Like, that told me very little. It just tells me that it's useful for the sentence. It's useful for communicating. Functionally, I have no idea that defines something that exists in other languages. Like, most things give you information. Nearly all things give you roles of nouns, pronouns, adjectives, and numericals in a sentence. And also, most things in a sentence express their relationship with other words. I have no idea what that is. You described written language. I have no idea what it does. So it's a piece of information, I guess. That's what I got from it.
Shen.
Something that has to do with something in a sentence. Cases. Maybe you're referring to conjugations. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. Cases show the syntactic role of... Yeah, conjugation does as well. So are you telling me that it does something conjugation does not? Express. Explain. Expresses love with a wheel or ring. Can I use ring for this? No, that's humble.
Zhe.
Maybe to express humbly? Zhe. Oh, to break. That actually works and checks out. Like, I'm accepting that I won't ever understand unless I learn Russian or somehow, but I won't ever understand the function of that. It was worth asking though. Like, you don't have to explain it to me. It's not like necessary, but I don't necessarily know what that means. I don't think that statement is enough for me to understand what it does. James Bond is inside the electricity plant where he is undercover as an electricity plant worker. His job is fueling the fire-powered generator. Okay. He stands in front of it as a bunch of fingers carrying hose come up to him. One after another, he breaks each hoe in half and throws it in the generator while looking around for clues for his mission. I don't know how I feel about that. I think with his fingers, well, James Bond, I don't think this mnemonic changes very much if he... So, James Bond is inside the electricity plant, undercover, or masquerading, right? Undercover as an electricity plant worker. His job is fueling the fire generator. He stands there using his fingers and a hoe to shovel, like, I don't know, coal into the fire. He breaks... oh no, but he has to break something. It exists in another language, but not in the same form. Conjugation can change the verb and cases can change the word. Definition of the word and particle. Yeah. So... Okay. So it explains cases. Conjugation can change the verb, and cases can change the word, definition of the word, particle, participle. Yeah, so can... I'm just gonna leave it at that. Conjugation changes the verb and the word itself. And I know you're saying things as though they're supposed to be different, but the definition of the word changes when you change a word. But maybe cases, you're talking about like cases like... So we're talking about, like, I'll give you an example. So conjugation, I'm guessing you're viewing it as, if this is the stem, right? Conjugation changes what's attached to it, right? So each case has its own question based it's alive or an object not alive. Again, that, right? This is conjugation, right? And you're inferring that this is same, right? So regardless, if you see the same stem, it's considered the same word. Right? And then now you're saying cases. You haven't told me what cases are yet still. Is it functionally something plus something else? And then you're telling me this versus, like, for example, this, they're two different words. Or two different meanings. Or different things. Because functionally, that is what conjugation does too. And also, functionally, other languages follow a different ways of doing this, and I agree with you. So now I can understand its function. I was asking, what does this do? Like this part. Like, does it help you with specific types of information or not? The stem from it could be changed and save only short from that give no sense. You need to know this. Others are the same. You do the same. The stems can change. So I haven't gone into an example of that. So for example, aru and iru, those are changed. These are changed. The stem, this part did not change yet. This is conjugated. This literally changes. So, are you saying this is a case? Or are you saying the case has to be after? And also, we have to keep in mind that when you have a different representation, which is not Russian, these things change to indicate that the word changed. So in all cases, you have to know these, period. So the thing that you're describing when it says the stem change forms and you need to conjugate, I was contrasting to a language that changes everything regardless. So you have to like, you have to know them regardless of the things. So the question is, what function does it change? What function does it uses? And you told me it helps you like put a sentence together. And I'm like, yeah, so does every other word in the sentence. So it's kind of interesting that you keep using the word cases, and I'm not sure what cases. Perhaps it's because I don't study Russian. And you're saying it exists in other languages, but not in the same form. That means it's still unique. So how specific do you want to get? Because this could be unique from Japanese if you say because of its use. But it's not unique from Japanese. This means something in Japanese too. So like when you're saying something is unique but it exists in other languages but is not in the same form, I don't think anything is in the same form. Because they don't mean the same thing. It's kind of weird. It's a very weird, to me, it's a interesting perspective that you have on languages. Especially I'm pretty sure you're the one that I talked to about French. If you study French, somehow you know English and other Romance languages. And then while at the same time, right? I'm not misremembering this, right? You're the one that is studying French for translational purposes, and then you made a comment about how French allows you to understand all the Romance languages more easily, and English, but not necessarily Germanic languages or Slavic languages because they're different. Is this the discussion we had before? I think when we're talking about these things, you have a defined thing that I might not understand, where you think things are similar but different, and then things are different because you want them to be different, and then you have things that are similar but they're arbitrarily similar or different. And I think we have like a language barrier on what is similar and different. Like living things and not living things, we have like a language barrier. I don't think it's a cultural thing. I think it's a language barrier here in this case. It's not like I don't understand what's alive and not alive. I'm not sure if I understand what cases are though. Maybe I can read. In linguistics, cases and conjugation are both grammatical systems that involve changing the form of words to indicate their function or relationship within a sentence. But they apply to different word classes and serve different purposes. Cases primarily affect nouns, pronouns, and sometimes adjectives, indicating their grammatical role like subjects, objects, possessors within a sentence. Conjugation, on the other hand, involves changing words to indicate tense, mood, person, and number. Yeah, so functionally, they affect, by that definition, I can see why it overlaps in their function. And then cases are just referring to the class type, while and conjugation, but their functions mechanically are serving to clarify things, right? Clarify things in a relationship. So if cases, so cases is not what makes that unique. Yeah, so cases is not the word that makes it unique. It's whatever that word is, which I don't know what it is and what it does. But in your language, base of word / stem is the center of the word usually, and conjugation can change only endings that could change meaning. Example, how conjugations affect on words like this. Case, book. There is no book. I will give a book. I see a book. I'm happy with a book. I think about a book. Okay. That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. You're referring to the object. The case is referring to the book. And the conjugation is referring to the action placed on the book. Those are difference between cases and conjugation. But the thing you're naming, the cases, is not unique to your language. It is all of the languages. So when I was asking, oh, that's nothing equal in other languages, can you explain to me what that is? You can't. I think that's the word that I'm trying to say. You haven't explained something that I don't understand that is unique to that thing. Because what you explained is cases that are also in other languages that have other ways to do the cases. Unless you're saying the way the cases are being done is unique. So like between there is no book, I will give a book, I see a book, I am happy with the book, and I think about a book. All of them are using cases somehow, or a case that doesn't exist in another language. There is no book. I don't know how cases work. I don't even know what cases are considered in, if English even has something like that. First type, decision, and ending. All nouns in masculine and feminine with endings. Those are cases. Second type, endings. The rest of nouns and okay. Okay. The rest of noun is feminine. I have no idea what that means. Okay. First type, decision, and ending. In singular and plural, okay. Second type, decision, and ending. The results of, and the rest is noun. Okay. I mean, that sounds fine, but I don't know if that's what you're referring to. But in this one, may comprehend, okay. So singular, plural, nominative, accusative, right? Those are cases. Plural cases. Or nominative, accusative, genitive, dative, instrumental, and I'm guessing these are added somewhere. this involves me understanding Russian, so I don't understand Russian. I'm probably not going to get much out of this other than, oh, they're endings. Okay, so functionally they're endings. I'm going to tell you they're associated with prepositions and questions. I see. Especially segregated into the cases. Nominative, I see. And endings vary based on its cases. I don't even know what these cases are in English. Like, nominative doesn't tell me much about what it is, nor is genitive, dative, accusative. I guess I haven't. I guess I have an idea of what those cases are. Huh. I'm not interested in linguistics, by the way, so this is me trying to, you know, the genitive case, often referred to as the possessive case, is a grammatical case. What about nominative? In grammar, the nominative case is also known as the subjective case. So they basically, all of these names I have different terminology for. Interesting. What about accusative case? Marks the direct object of word indicating the noun that receives the action. Direct object. Yes. Okay. Primarily marks it through pronouns like me, him, I see. Accusative case is the direct object of a transitive verb. Yeah, I just could not see the similarities of cases in other languages, and I could misunderstand something. It's hard for me to understand because it seems like I was looking at a Russian chart, and I was looking at their cases, and I have no idea why this is happening, but I was looking down the different cases and then how the ending modifies. Like this was a list of like ending changes and words associated with it or interrogated. But all the names on the left, right, the cases like nominative, accusative, the genitive. When I look these up, they use terms that I understand because I'm not a linguist, but they use terms that I understand, but I don't understand why these are the terms being used and if that's unique to Russian or not. Like describing Russian, it's kind of interesting. Different types of cases in languages. Huh. No, that's what they use. That's what they use. Nominative, accusative, dative, genitive, and vocative. Oh, I'm familiar with vocative though. Genitive indicates possession or a part-whole relationship. Dative, often used for the indirect object. Oh, that's what the dative case is. Okay, and then accusative is for the direct object. Nominative is the subject. Okay. And often less common but still important cases include instrumental. Indicates the means by which an action is performed. Oh, with a spoon. Oh, that's what instrument means. Instrumental. And then locative is location, and ablative which is motion away from something. So, I can't really speak for English because I'm terrible with English grammar at this point now. In Japanese, there are nominative cases, accusative cases, dative cases, generative cases. I'm not sure about vocative. A vocative, I keep saying like, oh, in Japanese, this is the vocative in English, but I couldn't. Could you explain what you understand that you can't explain? What do you mean by, can I explain what I understand that you can't explain? I don't understand the thing. So, the thing that you said, what is it? That word, that thing that you said that have no equivalents. The thing, you know, the thing that you said that has no equivalent, right? We'll just call it X. And you're saying, and you described it as a case or cases. So I looked up cases and I looked at least 8 cases. And my goal was, I was hoping that you could tell me what this thing does in the form of a case, but it doesn't exist in another language, right? But my understanding is I probably won't ever understand it, because if it doesn't exist in other languages, how do you explain it to me? I don't know. My question was that maybe I just won't know unless I learn Russian somehow, like if I were to choose to learn Russian. But these cases, when you explain to me, they do exist in other languages. And what you're telling me is the way this case exists doesn't exist in other languages. So no, I don't understand what you can't explain, because I don't know what it is. If you're saying that this is different, I don't know what that is. I know what cases are now though. And then my imagination is telling me that it has something to do with the relationship of nouns and pronouns. It's exactly what you typed, or what you explained to me. It's something to do with the nouns and pronouns and adjectives and numericals in a sentence, which all of these do exist. These cases do exist in a different form in all the existing languages, except maybe a few. I don't know, like ablative, locative. Oh, I know. No, I do understand. I think I understand. It's because the function of the case maybe is like adding something, like how it's added, how it's indicated. It doesn't exist in English. For example, like for example, hear me out. I'll use Roman characters for help. So, like, there's a case for locative. there's a locative case for Chinese. Like 这里, for example. And this li has a case of position, a locative position. It means this place. But technically, these are just separate characters. They're separate, separate characters. It's not like you can place it onto anything. Like for example, like if you put cat, right? Mao, and then you actually maybe I'm not quite sure. So if you like put Maoli, this would be cat place or inside the cat, right? So a lot of this li, I'm not gonna write the character, but if you place this near something, it's gonna say it's inside the cat or inside whatever it's before it, right? And that's what I'm assuming how cases work, is what they're describing. So in some languages, yeah, there aren't things like that. Like for example, English doesn't have a locative case, because if you say I was here, none of these words have a case that tells location. The words themselves tell the location. So you're not like putting like I here was, for example. So you're not putting here, the case, onto something. Like I am like I here at, or I here to swim. So here is not a case, or that's how I'm understanding it. So in English, at least I don't know. I'm really, again, I'm trying my best to understand linguistics. All these things, all these descriptions, it sounds like cases. Yeah. So you're adding on to words. So then this becomes like I hear. Like this would be one thing. It would be a singular thing. But English does not have that. Yeah, English does not have that. And Japanese does not have that for alive as well. So that makes sense now. Like aru and iru are two separate things. They're two separate things. So you don't like say a cat and then you aru it, you iru it. Like you don't add to cat. So it's like cat iru. It becomes one word, right? That's yeah. So it wouldn't have this stuff. And then in gender, right, generative, which is something that Spanish has, what happens is like frío, right? And then fría, they're still one word. It's still one word, but the meaning has changed to some extent, right? Or it could end up being a different word, but this is just the generative case. But you're saying Russian has another case or another use that isn't in other languages. And I would totally agree. That's probably all I can understand though. Since it doesn't exist in other languages, I don't expect to understand what it is directly. But it's interesting. I wonder how that affects the language. I wonder how that feels to have that. Huh. Yeah. And now I understand what you mean by articles. Yeah, like for English, to alleviate case, instead of using cases, you use prepositions, for example. Prepositions and articles. They're two different things, but yeah, you have generative, and also it's more than he or she. It's also could be it. Well, he, she, and stuff aren't even cases. They're different words. Like it's kind of, I don't even would qualify them as cases. I think in Japanese has it even closer to case like the prototype that they're doing here, like kare and karera. Like that's closer than he, she. Well, she I guess is a good example, but like this is as close to a case thing as well as like kare and karera, right? But positions, the case that you're probably referring to is dealing with like the places that prepositions and articles take place in English. And helping verbs. Articles, position, prepositions, and helping verbs. Which is interesting. I don't know if that functionally that's a interesting function, I think. I don't know if I'm currently learning a language that would help me capture whatever you're trying to express about your language, though. And frankly, learn the languages I have are sufficient to keep me interested for a while. I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna delve into any Russian or like Slavic groups and whatnot. Interesting. Have you encountered this function usually uses in difficult sentences in literature? That's understandable. Oh. I'm not sure if I can explain this because I'm not that great at this. Oh, actually, maybe. Oh, wait. Let's see, does Russian have voice types? Yes, Russian, like many languages, exhibit variation in vocal types, particularly in No, not that. Voice. What would we call them? Russian have diction types. No, that's not it. Oh well. No. Hold up. Okay. Oh, that's the word I was looking. How many? 3 moods: indicative, imperative, conditional, and subjunctive. Oh, okay. So, I would say, I don't know if you understand what the subjunctive is, but I would say, in most cases, English is often, when it comes to difficult sentences and literature and whatnot, it's the type of literature is in the subjunctive mood, which, since it exists in Russian, I imagine you probably know what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the subjunctive mood. Also, the same thing happened in other languages. This function usually is... Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure it does. No, not vocal types. That's tonality. mood type. So indicative, in subjunctive, and what was it? Imperative? Yeah. So imperative and indicative are usually the ones that people use most of the time in all languages. But in most of the time when I think about patterns that exist in most languages, typically subjunctive is something that comes a little bit more natural in the current languages that I'm learning, but not in English. English subjunctive is not. Like, for example, all the phrases that you have said, almost all of it is indicative. So almost all of the comments you made are in the indicative voice. But in English, one of the more difficult things are the subjunctive, which according to AI, like Gemini, Russian has subjunctive as well. Which is something like, this may be true versus this is true. So these two are things that I feel in English is one of the things that indicates how deep your English pool is. But I don't know what it's like in Russian. That is a really good point. In Japanese, yeah, I don't know enough in Japanese either. Yeah, but hear me out. Hear me out. In Japanese and Chinese, the indicative is attached to the verbs themselves a lot of times. Or like there's a heavy reliance on the conjugation of the verbs. In English, it's subtler, in my opinion, but not in a good or better way. It's just the subjunctive is dictated by diction a lot of times. So a may and is are helping verbs. They're not transitive. So you can be in the subjunctive voice without focusing on verb usage. What I have found, or at least in my opinion, is that Chinese and Japanese are quite a lot more attached to the verbs. And that's interesting. I think that's one interesting thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think of ways to express. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll have to talk about it another time. I need to do more reading. So according to AI, one of the reasons, which this is what I believe is the reason, or it might be confirmation, but English has a very limited subjunctive. Like it's very restrictive. The subjunctive is very restrictive. So it takes quite a lot of ability to get the subjunctive to work in English. However, other languages, the subjunctive is very difficult because there's a lot. Like in Romance languages is very classically known to have a lot of subjunctive. But I don't know what it's like for Russian. Russian does not come up in a conversation when it comes to the subjunctive. So I was kind of curious. That's why I asked about that. It's usually like Spanish, French, and Italian or something for an English speaker, because the subjunctive is incredibly restricted in English and also very difficult to command. But it might also be that most people who learn English do not learn the subjunctive. Like they learn to use the subjunctive a lot later, like much later. And if native speakers, for example, people who have to use English, use subjunctive much later, those who learn English at a later time also do not use the subjunctive. They tend to, it's optional. So English ends up sounding like a very direct language, while other languages have vast, like very extensive subjunctive things that are adjacent to English, and Spanish is one of them. So is French, Spanish, and Italian. Subjunctive is commonly used in your usual life. You don't speak English like you do. So far, every sentence you've typed does not demonstrate to me that you use a subjunctive. So maybe in Russian language, you're using subjunctive, but in English, you are not. You are using the indicative voice. Like the very comment you just made, subjunctive is commonly used in your usual life. That would tell me that you only use the indicative and you think you may be using the subjunctive. It sounds quite a bit different in the subjunctive than how you sound now. We have mood types. Yeah, that's indicative. There are 3 moods of the verb as you describe. Indicative. Everything is indicative. We have not vocal types as Chinese has. Indicative. It's not, we may not necessarily have vocal types as Chinese may have. That's subjunctive. And English is very restrictive, so the words come out very regularly in a manner that may make it perceived as indicative, but being passed off potentially unnecessarily as the subjunctive. So I've added a bunch of words in there that may indicate that I'm preferentially using the subjunctive voice and not necessarily the indicative voice. And that's what typically makes it sound like the me, per se. I sound like myself a lot of times distinctively, perhaps attributed to using the subjunctive voice predominantly, as opposed to the regular leaning on the indicative voice. Right? And that's a subtlety that I think really elevates someone's articulation and their ability to sound maybe a little bit unclear. I would say sometimes, or many times, subjunctive makes things less clear. However, in Russian, I think if you're saying you're using subjunctive commonly in your usual life in Russian, that's a fun exercise to see. Unfortunately, I don't understand Russian enough to know what is subjunctive or not. So it would be interesting to ask you what you think is subjunctive in English. I know no Russian, unfortunately. And I don't think I can speak in the subjunctive in Japanese or Chinese. I don't know what the Chinese subjunctive looks like. What's an example of Chinese subjunctive? I can think of phrases. Wow, Chinese doesn't have a dedicated subjunctive mood. Okay, so Chinese doesn't have a dedicated subjunctive mood. Like some European languages, it expresses subjunctive ideas. Okay, that explains why I can't think of a Chinese subjunctive. Because you can say certain words in combination with certain phrases that would suggest a subjunctive thing. Like using yao and hui sort of to express desire and probabilities, but it's super restrictive. Like it's very, very restrictive. Yeah, like 应该, 可能, like may and might, but that's where it ends. Yeah, Chinese doesn't have a dedicated subjunctive. Interesting. What about Japanese? What is considered Japanese subjunctive? Conditional clauses. Yeah, so Japanese also use conditional clauses and auxiliary verbs. Huh. Yeah, I recognize a bunch of these. And then Spanish, I was learning the subjunctive when I stopped with Spanish. And it was like the tip of the iceberg. Because Spanish is notorious, or not necessarily notorious. It's fun. Japanese subjunctive mood is a lot. There's a lot of subjunctive mood. Which the reason why I brought up the subjunctive is the whole alive thing and not alive involves the subjunctive. So if you're using a language, in my opinion, if you're using a language that is constantly ambiguous, oftentimes they have a strong language that deals with the subjunctive because it's uncertain. So many things are uncertain. There's a lot of things that, like, you don't know if it's alive, you don't know if it's not. It's ambiguous. So you use the subjunctive in order to create ambiguity. And then you're not responsible for knowing what is right or wrong because it's neither. That's the subjunctive. And in Spanish, there's a lot of ambiguity, like tons of ambiguity when you're talking about things like, oh, okay, well, it's around here and around there. It's like, it's kind of here and kind of there. Like, this is kind of this, but that is kind of that. It's like, it might be true, but it may be kind of possible, but not really. That's what English sounds like when you're using the subjunctive. Like, oh, that's almost, but not really. It's kind of the same, but then not necessarily different. Subjunctive is complex. You try to use easier English to understand from you and give information for you. That is funny because that is the indicative voice making a presumption about my English proficiency compared to you, or unless you're trying to suggest that your English, you're avoiding using the subjunctive because you can't use the subjunctive. This is a very different situation. The way you talked, you're asserting that I cannot understand the subjunctive. But hear me out. When you use the indicative to me, I have more questions than I have answers. Like, for example, when you say subjunctive is complex, yes, it's complex. That's why it's the subjunctive. You try to use easier English language to understand from me. I try to use easier English language to understand from me and give information for you. I think I understand what you mean. Are you saying that are you saying that you're using easier language, easier English language, because you don't want to use the subjunctive necessarily, or that you like I'm not like I don't understand what that has to do with the complexity of your expressions. But for example, we have not vocal types as Chinese has. And that is not like I can't imagine a language without tonality. When you made that statement, I don't agree with you. Largely because you're not using the subjunctive. So a lot of times when we're talking back and forth, it's not necessarily because it becomes easier because you're using easier language. It's a little confusing because I don't know if you mean that's all of it, or is it because it might be that. So like this function usually uses in difficult sentences and in literature. That's pretty good. Kind of. Right? Yeah. Interesting. You try to use easier English language to understand. You avoid using subjunctive because your English language is not so good to understand everything. I see. That's fair. I can't read Russian, or I can't speak Russian either. That's kind of interesting. But you raise a really great point. And I want to know, now I really want to know how certain each language is. Okay. I'm like I'm curious now. I'm very curious. I'm really curious if I'm learning. Huh. Sorry. Okay. We'll just. I need to shelve this. But it's very interesting. So there are languages that use subjunctive mood for conjugation, like Spanish and Portuguese apparently are one of the more common subjunctive moods, like dedicated subjunctive moods. And in English, it's using a different it's enriched for a different type of mechanism, which is what I refer to as diction, but like it's predicated on diction, like word usage, as opposed to like some sort of internal conjugation system. And then there's other languages, but the subjunctive mood is heavily on the side of Romance languages. But it's the comment that I read was it's particularly Spanish and Portuguese, but it's used less frequently in French and Italian, apparently. So that's kind of interesting. When I was thinking about things that are different, right? Because you were focusing on how Russian is different from other languages. I was starting to think about what are things that I don't typically associate with other languages that are part of the languages that I'm used to. And for Spanish, it's the subjunctive. And in English is also the subjunctive. But the English subjunctive is very different from the Spanish subjunctive. And the last time I remembered about Chinese tends to avoid that quite a bit because most of their statements are not trying to sway away from, like not trying to be in that realm. And Japanese is as well. They try to stay away from that. So I've often wondered if Russian did so or not. Sorry, one less. Yeah, I think this is where the Russian and English has a workaround around the subjunctive, which is funny. I think that's pretty cool. All right, that's enough. Okay, yeah, I should really finish my lesson. Thank you for entertaining me, despite the English, right? Despite using English. Unfortunately, I don't think in my lifetime I'll be able to command Russian to a point where we could converse in a manner that is understandable. James Bond is inside the English. It's inside the electricity plant. Okay, what do I have a problem with? The hoe breaking? So maybe he takes a hoe and he breaks out. He breaks all the... I see. I brought up, for the record, I brought up the subjunctive in English because the first comment you made about what and who are part of what I would consider part of understanding how the subjunctive works in English. It goes full circle to the beginning. So when you're asking about who and what and whatnot, it definitely links with how often whoever you're speaking to relies on the subjunctive. And I am a person that I would typically say most of the time. Personally, for personal English use, I would write and communicate in the subjunctive. Also, as you're talking about, I'm wrong about statements in form of sentence. In your language, if you say that 2 + 1 = 3, so the same logic works with 1 + 2 = 3. Also, 3 = 1 + 2 and 3 = 2 + 1. Oh, really? For you, in some cases, if you thought there's no changing of logic of statements, but I thank you that you catch me. Oh, wait. Really? Wait. Oh, you know what? That's a great point. Wait, hold up. I think... Oh, here's one. And I've seen this before. Now, I'm gonna be like a meme. I'm a bit meme here. I see people talk about the word "and" all the time when it comes to the English. Like, "and," if it's 1 and 2, 2 and 1 are the same. And it was from the French guy, or the guy who like speaks French and English and Spanish. He made a little joke about this. Like, whenever like someone says it's peanut butter and jelly, it's like, no, it's like, it's jelly and peanut butter. It's like, you can't say jelly and peanut butter. It's not the same. Peanut butter and jelly is different from jelly and peanut butter. So this was one of the examples where, like, when you're talking about 2 plus 1 equals 3 and 1 plus 2 equals 3, 2 plus 1 equals 3 is different than 1 plus 2 equals 3. And the funny thing about the skit was, if you go up to an American and you're saying like cheese and mac, right? Cheese and mac. It's like, where are you? What country did you come from? Why are you saying cheese and mac? Or like what is your lettuce, tomato, bacon, instead of bacon, lettuce, tomato. And why is that case? I have no idea. Honestly, I think this is one of those things, like, it doesn't really have to do with the subjunctive so much as I guess it does, sort of. Like, wait, and in Russian, hear me out. In Russian, if you say like eggs and cheese, is it different if you said cheese and eggs? Like, would you choose to say cheese and eggs? I'm not choosing like the peanut butter and jelly sandwich stuff anymore. Now, cheese and eggs are two separate things. But to me, if you say cheese first, it's more important than eggs. It's the same thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I think Americans also do this. Like, they're largely the same. But to me, like, if you're going deeper, the things you mentioned first tend to be more important with... Oh, here's one. Here's a good one. Do you want spaghetti? They are equal for you. Okay, I see. Here's one that I like. The with. Spaghetti? Do you want, like, for example, do you want cheese with your eggs? Or do you want eggs with your cheese? And I think Americans, at least, like a lot of American English speakers, would say it in a very specific way because they don't mean the same thing. And I don't know, I really should ask this to other people in the future. Like, is this different? Are these different? If you have eggs with your cheese and cheese with your eggs. This is how I demonstrate to people that there's a subjunctive in English, where, like, it's not clear to people, but it is kind of clear in a manner of speak for some people, if they're like heavily indicated. Like, it's very like that's weird. We could use this, but if you ask me, I give you more of what you asked first. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what it is. I think that's what the "and" means a lot of times. Yeah. I would give you I would think the first thing you mention is more important than the second thing. So whenever someone is trying to be a little sly, right? So for example, subjunctive. Whenever someone says, "Oh, it's not wrong or right," or bad and good, when you say wrong or right and bad and good, internally someone would start to think negative first. You prioritize negative things before positive things. So if you're not despite if people don't understand, this is the subjunctive, right? This is the subjunctive. Wrong or right means you don't know if it's wrong or if it's right. But you did mention wrong first. And you did mention bad first. So oftentimes there's a bias that comes with writing. But I don't think a lot of people say like, oh, that's why I think this person's negative. Like if they say, don't disagree more than agree. Agree is indicative, but don't disagree is subjunctive. Because if you don't disagree, that doesn't mean you agree. So what do you mean? I get all up on this phrase a lot. This is a common one that now the internet use really often. The thing that the internet use often is they double negate something, but it doesn't mean the opposite anymore. So I don't disagree is not the same. It does not equal I agree. They just don't disagree. But it's not agreeing with you. And this is where subjunctive comes in my opinion. What's another one? So people use subjunctive when they're trying to not like hurt your feelings, right? Like, oh, that's not too bad. It could work. Yeah, subjunctive in your language is usually about sadness. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because they're trying to prevent expressing sadness too much because there might be a cultural stigma to it. I think Chinese is very similar. So is Japanese, actually. Like you try to avoid that. So the subjunctive is applied to feelings a lot of times, and it's applying to feelings of vulnerability. Which is kind of funny because most of the time in English, in my opinion, females speak in the subjunctive far more than males. Don't quote me on this, but from my real life my personal experience, females tend to talk in the subjunctive far more than males, and it's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing for that. So a lot of times, I'm not saying I do this intentionally, but when I was younger, I'm male. So in case you didn't know, I'm male. So I'm a male. And when I talk to females, I speak in the subjunctive a lot of times in English. And then when I speak to males, I speak in the indicative. in English. And a lot of times, you know, this is a generalization, but what happens is this is more agreeable because of the American culture or whatever, and or what have you, like all the, not whatever, but whatever else is involved. And this is more agreeable when you talk in the subjunctive in English. Yeah, and also in your language, you use folk wisdom that past don't like subjunctive. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Chinese do that too, actually. Chinese use idioms. That's a really good point. Yeah, Chinese defaults to idioms, like I don't know, a Confucius saying or something. Just pull out your Confucius. Like this favorite theme in modern age, like what if? Usually it's about subjunctive. Yes, what if? Hypotheticals. Exactly. This was interesting too. I don't think this is true. Yeah, I don't know if this is still true. I haven't tried this too much, but generally speaking, my mannerisms and the way I talk in English when I'm speaking, not like the guys. I know this is gonna sound a little bit gender rolled, but it's also dealing with understanding the culture. When you start talking about possibilities and like chances and making things work, it often is quite attractive to a female demographic versus a male. Like, yo bro, you're awesome, as opposed to, oh, you're pretty good. Like, what do you mean pretty good? I'm awesome. I'm kidding. Good. I'm trying to like, even words like things like, I may be interested. Right? I may be interested. And then depending on who I'm talking to, like what type of culture I'm talking to, I would go between like, I am interested. I am interested. Versus I may be interested. Subjunctive is like dreamer thing, doesn't it? Yes. Or being safe. Subjunctive sounds really safe. And it sounds often like you're trying to express something, but you're beating around the bush. Like, you know, you have flag 1, right? And flag 2. The indicative person would go, whoop. What is an idiom? We'll use folklore. The fastest way to get from point A to point B is a straight line. That's not true. In the subjunctive, oftentimes the fastest way to get from A to B can look like this. And there are actual examples in actual facts that the fastest way to get to something is not a straight line. So that is exactly what the subjunctive is. This is how the subjunctive is. And you know what's funny about the subjunctive? Whenever you're thinking about, I'm not sure if this is true in Russia. Let me know. This is for fun. We're being a little bit fun here. Whenever someone characterizes female and male behaviors in cultures, let's just say the United States, right? And I'm going to say sort of Chinese as well. This is male. This is often classified as female. And it's not a coincidence that the subjunctive tends to involve feelings. Because one of the things that define gender roles a lot of times, I'm not saying if it's genetic or anything like that. Right now, it just happens that feelings go towards females, and feelings do not tend to go towards males. So like when I'm talking to my parents, I'm like straight up always talking in the indicative voice. I rarely, like when I talk to my father, I talk in the indicative voice. And when I talk to my mother, how you address your mother in Chinese and stuff oftentimes is not very direct. Like, oh, yeah, you nearby at Koneng Juan Dai. Koneng means like maybe it can be this. Like ni may you me yeah tantang megeo. Yeah, and like I would say something like maybe you just happen to have forgotten this time, but not like all the other times, but you just happen to have forgotten this time. Perhaps like you misremembered this time around. And my father, when I'm talking to my father, I'm like, you forgot. It's like, this is it. Like that's the problem. Like you were wrong, they were right. And it ends like that's the discussion. So I always thought that was really funny growing up in a Chinese household where that's exactly what that happens so often. And it, for whatever reason, yeah, we're learning different languages and we have different cultures and all that stuff, but it just happens that way. Yeah, but you say it's male of old fashioned. Yeah, modern males is more have subjunctive. I agree, especially with the internet. But yeah, usually straight line is about masculinity. Yeah, it's kind of what. How did this happen in multiple ways? You know, like for example, like the expression a straight arrow. You know, like a straight arrow. Masculinity. No, now I think the world, like overall, like internationally, things have changed, and then the internet has kind of changed all of this. But it's so funny when you start thinking about it in the sense of a language, like how a language works. My mother sounds very different from my father when they're speaking, and it's fun to hear that. I don't think I've gotten enough Japanese to know if it's different or not. You say we have international culture more instead of local. Oh, okay. I see. For me, my generation, like for me, generationally, this is where it ends. Like, I don't sound like my father in this way. And in a way, it wasn't intentional, but I genuinely tend to, yeah, see, it's very hard for me not to habitually say generally most of the time, quite often. Perhaps this is the way. This is the intent of being agreeable. Most of this type of phrasing deals with the subjunctive, and it makes people it can turn off a lot of people in general because you're not getting straight answers, right? You're not finding clarity in all of this. And I don't think it's been so long. It has been quite a long time where I would like ham fist tell someone what is and what isn't. It's often not very common. Now I'm kind of curious what happens when you talk to a person who speaks a language where their entire language is voicing what is and what isn't very quickly. I don't know what kind of language that is though. Well, you say that generation is changed, but everything stays the same because I see that when people stop to doubt, they become more bold and confident. That is a coping mechanism. Yeah, I get what you mean. Here's something that I would exchange about Chinese. Whenever you see a stereotype, right? Like, say a Chinese person, and they speak English, as in they acquire English later. Like, they acquire English later. The way they speak English is very direct. And it's even more direct than native English speakers. So there might be something there. But whenever my parents or like people that I know try to find to express themselves in the English that they know, and obviously there are other ways to explain this. It could be that the subjunctive, for example, is not taught. Subjunctive is not taught. You find out later, like you learn later to use probabilistic phrases and stuff. So that could explain that too. However, when it comes to my parents or my extended family, whenever they say things, they're like, hey, I think you gained a lot of weight. Or like, they don't even say think. They say, you gained a lot of weight. Actually, even less. Oh, no. Yeah. They say a lot of weight. Now, in Chinese, when you say that, it's you gain a lot of weight. That's the like you gained a lot of weight. You're not eating enough. Yeah. Have another plate. Yeah, you're not eating enough. Have another plate. And then immediately after you ate that, it's like, dang, you ate a lot. And I'm like, okay. In English, right? In English, for myself, if you were gonna say this, you would say, huh, you seem a little bit different today. Like, have you been eating well lately? Like, so you would use the subjunctive. So you would go around and ask them like, how are you feeling now? It seems like you seem a little different. Did you get enough to eat? How have you been eating? That is the using the subjunctive to ask someone and to allude to things, but not say it directly. So, but when my parents talk and my like extended family talk, they're like, it's not even like my mom still is far more direct than a lot of other people. My mom would just come up, it's like, you're late. Did you eat? You're probably you're starving. I'll go make something. You eat now. And I'm like, okay. As opposed to, hey, how's your trip? Was it a long trip? Maybe you want something to eat? Are you perhaps hungry? Maybe I should go and prepare something if you want to have some food for later or for now. I'm like, that's what I would consider as the interaction of like higher English speech. But instead, it's like internet speech, which is you suck, get good. Wow, you sucked that up. Man, you're terrible. Unlucky. Like you got face, like you got rolled. You got steamrolled. Like that's lit, right? And my first thought is, huh. That's kind of interesting. Like, huh, man, perhaps I didn't do very well there, right? That would be the difference between me and another person. But my parents often sound like that. They typically sound like your hottest hits of hot takes. Like my mom's like, wow, this is garbage. Or like, I can make better. Like, why would you pay for this trash? Or she doesn't ask why. Who would pay for this trash? Like, they're not asking why or how. This is just who would pay for this trash. I just remind everything every there and once. The same thing that mother says that you gain weight. I start to realize that mother just used this thing because language not. Hear me out. A lot of times when I ask myself, do my mother really mean this? Right? Like, do my mother really mean, oh, you are so fat? Or, in my opinion, there is a lot of subtext. There's a lot of like annotations that are not really regular in English that is in Chinese. So when I was learning Chinese again, so I'm like learning Chinese now, and I'm trying to figure out how to express myself, right? How to express myself in Zhongwen. I realized that I can't do a lot of the things that I often do 60% of the time. Like yesterday, I literally had trouble sleeping because what I was thinking of is, wait, how do I say maybe, because, and possibly? So all the time I've been reading all these sentences, like even sentences that people use for examples. I don't often hear the words that I need to use to express the subjunctive. It's largely because, in my opinion, in Chinese, they don't really do that. They really don't. When you're actively talking most of the time, it's really blatantly direct when you try to translate it in English. Like, hey, oh yeah, you suck. You gain a lot of weight. Go and exercise. When you exercise, you lose weight. I'm like, if you choose to exercise, you may lose weight while exercising. However, it may not always be guaranteed. Yeah, there's a lot of subtext that people realize during mental health therapies. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. And that is a dramatic actually, the reactions I have to people who I have been talking to in different backgrounds about, like, speaking to them about subtext, right? They react very differently. And it's helped me a lot. I honestly, it's helped me a lot to talk to other people and talk about language in general. It's given me access to, you want me, right? I would talk to someone, it's like, hear me out. You want me to tell you that you suck, and that will get you to do better. But at the same time, may I ask, would it be okay if I tell you, you don't really suck? You gotta feel better about yourself. How does that work, right? And sometimes, when I say these things to someone, they're like, you should just tell me that I suck, because that's what my parents do to get me to do things. And I'm like, okay, all right, fair enough. And yeah, obviously I say fair enough immediately, because fair enough is the subjunctive. Like, you don't know what fair enough means, right? Is that good enough? Like, daijoubu desu, right? The closest thing in Japanese most of the time is like, ii desu ne, or ii ne, and like, but that's to avoid things. When Japanese is using to avoid things, it's like trivial things. But when you're talking about health, it's like, you don't just daijoubu desu. At least in my opinion, you don't daijoubu desu. You gotta start cracking at the subjunctive. That's usually when, in my opinion, a language that doesn't have a subjunctive They tend to use the subjunctive when it's clear that it's vulnerable. And actually in English nowadays, it's pretty useful. Pretty people should talk. Once Muth is the easiest way to solve problems. Muth? Wait. Mood? No, wait. I get what you mean though. I get what you mean. Yeah. But man, this got really deep. Sorry if you don't like talking about this kind of stuff. Mouth is the easiest. Yes. In different cultures, it's interesting, in my opinion, to see how they express. In Japanese, for example, I don't know if you watch anime at all, Egan. I don't know if we shared this, but in anime, now that I'm trying to learn Japanese, it's incredibly interesting how anime portrays people confessing, like how they confess a lot, like confess feelings for each other. And boy howdy, does it open a different world when you kind of sort of know what they're saying. So then you get this idea like, oh, okay, subtext. All right. But that's how you do it. I'm not saying I'm like, I know the secret to how to woo a Japanese girl or woo like different people from different cultures, but I try. Like not try to woo people, but try to understand how to speak to them in their way, because that's part of language learning. You gotta understand what the dynamics are in talking to people. Like I sound very different in different circles, so I could even demonstrate that live if I had the friends that are younger than me in the same room as the friends that are my same age. My voice, the way I talk, dramatically shifts between the two. And the idea is that's kind of like language, in my opinion. Like your intent and your feelings can still be like communicated in their different ways, but they would sound very different. And I found that learning a different languages, you don't run out of topics to talk about. There's this content creator who's doing a skit, right? They keep doing skits, and the top comments that they keep getting all the time is, I can't believe this content creator didn't run out of content to talk about the difference between Spanish, French, and English. It's like, what do you mean? Yeah, he can't run out. Like in another year, when he spends a year making skits, the next year it's going to be slightly different. Like that's why language is interesting, or at least in my opinion, that's what makes language like a life skill. Yeah, it's understanding culture. Your culture is going to continuously change, unless, you know, the robot rebellion comes up and then AI replaces all human interaction, and then humans no longer adapt to other humans. And then we can start talking about Skynet, you know, and Terminator and stuff. When everyone obeys a singularity, and then everyone's conditioned by the singularity. You feel that this conversation fulfilled you, just how much you get and remind? Remember from this with all you? Oh, no worries. No worries. You can come back anytime. I think this is a lot of fun. I like that you are so forward in sharing with me Russian stuff. No pressure, but you and like only 2 other people represent all of my Russian ins. And I think it's so much more valuable sharing an experience with someone than Googling. Like I try not to Google. Like I did it a couple times today because it was clearly something that I'm not understanding. But when you're not talking about things, it's not Skynet. You think people would like Wall-E? Yeah. Everyone does the same thing. Everyone's constantly doing the same thing. You know, you're learning language the same way, you're taught everything the same way, and you just, because everyone's the same, no one wants to talk to each other. It's kind of a little disappointing. So you and I, right, we have a language barrier, obviously, but I think there are things that go beyond the language barrier, and that's having an exchange of experience. And the next person you meet and the following person you meet, I've talked about this so often the last couple of days, regardless of who want to listen. There are a few things that learning a language promotes. And one of the language learning promotion is that you're going to end up having to interact and share experiences with another person who both parties have to work kind of hard to try to understand each other. And in my opinion, it's that sharing of trying to understand something together that makes it nearly unforgettable. Nearly. I know, the subjunctive again. Man, why can't this guy just say it's unforgettable? Nearly. There is a chance. I mean, there's gonna often be a chance that, and you might be thinking, oh, you're only thinking bad things. No. When I say nearly unforgettable, what I'm saying is you can also have an even more unforgettable experience in the future, like a loved one, your significant other. Who knows? Your significant other might be someone who speaks English. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is, even for better or worse, there's always a chance, and that's cool. This experience could be the leader to the next experience. Right? You feel that barrier exists? I do too. But it's not the problem to try. Yes, it's definitely not a problem to try. And my only thought is this experience is going to be really funny sometime, like a few years down the road, when we come back to this and think, you remember when we thought we knew languages? Now we got to catch up. It's going to be a different conversation in the future. Who knows? You know, my personal AI bot might be talking to you in real time in Russian, and they're just real time translating my English to Russian, and then at the other end, all you're gonna hear is some manipulated outcome in which the Russian is coming out, but I'm actually speaking through English. That's a thing now, by the way. I don't know if your real time translation is something that people are considering as a standardized function. I don't know how I feel about that. I still think it's priceless to goof up and mess up while speaking. Yeah, it'd be like other level of understanding. Like, if you're thinking about subtext, right? If you think about subtext, some people said, here's my hot take. I have a hot take. Some people say synthetic voices. I can't spell synthetic, but synthetic voices, there's no value in it. No value in synthetic voices. Right? For a language learner, that's kind of true in a way, because for a language learner, you want to hear human voices. But what happens when auto translate and real-time translation comes in? There's going to be another level of understanding, because now you're going to get used to hearing someone's voice deepfaked to translate. I've seen this in action already, or like I've heard samples in action. In fact, Here's one that I would use personally. And it's not about communicating with other people, sort of, indirectly. The reason why I don't like stream for 24 hours, even though I want to, is my voice gives out. My voice cannot hold up. However, there is already a wonderful pipeline, and I'm going to implement this in the future, where when I'm playing video games, right? Whenever I'm playing video games, I used to read every single line. Like, I try to read it in a way that it's like interesting, or I'm experimenting with language. And I was going to also read it in other languages, which I will try to continuously. However, there's enough technology now where I can highlight a piece of the like screen. So say a game, the dialogue box is always here. I can actually get something to highlight this box, and all I have to do is I can even script it. I can script it to a hotkey. And what happens is, if I use enough samples from my voice while I'm pronouncing and saying certain things, an automated device can read the sentences in my voice. And even more so, you can even get it to a point where it's speaking another language with my accent. Like, that's so awesome. And I would use this. Because not only, hear me out, not only when my voice dies, like if my voice is gone, right, I can't speak because my voice is really weak. I have a weak voice. I've been trying quite a lot. At most, I know this might sound too much for other people, but usually by 5 hours. Usually if I'm speaking 5 hours straight, it doesn't matter how much water I drink, how much, like, I'm chewing gum right now, my voice is gonna give out. But this technology allows me to keep on doing something, and I can hear it. I can hear samples of my own voice being normalized to a like a rubric, or like some sort of normalizing the sound of my own voice when I'm pronouncing things. And that itself can also train my hearing in normalizing what I should be sounding like. So in the future, it can be used as a training tool while I can't speak. So there's so many interesting ways to use this. And I've already worked on a script. It's a very easy macro. Like, you take a service, you run one service, right? And you link it up to another service. And then you supply another service with your voice, and you generate the voice. And it works really, really well when you have to read a lot of text. You say this technology already exists? It does. It already does. I just imagine that I'll have a vacation trip in another country in next week, and now you explain everything on English for understanding. Aw, that's cool. I like that. I hope you get to share with other people, and like, yeah, friends who are also as interested as you are on these things. You say this technology already exists. Haven't you tried character AI? I have. I've already done this. Now, the reason why I haven't used all of this is because I have to set it up. And I also need compute power because I want to run something local. Right? It doesn't have deepfake, but translation is already cool with voice that keeps accents. Yeah, exactly. So I can actually even change my accent, like manipulate my tone, but change the accent to like play around with my voice. Like maybe I can experiment along the way. Like I could manipulate my own voice, and then I can try to mirror it in a way. So there are so many ways you can develop your own skills with AI. Now, I know there's a lot of times, most of my conversations when I talk about AI, people typically try to talk about things about, oh, AI is the end of the world and it's the end of creativity. I totally understand that. But this is one of the examples that I have often considered. But you fake British accent? I'm curious because I want a British accent. I'm just saying. I can't do a British accent now, but by golly, do I want to know what I sound like if I had a Southern accent and a British accent? Like, can they take? I'm trying to do this in the background. I've also wanted to do this locally, so I'm waiting to upgrade my PC. This year I'm doing an overhaul of my PC, and other things. So I want to run some local samples and like modify my own voice to sound like other voice, and I want to see what I sound like because it's really funny. I earnestly want to feel when I hear someone read, it's like, wait, why does that sound like me but with a British accent? Like, that's awesome. Now I'm going to try and sound like that. I think this is a great way. Some people said, but what if this AI replaces learning a language, right? So a lot of people are afraid that language learning will die, spin the wheel of extreme, but they would say that because of auto translation and all that real-time translation, people will not be interested in learning another language. But the thing is, you can't take the reward and the human condition from something. So what I mean by that is the same people who find reward in language learning, in my opinion, will naturally still continue to find reward in language learning. It would evolve with the technology. The ones that don't, unfortunately, for a lack of a better phrase, they didn't care enough in the first place, right? So like the ethical concerns of AI right now is paying the people who are providing the data, the people who already made the stuff that AI is trained on. The creative consequences of AI is not concerning the people who are creating, because they will inevitably end up creating even more with those tools because they are the creative source. But for me, someone asked, like, so what's the point of learning a language now that AI is a thing? Because you can do it. Like, I would love to produce a British accent. And if faking my British accent faking a British accent is gonna help me speed up my imagination on how to get to a British accent, then that's cool. And here's another thing that is very tough for communication and speaking in general. People don't like the way they sound, and I don't like the way I sound. However, just because I don't like the way I sound doesn't mean I can't learn from it. And oftentimes you get used to the way you sound, and then when you want to change it, that's also involved in the way you sound. For a lot of people, hearing yourself is something silly. Yes, indeed. But as long as you try to study vocal school lessons, you understand that voice is not as bad as it could be. Indeed. And it can be incredible. For myself, communication, vocal, non-verbal, like in-person communication, it's through if you're too shy to talk to other people, one of the greatest assets is to go through one of the greatest assets in today's technology is to record yourself, hear it, manipulate it, deconstruct it, take notes, play it back, and then do it again. Like, record yourself in a future sense, and that's how communication is spawned. So for my case, I do record myself and I do listen to myself. Obviously I don't listen to myself blabbing for like 7 hours. But the stuff that I'm practicing, I pick up on that. And I practice quite often. Now, with AI, boy howdy, am I gonna make a really crappy British accent in the future. But it gets me to do it. And when I get to do it, I might be able to appreciate even more about British accents. Like, by golly, I so want to just full-on Keikona right now. Like, whenever I talk to my friends or like people who live in different places in the United States, I always often like, I can't do it like an impression of a southern accent. And my friends would be like, well, my parents, you know, my friends they've lived in different places. And it would sound like, to me, it wouldn't sound like them, but they just sound like someone else. And I would love to do that. I would love to be a person who, when I'm reading texts, right? When I'm reading like video game text, I would love to break out a different voice because it's great. Like, I think it's very entertaining. I would love to be that person where if I was talking to someone and I just talk in a different accent and someone's like, who the heck is this? And I would love that. But I can't do any of that. The best thing I can do is start speaking a different language, and then the language is what carries the different, maybe different, but I sound similar. So hear me out. Most of my life, I sound similar across my languages. I don't have different voices. I don't like practice different voices. I have the same voice in the same language. Like, for example, 我那几种讲胡椒话你讲话的声音该喏 is still the same. It sounds like I'm still talking in English. However, 我讲英文该我讲的胡椒话该英文听你喏 like intonation is still the same, right? Like, it doesn't really go anywhere. Like, I'm not speaking like you couldn't identify me. Honestly, if you heard me in the crowd and I'm talking to my mother, you know, when I'm mommy, baba, mommy, baba, gachiner, tiangwa gongwa, ina tiangwa gongwa gong ingung, it still sounds relatively the same between the two. It's not like a harsh transition. It's one of those things, like, in my opinion, when you get to fluency in a sense, it's not wildly different. Your tone kind of just stays the same. I want to sound like a Scottish person. Sometimes I ask why everyone wants this posh accent. You have different voice, but it takes a lot of effort and practice. It does. It really does. I do the really cheap stuff, like no, I'm not gonna do it right now. I need to hear. I'm a parrot. I need to hear the example, and then I'll just echo the example. I can't create things like what does Goofy sound like. Practicing Chinese, I can't imagine that. No, I can't. Now I gotta go on. Now I'm gonna go on Disney. Like, I'm gonna watch a Goofy clip where it's translated to Chinese, and I'm like, is that Goofy Chinese, or is it a Chinese person dubbing over Goofy? Have you ever seen clips, Egan? Have you ever seen clips where the whole point of someone... Oh, I think I've asked this before the last time we spoke. Yeah, I think we already asked this, so I'm just gonna bring it back to what we said before, what I shared before. I'm pretty sure it's between you and me. When I asked, have you seen like a Russian who deliberately decides to speak other languages with a Russian accent as opposed to the accent of those people? I love hearing other people who speak English with different accents, but I rarely ever see other people from other countries who would want to use their accent in order to speak a different language that includes English. You say that in every company you sound differently because every relationship is having different meanings for you? Yes. Agreed. Me too. In terms of like not literally sounding different, but I'm not sure if I want to reveal what I sound like with the silly goobers I hang out with. What do I typically say? I don't even use those words, by the way. Not one time have I uttered the 10 words that I would use with these two other goobers. Yeah. Like, this whole discussion, this whole time, I have not used the 10 most common words that I would say with some friends of mine online. And I'm not sure if I'm going to. Maybe in the future. I'll try to analyze it in some way. In Russian localization, make Marvel much brutal or in the original. Oh, I can imagine that. I can imagine that, actually. You know what I would want to see in Russian? Thunderbolts. I haven't watched Thunderbolts yet. I just want to know what the Russian localizations would have for those characters, because in Marvel there's quite a lot of them that could really do a bump on that. I think Disney makes it a lot easier, like it makes it dispensable to hear it in different languages. I'll let you know when I get around to it. I've been catching up on Marvel. I've been watching Daredevil recently. Born Again. I think that was the subtitle. I'll let you know. I want to know what AI makes me sound like when I try to speak Russian. Not like in a not like me trying to read Russian. Yeah, your localization is trying to copy and imitate and make more vivid sounds. Oh, okay. That's cute. That's cool. Like, hear me out. I play a lot of Japanese games, right? And I play a lot of like Japanese games that are marketed towards English speakers, like the United States. And oftentimes, from time to time, it's an English speaker that's trying to sound Japanese. And that makes it really interesting, right? It sounds, it can be very cringy or like not normal for other people. But when they try to capture being Japanese with English, it's interesting. But I haven't really seen an honest attempt where, because when you have games from the West Coast, they don't, or not the West Coast, but the Western world, like the United States, they don't necessarily target the Japanese market. Like what I mean is, you know, like business practices, economics and stuff. But if they do, I haven't really seen a Japanese person try to mirror English with Japanese. So what I mean by that is I'm not talking about a Japanese person speaking Eigo the whole time, but more like this Japanese person is attempting to mirror the emoting, the sound of the English, because it would be weird, or to them too. So I often wondered, like, English is very normal. It is very normal for English to try to sound like someone else, because in my opinion, there's a lot of samples in what that sounds like. So like, what does a German sound like when they're trying to speak English? And then you mirror that. Japanese and all that. But I would love to hear how it would sound. Like, hear me out. If you're learning French now, right? Unfortunately, I don't understand French. But for example, if you were speaking Chinese, I would love to hear what a Russian person sounds like if they use their Russian accent to speak Chinese. But the problem here also is that I don't know Chinese well enough, but I think I hear enough Chinese to hear like, oh, hey. But I don't know enough Russian to know why the Chinese sound like that in Russian. But it's still really neat. I've been saying but a lot, sorry. I'm not it would sound really neat to hear someone do an impression. Like, hey, what does a German sound like when they try to speak French but with a German accent? I actually have no idea what that sounds like. I kinda understand the difference between an Australian, a Kiwi, and a British, like generically between the three. Like you can see a distinction between the three. I would think it's something like that. But that was English. It's still English. It's not a different language. I know what Chinese people sound like when they speak English with a Chinese accent. You so sorry, you know? Sorry. That's what my father sounds like. I'm not actually imitating like a stereotype. That's actually what my father sounds like most of the time. Or like, Nen, you go you go and do this. Nen, you go. Like that's what my father sounds like. So he doesn't dispense with his accent. German or Russian accent is always very wild, noble, and yeah, 50s memories. Ah. All right. Okay, I understand that it's getting late. This is really good. Actually, you're about to start your day, right? I'm gonna finish my lesson. We'll save some discussions for next time. My voice is effectively going to kick the bucket. Sorry, something fell down. But this was great. It's 10 a.m. for you. You already got up, right? Did you have breakfast? I might have asked you about breakfast before. Do you eat breakfast? I feel like we had this discussion before. Alright. So he broke, yeah.
折 雷
Lay? Thunder. Why did you choose thunder instead of electricity? Do you have electricity? No. Oh wait, that's not electricity. It's close to electricity. Wow. Thunder. Thank you, by the way. Like, I'm getting so excited that my body's kind of like hot right now. Like, I'm just getting warmed up, but I can definitely feel like my voice is gonna give out soon. Yeah, you cooked your breakfast and we talked about, oh yeah, dumplings and pancakes. That's right, Russian pancakes. That's right. You're starting to like... I'm running out of material. What else are we going to be talking about soon? Have you played Stalkers? Or do you play video games? I actually didn't ask. Have you played Stalkers 2? I probably mentioned that last time too. Legolas is inside the beach house on the bay. Okay. When he begins to hear the rain, oh, there is rain, and thunder from outside, suddenly the thunder is so loud that it breaks the beach house glass with its noise. Okay. Legolas run over to the broken window, trying to cover it with an elven cloth. As the sand and rice from the rice field in front of the beach house, oh, there's a rice field next to the beach house, okay, flies in, the rain proceeds to soak the beach house windfall. Alright, that's pretty good. Elven cloth. Dale. Dale. Strike. Thunder. The thunder. Okay. Radar. Lay. Da. Da is attain. Attain thunder. Or radar. Laser. Lay sha. So help me. Sha better be like some sort of ray or something.
为肥
Faye. Oh, the other Faye. Fat. Alright. So Frodo is inside the beach house by the bay, wearing some swimming trunks and lounging on a wicker chair. He is quite fat instead of his usual skinny self. Hobbits do be doing hobbits things. This is because right next to him is a pile of edible moons. We'll say edible moon cakes and tasty crust from the moon cakes, which Frodo snacks on incessantly. Alright. Frodo is living the good life. This is a post Sauron, you know? He's living the good life post Sauron. You often remember a lot of things during the time. Friends usually hate you for reminding about it, but for you, it's just one storyline that continues. Yeah, we talk about games. You don't like Stalker so much, but at this week, you finished playing... Wait! You finished playing Altars already? I'm excited about Altars. I'm looking forward to watching people play Altars. And then you're playing RDR too? I see. Altars is... I'm very interested in Altars. And it came out recently. Yeah. Already whole game, every ending? Dang. Wow. Did you like it, Altars? I thought Altars might be a second hidden gem. You know, Clear Obscure had the, you know, AA. Altars was another AA I was having. When it was announced, I was very piqued. All achievements complete? Nice. My man, achievement hunter. I'm also an achievement hunter. You know what would be a great achievement hunting that I could put on the... I've been deciding if I wanted to start Riff of the Necrodancer. But that last achievement, the last two achievements, I'm like, it's gonna be a repeat of Osu all over again. So I don't know yet. The last achievement requires you to do full combo 30. You have to full combo 32 of the the 48 tracks in the base with on Impossible Diff. That just sounds like Os all over again. And I didn't, and I wasn't even close to Os. I hit like the 80% mark, and I'm like, I'm okay, like 80th percentile when it came to doing the thing. Oh, it's a rhythm game. Yeah, you wait for 2 years after 50 hours of gameplay, you're satisfied. Nice. Yeah. It's great to hear that studio doing well, because they have some good stuff. Red Dead Redemption 2, huh? Obesity. Fei Peng. Fat plus fat, obesity, of course. Fei roll. Okay, fatty meat makes sense. Jian Oh, 减肥 to lose. Wait. 肥皂 soap. Oh, that makes sense. 肥沃 fertile. Okay.
肥
That type of 肥. All right, let's see if I remember any of this.
闪
Shun,
雷
rain, thunder,
折
zhe,
肥
肥 What? Oh, it's probably shun. To express.
深
Shun. All right, I got like 138 reviews to do before the next one. Also, you very like that this is Polish English Russian game, and there's a lot of aesthetics that's close to it. Oh, altars? Yeah. Yeah. Do you like Witcher at all? Because we're gonna have another discussion. If you like Witcher, we're gonna have another discussion when Witcher 4 comes out at some point. Especially if you like storylines of altered characters and the main character and how they interact and questions that opens up. I like that. The way they presented it in using divided timelines. Such a great idea. It also harps on the trope of like multiverses and timeline splits recently. So I can only imagine when they started with that idea. You know, like you have to wind back the time of the development. Such a great way for storytelling. Witches is in books you think more, but in games good too? Fair enough, fair enough. I think Witcher 4 is a collaboration with the author now, because the author is now officially on board, right? So, I don't particularly think he wrote any of this stuff, but he's hanging and collaborating with the CDPR and weaving a new saga, so that's kind of interesting. Some way, shape, or form, I feel like they're gonna pull off a multiple universe situation. I'm invested in CDPR's universe, so I have yet to read the Witcher books. I do have them, audiobooks, that is. I do have them available to me. Of course, the English translation, since I do not know any Polish, but I do have a person who's narrating that stuff that I need to listen to, and I generally listen to them when I'm driving, when I'm like going on the road. I am excited. I am excited. Alright, let's get into our reviews. During the altars, you feel like Frostpunk is still in the game as War of Mine, so yeah, exactly. Frostpunk and War of Mine. Yep. I played both Frostpunk and War of Mine. That's what I like about that subgenre. I love that subgenre that they were doing. And then they added a bit of a... What would I say they added a bit of? Kind of like Astroneers. Astroneers, like the other genre where you're like in third person occasionally and you're putting pylons and pathing on the scope. So you still got that too. Power lines and whatnot on a free camera access, as opposed to like Frostpunk and War of Mine on fixed perspective. So it's kind of like, it's very much like Clear Obscured of this year, where they're trying to capture the combination of things together and then balancing it out, like having a little of this, and setting it in harmony and I thought that's what the game screamed to me. So Clear Obscure screamed to me too, because the first drop and the trailers and stuff, you're like, oh, that's good, that's a good element, oh, that's a good element, oh, they also have this element. And then they also, you know, Persona, Final Fantasy, right? And then you add the input, bring back the input, but in the guise of action RPG, character RPGs like FromSoft. And that's what Alters had in the demonstration too. You had a quite a bit of a lot of things that are pretty hot right now. Yeah, Astro Near Staff, like, good worked out. And yeah, Breath Edge, but less funny, way more dramatic. I say, okay, I see. I go for the more dramatic stuff, you know. I'm a dramatic person. Like, what I mean is, I need to feel things. I don't feel very much. What I mean is, I feel more than I've ever felt before, but I'm not a very feely person. And the way I get more feely, touchy and feely, is when I play and read and talk about touchy-feely things. So this is as animated as I've ever been in my recent years. When I was 13, I was as dull as a doorknob. Like, I think watching paint dry is more eventful than listening to me when I was younger. I think the most mechanical thing I can serve is making people be less interested in the things I talk about. I do the opposite. I make things sound less interesting over time, as opposed to more interesting over time. Or at least I think I have a better ability to make people interested, or at least interested even in their own lives, right? Like, you have an interesting, you name dropped quite a lot of things that puts us on the same, like, wavelength. Then when I feel something that makes me alive, exactly. I think sometimes people have gotten used to doing the same thing that it no longer feels very lively anymore, if you know what I mean. So give me more of that. I want people to shed tears, not in like a bad way, but more in a, I know this is happening, just let it go. Like in a game, like if a game can move someone to tears, just let it happen. It's fine. Like, everyone else is bawling their eyes out. This is fine. And then, you know, go back to your androgynous, like, poker face thing whenever you're around something. You gotta feel alive every once in a while. I don't blame people for feeling dead inside when you see, like, the most tragic thing happen and you're like, I don't get it. Like, man, being stoic is cool. I mean, being strong when you need to be is fantastic. But I think you're only as strong as how much you're willing to feel as well. So, like, I can most definitely put on a strong face if I need to. But I can also be vulnerable. Yeah, more routine staff drain of all emotions. Yeah, routine stuff definitely just drains it all up. Especially nowadays, where what do? You doom scroll. Hey, that's funny. Now I'm not even sure if it's funny anymore, because you're like flipping through and you're like, I've seen this. I think it's funny. It's still funny. But I almost feel like sometimes you're just telling yourself it's funny because people are telling you it's funny, as opposed to, like, is it though? I have embarrassing moments all the time, but the question is, do people know I'm embarrassed? I often don't. I'm genuinely curious if people can read me, because I don't think I'm covering it up. I don't think I'm covering up my embarrassments most of the time. Sometimes, though, I do have people who read me very incorrectly, which I'm often curious. Is it because they don't usually experience emotions very often anymore? Or is it me who don't experience emotions? Maybe it's me, right? Maybe it's me. I'm not very animated. I'm often not sad most of the time. So if someone comes up to me and say, man, you look really angry. Why do you look so angry? And my first thought is, can you tell me why you think I'm angry? Because I'm not sure myself. Is it my face? Do I have a resting angry face? I'm not sure. So those are the kind of things I start thinking about. When was the last time you cried? Not like cried because you're in pain or anything, but just simply you saw something that was so transformative that you had an emotional reaction. I don't know. Something's weird nowadays. All right. Now we're really getting into this. We got to do this now. All right. Lock in. I don't know what I'm looking at. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Wait. Is that an antique? You block everything that's not interesting anymore, and when YouTube asks me what I like to watch, I sit and have no clues, or you try to discuss it with ChatGPT. Whoa. Well. Hopefully in the future, right? You're inspired to have ideas, right? Have ideas of what you like to watch. Earnestly, I've had this discussion recently with a bunch of people. Like, they were settled on the idea that they might not ever like anything ever again. They joke about it. I feel like some people joke about it, but at the same time, I kind of believe them. You know, like, hey, we talk about games, right? I would have a friend who, he and I are very excited about stuff. Like, we talk about games. But there's a third person who's like, it's just not interesting. Everything is so meh. And then there will be a joke about, like, maybe I'm just never gonna like anything ever again. And I'm like, I hope that's not true. Let's work on it. Let's try. So we hang out, we do things, and keep shooting ideas at the person, right? If you have a friend, if you have a close family member, don't give up. At least in my opinion. I think it robs or like it drains all the life out of getting up in the morning or doing things or talking to someone. Like, you accept the idea that nah, everything is just not interesting anymore. Yeah. Understandable. I don't know what this is. Oh, wait.
是
I know. My fingers moved to it. Thank you. Whatever this is, muscle
进
memory?
步
只要努力就能进步。
离
Whoops, that's a typo.
地
And when you realize that you need to just hang out and try more stuff, and you just go from the start what you like and find that you always want to finish projects that you give up, and right now, or right Now you try to revive it. Very nice. I want to echo someone else who get asked this question a lot. The guy is a bit older than me, and they've been doing this far more than I have. And they often get asked a really serious question because this guy plays video games for a living, right? And they asked him like, how do you avoid getting burned out or like continuing to do things? Like the person was expressing like, what happens when you can't do something, like you don't like something anymore? I think there were at least 3 or 4 different versions of this. 4 of the content creators I listen to have this question because YouTube algorithm feeds me things about mental health because I talk about mental health a lot. And all 4 of them have a different version of this. And the idea is when you like something and you somehow fall out of like likeness of it, you realize you're grinding, right? If you raise that awareness, walk away, go to the next thing that is more interesting than in this moment, right? Keep your eyes out for things that are more interesting, then come back to it because that thing is going to be waiting for you. You can keep that thing waiting for you. The idea is that you have, in my opinion, you're able to trust yourself to understand that when you keep seeking more interesting things and keeping your eyes out for more interesting things, when you come back to something, that is how it's gonna become transformative. So the things you come back, you don't necessarily have to think of it as we're like needing to start from again. It's going to be new. It's going to be transformative. So you think a subjunctive mood makes this job? Yes. So hear me out. I like the idea. If you want to get on the same page as I do, I stop things because there are more interesting things to pursue. So aim for that, but find out what does that look like for you. Like you do something and you keep in your mind like, okay, can I find more interesting things while I'm doing this thing? And then you're like, okay, this isn't as interesting anymore. Let's move on to the next thing. Then you go back and look at the other thing because the first thing is connected to the second thing. So when you complete the second thing, you're still looking for more interesting things, but the previous thing you did could become more interesting as a result of doing a new thing. And that's kind of how I feel about language learning. Japanese is interesting on its own, but boy howdy, when you learn Chinese, Japanese is extra interesting. English was not as interesting. I like English. I continue to develop my English despite starting Japanese. But because of learning Japanese, English is more interesting. Now I have other uses for my English, explaining Japanese concepts. Japanese, explaining Chinese concepts, or Chinese explaining Japanese concepts while using English to explain the relationship between them. So that is kind of my version of it for now, tentatively. But for other versions, they would simply say a version of this. Walk away. You know, you just got to promise yourself, you know you have something other interesting to do. Go do that. Try it, do it, learn. And if you have time, look back. It will be different. You won't, if you're truly looking constantly for more interesting things, when you return to something, it will no longer be the same thing. And that thing will be incredibly transformative because you're looking for something different in it. If you're constantly looking for an evolution or a change of your enjoyment, it's ever perpetuating. It's constantly moving forward. When you're constantly looking backwards, like nostalgia, you're constantly going back. It's a great way to indicate that you are no longer finding new things interesting. Like when someone is stuck in nostalgia, nostalgia can only produce the a semblance or a reiteration of what you used to want it to feel like. And earnestly, as a human experience, it's going to be dampened the second time, the third time, the fourth time. It continues to dampen if you're not bringing more of yourself back. So when I revisit a game, I'm not trying to play the game and relive the exact emotions I had before. I'm playing the game because it's going to be something different the second time around. So if I play another game, listening to it in French, I'm talking about Clear Obscure now, as opposed to listening to it in English, it's going back to focus on the new experiences with the old. I'm applying everything I care about again to a different lens. It's hard at first, in my opinion, for those who don't want to do that. Fair enough. Some people can say, well, I'm not creative like that, or I'm not artsy fartsy enough, or I'm not hipstery enough, or I just have very selective taste. That can be well and good. I think there's enough things in this world that even a picky person is going to be able to find something. And there's one thing that you have to trust. And in my opinion, you have to trust yourself to do so. Learning a language does involve a lot of that. Keeping honest to a language learning, like routine and whatnot, the routine itself will naturally siphon the life out of practicing, right? Like if you do this day in, day out, and you're not innovating or looking to boost its interest, I would say, I hope you get to your goal before you lose interest. I don't think people are immune to losing interest. What they are doing is they are able to up their game in their interest. So losing interest in routine is a natural process. However, it's also a natural process for you to find new things inquisitive. So being able to constantly move the dial up in a different way makes it feel like you're not doing the same thing each day. So I say that largely because, you know, it's almost 4 a.m. I've done this for 160 days straight. Still putting out. Oops, that's PN.
前后
前后半小时，
前后
试图
试图逃跑，
It's like try because you can diagram it, so is it still try? um
百般
百般照顾，
all means, by every means, maybe? Okay. You're doing okay, right? You're doing okay, right? I know I sounded like I just repeated myself, but sometimes I find myself saying, boost interest. Sometimes you feel that if you watch and listen a lot, then you become more picky. Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know what to say about that other than you just gotta chill, relax. I sounded like a bro or something. When something becomes too intimate, yeah, pickiness comes up. They gotta adulterate that, you know, find something to adulterate it. You gotta add some mayo to your, I don't know if you use mayonnaise. You gotta spice it up every once in a while. Just bam, Like, you know, bam, blam. It's like, oh, now you can't be picky. It's just too messy. For a little bit. And then you can pick the things apart again. And then you repeat. Cycle repeats. I'm making this sound like you just do this and that. I'm not giving the impression. This is very difficult. I think it's a lifelong thing. So, working towards it makes it so that, oh, this is getting boring now. How do I excite it? At some point, you're going to come up with so many, in my opinion, methods of making something interesting. Like, this seems dull enough. Duolingo seems dull enough. Actually, somebody said that they would die of boredom. Figuratively, they would die of boredom after like 5 minutes of Duolingo. And here I am. I'm just sitting here. It's like, man, I'm not bored after 6 hours. I don't know what that person was talking about. But you have to understand, they probably already think that they know everything that Duolingo has to offer and that they can only do whatever is in Duolingo. So it does become picky and very boring very quickly. I agree. So that's being sensitive to that thing. Yeah, you need to become more chill, especially right now. Sometimes life makes you speed up and you can't stop. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I know you don't watch Japanese stuff. Movie. You gotta hear me out. Hear me out. Someone else dropped by recently. I don't know where he's from. He's like somewhere over there. Right over where in a different time zone, but he suggested a movie to me and I absolutely loved it, and this will illustrate what it's like to be in my head a little bit. So Perfect Days, it's a minimalist movie, so there's minimal dialogue, but you can probably make out the Japanese regardless, because there's situational things, but it's revolving around Japanese life, like a character. But Perfect Days. And doesn't the title make you wanna like? No, I'm kidding. But Perfect Days. What do you think perfect days are about? What is your perfect day? This is a perfect day for me. Tomorrow I'll have another perfect day. The day after I'll have another perfect day. And you might be thinking, what do you mean? How can you have perfect days? Like, what is a perfect day? It's like, I don't know. But I know tomorrow will be another perfect day. The subjunctive. It's a perfect day tomorrow. But how can you predict the future? Because I'll make the best of it. I'll try to make the best of it. Perfect days. The character in this, if I had a pitch, what you just said, yes, you need to become more chill, especially right now. Sometimes life make you speed up, and you can't stop, right? You can't stop, or you feel like you can't stop, but you still know you can. Perfect Days. This movie is about the pace of life, how you can still experience a lot of things emotionally and stuff while slowing your roll. And sometimes having a tree friend and looking at the tree can make you feel alive again. I run each morning to do that. I mean, outside of me feeling like I'm about to die. Like, what I mean is, I'm always running, but shortness of breath kind of still feels like suck. But going out, slowing down, it's okay. It's a film, yes. Yeah, it's a film. It's actually published by German collaboration. So it's a German-Japanese collaboration. Yeah. A Perfect Day. Perfect Days. It's wonderful. I think what you described, the film is specifically designed for people. You very much like this idea in Emily? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah? I don't think I think I miss seeing this. I'm gonna watch this tonight. When I have time. Yeah. Thank you for the share. I'll watch this tonight. If we finish early. If we finish soon. This is the same exact thing that happened last week. Almost an entire week before with Tom Nook. Or not Tom Nook. That's when Perfect Days came up. We were talking about mundane life, like modern life stuff, where these movies are supposed to help you appreciate or communicate the idea of being appreciative in the moment without getting caught up in the whirlwind that is everything else, right? And sometimes watching the film makes you like breathe. It allows you to sit there and breathe for at least the runtime of the movie. Like, oh yeah, so you get up, you know, in the morning you eat your breakfast and you're just like, man, the world looks great now. Like, I'm eating, that's great. Like this drink, you know, chucking back your favorite beverage. It's like, oh, it feels good. Like, enjoy the moment. So I don't know what this movie is. I forgot what this movie. I totally forgot about it. It's 2001, right? It's pretty a while ago. So I'm gonna give. I'll let you know once I watch it. Great idea. I'm not sure if that was your intent, but I'm looking for some movies. You know, oops. That's Sampo. Sambu.
Yang.
Watching a film with some food and candles with cool tea sounds fantastic. Yes, it does sound fantastic. I warm up to a beverage for sure. I know unless you have like health or fitness concerns, I enjoy, you know, doing the slight snacking and watching, especially something that helps me slow down. There's quite a lot of films. I either watch something that's super depressing, but at the same time it's super depressing, but the character is trying so hard to be happy. Like, I love the odds. Like, fight against the odds. Seeing the joy in what other is surrounded by despair. That's I have a lot of guilty pleasures with that. So I would grab a snack, be comfy. Yeah, slow down a little bit. Sometimes movies can inspire. It can be healthy for the mind. You know, food for the brain, if you know what I mean. The idiom. Occasionally, there are certain foods. This is gonna sound so cringy, but movies like that are like vegetables. Vegetables and fruit for the brain. Right. You can have your sugar. You can definitely have your sugar. You know, your sugar is like your fast, flashy dopamine pumps. But occasionally, man, you gotta balance it out. Some vegetables and fruits for the brain. It can be a little off-putting. Sometimes it's a little bitter, right? It takes a while. But I would say sometimes a balanced diet for the brain is quite nice too. Yeah, sugar. It's about shorts and TikToks. Indeed. Indeed. I am very open about this. I do use YouTube Shorts, but I myself have not ever like actually been literally on a TikTok site. I have people who linked me TikToks in which I click on them, but I myself have not been on TikTok. Now, that's not necessarily meaning that I don't see any value in TikTok. By coincidence, there are so many more interesting things in TikTok. I know how blasphemous that might sound. I think there are people who are like, you're lying. If you made an account today on TikTok, you'll be hooked on TikTok. I'm gonna be real. Like there's very little need to have another dopamine source when I find so many things interesting. The reason why I use YouTube Shorts is because oftentimes the YouTube Shorts are shortened clips of videos I've already watched in their full format. Like when I see a YouTube clip, I'm like, oh, okay, that's the 6-hour video this person uploaded. It's like 1 minute of the 6-hour video that this person has. Like that's my YouTube Shorts exposure. And occasionally I scroll through to see if anything new crops up randomly, and then I would go watch the long format video because I want to know more about the person. Yeah. Whoops, that's a typo. System, right? Yeah. What am I looking at?
布条
4条布条，
This was a fantastic conversation, by the way. I don't get tired of saying how fun it is to chat with someone.
Hui. 快速
快速成长，
Oh, that's a funny typo.
夜景
我们在山上欣赏夜景，
偏
Come on, a short piece is fine. Oh. Writing? Piece works. You so intrigue me with this film, so I want to watch it right now. Hopefully your vacation starts today. Oh, do you have vacation? Like now? The movies, I want to know what you think about the movie. And I will let you know, we'll exchange, right? I'll try to squeeze in this movie in the next 2 days. And we could talk about these movies. Do you have a movie club? Do you have... Ooh, I didn't realize those people were in it. I think sometimes having like a group, even if you don't like watch the movies all at the same time, having like... This sounds very old hat, but having like a book club, a movie club, like a local book club or a movie club, or something that gets people willing to communicate through stuff. Like I've done this a couple of times with other people. It kind of falls through. But having something like, hey guys, today is your turn to pick, right? And it sucks at first. I do admit that this can be very tough at first, but once it gets going, in my opinion, it can be sustainable. Like the 2 guys and I, we try every Saturday. Like today is actually oh wait, it was yesterday. Yesterday was the day where we were supposed to watch an anime, for example, together. But when we make an effort, it ends up happening more often than not. And what happens is, oh yeah, it's your turn to pick. It's like, okay, we'll watch this, and your turn to pick. You still, you know, from day to day, it's like, nah, we don't feel like it this time. But most of the time now, we don't do it because something interesting, more interesting came along. So that's cool because we're sharing, right? So I like exchanging suggestions, and it's a mutual exchange as opposed to like a one-sided thing. You have vacation from now to the start of July. Oh, you have the whole June. That's quite a long time. What are you gonna do with all of that time?
打死买主
他终于找到了一位买主。
Or buyer. Okay.
产品
工业产品、
怪
Ah, that's a typo. Yeah, you have some kind of film club. You watch films with some Russian-Ukrainian company, and you do this for around a year and a half. Ooh, I see. I see. Look, and you said you don't have interesting things. That sounds amazing. In my opinion, personally, I think kids, maybe the internet sometimes find this stuff cringe, but I think the people who having a last laugh are the people who are having fun doing the things. Film clubs are interesting. I don't have a local film club. I mean, personally, there's too many interesting things, so I don't have enough time for I think I have the opposite problem. Or the opposite discipline that I'm applying, and that's not to get caught up in too many things all at once and then lose track of time and become dysfunctional in that way. Hills, curling iron, elbow. Dang it. I don't know what that is. Wait, is the whole right thing something? Something makes me want to. Something makes me want to type. Okay. Just kidding.
福散步
我们在海边散步。
歌词
这首歌的歌词很好。
深处
大海深处。
And as said about your relationship, we respect each other no matter of the nation, because we can still talk on Russian and yep, keep share our thoughts and opinions on films. That's wonderful. I hope this sounds very romantic, and I know it sounds a little naive, probably. I hope that what you're expressing is what the future generation has hold. Or relations, right? Relations. With that said, right, It seems like nowadays the things that I hear or read all the time is conflict, conflict, conflict. Internal strife, internal strife, internal strife. Conflict, conflict, conflict. And that can wear someone down belonging to a generation. But I don't know how old you are, Megan, but I like to think that sometimes I like to be reminded that the future is incredibly bright or opposingly bright. But at the moment, in the recent days, in the recent times, it seems like strife is like the thing that permeates current events everywhere. So hopefully I like to believe that you can continue to do that. What is that? Okay.
知觉
恢复知觉，
No feel? Still feel? Perception? It's writing. Why? Okay, sorry.
种 闻
Know and feel. Perceive? Oh, it could be like detect, maybe. Oh, that's immune.
呼英国
你是英国人，
请示
这件是我们的请示，
No. 请示。这是我们的请示。Show, please show. Or invite show. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, I'm gonna block you out. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thinking invites this one. It was something like instructions. These are my instructions. Or these are our instructions. And I couldn't think of how they wanted to phrase it.
浪费
不要浪费时间，
Waste thing. What is that? I don't know what that is anymore. Give me a vocabulary word. EP, curling iron. How about... Dang it. Let's try detect. What? What? What?
那里
这里
What?
历史
历史是研究过去的学问，
What? Oh, wait. That's not it.
评
It's gotta be like... Dang it! You like to hope that wars will stop soon and you could visit each other? Me too. Me too. I mean, you have my sympathies, right? Strife. War is a lose-lose. War is a lose-lose for the human condition, in my opinion.
树林，
我喜欢在树林里散步。
无法，
我无法相信他。
无法 can't
未来，
我期待未来。
It's not mutant? Wait. Oh, that's a butler. What? Wait. Hold. Oh, I wrote the wrong. That's fine.
黄豆，
我们家附近有一个黄豆田。
Dang it. Gotta be perceptions, right? Oh, consciousness. Okay, that's fine.
引导，
你能引导我们怎么去那里吗？
仅有，
这里仅有一所大学。
英寸，
那幅画有30英寸宽。
What? Oh, it's I can't spell butler. What? No. Wait. Oh. Oh, okay. That's fine.
去世，
祖母去世2年了。
去世2年了。Passed away. That's not shui. That's young.
物种，
物种起源。
Living species? Organisms? Species? Okay. What?
勇，恶，伪，事实，
我们不能否认事实。
未婚，
他50岁，未婚。
I still don't have I still don't have a vocabulary example of that character. I don't remember it. Okay.
园艺，
我爸爸喜欢园艺。
I just want to throw this out. Nope. Can't do it. That's not it. Hey, Ajay, thank you for... Yeah, I hope to see you soon. Yeah, enjoy. Good luck. Thanks for keeping me company today. Have a great one.
Shu.
Oh, that's not even the right thing. Ah, dang it, that's ya.
土豆
我
Second
种了一些
potato.
土，
What are you? I'm so... There's so much here, and yet I can't figure it out. Unless the right side is something entirely. Like, I want to do, like... No. I don't know.
夜间
猫头鹰在夜间捕食，
Ah, that's gonna annoy me so much.
镇 鸭
Oh, wait. What? Oh, sure. This is like exclamatory.
Sui
Go along? It is go along. Don't even at me with it.
Ji 秀 的
Ugh. How? Oh, that's not the right character. I'll explain that.
画像
巨幅画像，
北极
圣诞老人住在北极，
鹰
We're gonna say like casual. Gillette? Yeah. That's fine.
年轻
他年轻的时候，
虽然
他虽然20多岁了，但是还不够成熟。
What? Wait. Oh man, I missed the two. I missed the three.
突始
You're measuring something. But what was the measure for? Is it just measure? Ah, I don't remember the word that's dealing with like the measuring part. Oh, a ruler. A ruler. A ruler. Oh no. I want to say it's fu. Fuja. Oh, Fuja. Alright, I typed it wrong. What? Oh, wait. Oh, what?
黑色
我喜欢黑色的汽车。
Ah, I'm kind of tired. Tired. Okay.
邮箱
把它放进邮箱里。
This is a mental block. It's so unfortunate. It is Ying. Oh, did I add a G? Oh, man. I think I added a G. I'm pretty sure I added I typed Ying into Ying. Regrets. Shame on everything.
品牌
这个品牌的手机很受欢迎。
负责
他负责照顾孩子。
What? It's like neglect, overlook, fail to, responsible? Maybe like to be responsible is be good. Oh, why am I failing this? It's like...
衬衣
衬衣破了一个洞。
Yeah. A coat? Do they only take coat?
换位
我们可以换位吗？
Ah! Wait.
衬衫
这件衬衫的后身太长了。
宣布
公司宣布了新的政策。
What? 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 Wait. Oh, that's just a shirt still.
查出
你能帮我查出这本书的作者吗？
Just figure out, maybe. Something like that, figure out. What happened here? Oh. Wait. No. Oh. 广告。
广告
你怎么会相信这种广告？
赶忙
他们赶忙撤离建筑物。
Excuse me? Oh, I typed. Find out, that's fine.
指成希望
我希望我的朋友成功。
对，我希望我的朋友成功。对。All the time. Always. Okay, that's fine.
祝福
祝福新婚夫妇。
Oh, wait. Like to bless, maybe? Okay. Oh, no. Fire is usually very distinctive. Something tells me I want to...
烟
Okay. I don't know what the bottle is. Is it just a drink up and... Oh, it's supposed to be a cowboy. That's why it's throwing me off. Right, a cowboy.
破生根
这种植物生根很快。
母亲
你母亲每天几点下班？
资金
公司正在寻找外部资金。
曾经
我曾经在美国住过3年。
形势
经济形势正在好转。
形势 or a situation? What am I looking at? What was that? 形势 Oh no, what's the earthworm with the... What is an earthworm with Paige? I knew this. I have such a mental block. Oh, this is gonna bug me. Oh, is that an earthworm? Yeah, it's an earthworm. Oh,
停顿，
演讲中有个停顿，
超短裙，
他总是喜欢穿超短裙，
布鞋，
他穿着布鞋，
顿时，
整个房间顿时变得寂静起来。
what?
因
What was this? Positive? What? Oh, wait, that's negative. Ying is negative.
呀，
Uh... Like the situation? Or power?
重
Shape of power. Okay, that's fine. Oh.
实验，
这是一个重要的实验。
意，实习，
他打算在这里实习整个夏天。
Oh, whoops, that's intern, not interview. What is this? A pause time? Maybe like there's a suddenly, immediately, a suspension. Suddenly is pretty good. Like I need to do that. Ah! Oh, Lee, not Yi. Uh...
考察，
我们需要更多时间来进行考察。
To test, examine, investigate, inquire. What? What?
底线，
请在表格的底线签名。
第八，
他在班里排名第8。
Like, I mean, Yeah, okay. Investigate is fine.
光线、
房间里的光线很柔和。
总数、
算在总数内。
That's Japanese. Wait. It's not change. It's something else, but I don't know what it is.
美丽、
多么美丽的景色啊！
八、容易、
Culture? How come up with a
Chong.
synonym at some point. What?
亮丽、
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
耳、
Butler? That's not butler, that's a tooth. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. What? Oh.
牙、 经验、
这位老师有丰富的经验。
That's not that. That's I who.
爱护、 自卫、
自卫战争。
暗、 赢得、
他们
石桥、
那座石桥已有100年历史。
Whoops. The wrong thing. What are you? What do you want? Turn it into? Oh, transform. Oh, okay. Okay.
潮、
Die. That's such a bad typo. Okay. Oh. I didn't read that carefully.
"长衫、
他穿着一件美丽的长衫。
继父、
他继父对他非常好。
What? Wait, stepfather, not ex-husband.
队员、
9号队员。
That's a paperclip.
富人，
这座城市有很多富人。
马戏，
马戏表演非常精彩。
户，
That's fine. We got this. We got this. Why am I forgetting this? Uh.
糖果，
你想吃颗糖果吗？
最后，
What? Oh, wait, that's 这。
内容，
这本书内容很有趣。
Oh,
终极，
终极法院，
终极法院。Bring to the middle? Intermediate? Did I spell intermediate properly? Yeah.
成员，
每个成员都有责任。
评论，
评论家，
Or review, yeah.
四，
Or occurrence. Oh, that was okay. Yeah, I gotta peace soon. Very peace. I need to peace. So much conversation today. I've learned quite a lot. Maybe I should learn how to talk about cases in the future. I really need to learn how to talk about cases in the future. I think that's very important to understand. I have another great motivation to learn more terminology. I guess maybe I will dabble in some linguistics. Possibly. Maybe some etymology too. What am I looking at? What is that? A kettle? A kettle and some hills. Oh. Shi. Is it Shi? No. Shan. Lei. Zhe. Bei. Shen. Den Lu. Ali. Xiao. 教义追什么？追逐追逐。Oh, I lost this temporarily. Show. Oh, this is where it all started. Show is where Egan and I went off for the next 4 hours. Show. I'll forever remember show now. Actually, whoops, not show, but show. Yeah. 售价。It's not key. That's Japanese. Oh no, I legitimately forgot what that is now. Yeah, I don't remember it. It's gone. What? And an umbrella. I don't remember. Oh, tea. Oh my gosh. Tea is gonna be a problem in the future. Tea, yeah. Oh, I could bank it off key though. I can bank it off key. Sure. Oops. Lee. 逐步登升登机 Oh, right. 成 Oh, wait, yeah. 成真 计划 Okay. Oh, I'm a little bit tired. Sorry. We have Ganon. Not Ganon. Gandalf. Gandalf in the electricity plant once more. And he is, working his time helping with the power plant. But there's a hill in the power plant that's separating him and the kettle that he wants to reach. He's just gonna whimsy up some magic and make the kettle float over to him. That's what we're gonna stick with there. That's our story. So we have Shrek making his way in the basement of the pawn shop, and he noticed some antique saloon doors. And when he opened it, he saw a flash and a brief image of a person, some green smoke and a brief image of a tiny ogre. And then flash and then disappeared after that. Here you go. Maybe a flash to his past as a wee young yoger, you know, wee young lad. Okay. And now we have Legolas chilling in his beach house. Really? His beach house. Chilling in his house when suddenly rain and thunder happened, which broke into the window and started spreading rice grains and sand all over the interior. Legolas tried to cover the ground with his elven cloth to try to keep it from like getting everywhere, the rain getting everywhere. All right. So we have James Bond is in the electricity plant on a mission. He's undercover, and his task was to use a hoe with his fingers, right? We're gonna do it this way. With his fingers to shovel coal into the furnace to generate electricity. But while he's doing that, he's breaking open the coal to look for clues for his next mission. Or just less instructions. Now we have Frodo, who's sitting good in the beach house on his vacation. He's gotten a little bit of rotund, you know, got fat because he's just chilling back on mooncakes. While all the mooncake crumbs are just going all over him. He's fat. He's out of shape. He's living the good life post Sauron. And then we have Shrek again. This time he's in front of the infirmary where he wanted to express his love for a nurse there by offering her a wheel. Maybe he was thinking it's an upgrade from a ring. I mean, a wheel is a ring, you know? It's ring shaped. What is the thing that I want to highlight today? Oh, it's a Ying. Ying is the only one. Which was what? I wanted to say moon. I know there was. I don't remember what's at the top. I know there is a curling iron, a cloud. The cloud is what gave it away. I was trying to do Ying, but what's up there? Or Ying, Yin. Oh, it's hills, not cloud. And it's a teepee. Oh no, it's a clock. That's what they did. It's a clock. So hills, and I remember this. Like hills in front of the infirmary, and he looks up and he sees a clock. But yeah, a clock. I don't even know if the clock is complete. I don't think the clock is complete now that I think about it. That's probably why I forgot the clock thing. Oh, it's not a curling iron. It's a ground. Oh, it's a clock. That's how they went about it. So It's a clock on top of a ground. Yeah, so the clock above ground. Is that it? Wait, hold up. Yes. So yin, as in yin yang is how I was thinking about it. But I think I typed ying as in yin with a G, and then I went down the path of no return. All right, that's it for today. For hanging out, folks. No time for the Duolingo lesson. Had too much fun conversations. That's what happens when you have 3 separate people hang around. Oh, 4. Today was 4. Man. If that happens too often, we're gonna have to swap up some priorities here. But yes, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, much like everyone else here today, there were 4 different instances. You're more than free to stop on by. I do love having conversations. I believe every singular investment is an investment that can be for a lifetime. So if you're learning a language or having some disinterest in life, I would love to hear what makes things so disinteresting. Talk about your highs and your lows. Get interested. Express it to someone else. If not, you can bumble around like me and Egan, or me and Timmy. Like Timmy earlier, I screwed up Chinese, which was really funny. And then Egan and I tried to overcome our communication stuff and shared with some pleasant time. I have a movie to watch as a response to that. And of course, always appreciate Procal's little stop by. And then Casper. I hope Casper continues to do the WaniKani thing, discover other things. Very, very interesting times. And I look forward to every once in a while, 3 months, 4 months down the line, good to update. Yeah. So until then, stay safe, stay healthy. And for those who are interested in HanziHero, right, or these conversations, 大家下次见. I'll see you next time. Again, stay safe, stay healthy, enjoy life, right, or at least try to. And catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.